Here's audio.
Or should they?
Yeah, I mean,
they should be seeing split screen now on the screen.
how about now?
Yeah, like 8 seconds.
Have closed, including key states like Florida,
I don't think that's done.
and Pennsylvania. Look at this.
Oh, you've done it. All right, flip them back.
NBC News has projected winners in these states. Donald Trump, the winner in Alabama, Oklahoma,
So Trump has won Alabama,
and
huh?
Tennessee. Hillary Clinton has now picked up Connecticut, Delaware,
See that victory page?
Illinois, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey, and Rhode Island. Joining us
There
from
we are.
Columbus, Ohio,
That's
a must-win
awesome.
state for both candidates, is our own
Perfect.
Ann Thompson. Ann, good evening to you. What can you tell us?
I'm gonna turn this off because that's gonna be annoying.
Hi, Chanel. Well, the good news out of
All
Ohio
right.
is that there have been very few voting problems here today. You know,
me
earlier
see,
before this election, there was a lot of concern about
one
whether there
final
would be
test
voter
here.
intimidation. In fact, the Democratic Party in this state went as far
How
as
well
to the
done, yeah.
Supreme Court trying to get a group called Steal the Vote, Stop the Steal from intimidating voters at Ohio polling places. The Supreme Court said, no, you don't have to do that. The voter intimidation laws are strong enough. And as a result, very few problems, only one lawsuit filed here in Ohio over any kind of voting irregularity, and that was dismissed. The polls closed about an hour ago.
All right, this is final test. Are we in business?
But
Let's
as you
see.
said, this is a very close race at this point, and key, certainly for Donald Trump, Ohio is a must-win state for him if he is to advance to the White House. Chanel?
And obviously, no Republican has
I'm
reached
gonna
the
make
White
this a little
House
smaller, I
without
think.
winning Ohio.
Make this a little smaller?
There's so much attention.
Yeah,
paid
make it
to
so
Ohio.
smaller.
Is there any buzz that you can kind of give us a mood, if you will?
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
I think the mood.
So here we are now. Chase, come on.
is that people are just glad
Chase,
to see
up.
this come, and they're very
Chase.
anxious to see the result.
Chasey boy,
Come on.
What you'll see in Ohio
I'm giving you the opportunity of a lifetime, Chase. There we are.
Here's our guest star of the night.
Sweetheart, you can come on the other side. Over
Come on,
here.
puppy.
Over here, Cuddles. Cuddles.
We have our guest host of the night.
There we are.
They are very opinionated.
Yep.
Orange you.
Cuddles, being a lady, is going to vote for Hillary Clinton because that's what you do when you're a lady. And Donald Trump, our Trump fan here, Mr. Chase, is actually a closet misogynist, so he's going to vote for Donald Trump. He actually hates women. See, he agrees with it. But yeah, these are our pets. Well, my pets. That wasn't my pet. But
I don't live here.
the barking you hear throughout the night will most likely be Chase. We could lock him in a room, but he's just going to bark more. So there's really no alternative here with Chase. But Cuddles, she's a good girl. She won't do anything. She was quietly. Chase, it's the win, Chase. It's literally like something like the win.
He's just trying to get a word in. Now tell us what you think about Donald.
Yeah, what do you think about the candidates here, Chase? Who would you prefer to see elected here?
Oh, now he doesn't feel like talking. You know, I have to agree with him because politics are just, it's a weird thing to talk about sometimes when it comes to politics because,
How you feel about things? People,
yeah, you just don't know. You just don't know.
people perhaps haven't,
You never know what it's going to come to when it comes to politics, which is,
Cuddles. Please don't stand so precariously. Please go somewhere else. Chase, you think that's gonna work, Chase? You think I'm gonna put up with that? You think I'm okay with that?
yep, look at that face.
You're not gonna sit there. You want to be next to him, huh? The new guy?
Come on, come on,
Next to the new guy.
come on.
You two, Cuddles. Traitor. Benedict Arnold.
Your impressions of this race, what would you say?
Again, no surprises yet. Once we start hearing about outcomes in North
Oh, okay. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the election 2016 coverage.
have an idea of where the night's going.
Featuring Cuddles and Chase. Well, Chase is now hitting under Cuddles.
All right, now I'm gonna
Jennifer Lawless, thank you so much.
get rid of these guys.
Coming up
All right, guys.
our polls closed.
Come on.
Razorback State, Arkansas.
It's time.
That would bring us
Good enough.
Polls still open in 25 states. Stand for the
Come on.
last election results, and now back to what's
Drop
to
it
New
up.
York for continual
Chase.
coverage of decision
Watch
makers
Chase.
in America.
Chase. Come on. You step.
We're back now with more of our coverage. Polls have closed in another state, and we have another call to make, and this is control of the House of Representatives. NBC News projects that Republicans will retain control of the House of Representatives.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're in business.
Only 31 minutes behind schedule.
State of Arkansas.
But they're calling stuff, and we're starting to call stuff too.
And we're starting to
Projects that
we're calling them as we're seasoning.
in the state of Arkansas.
So far, it's
Hillary Clinton was for
we're not having much luck as far as getting any official results in.
panel right now.
But they're saying that Donald here is going to win Arkansas, which is
So that they're calling it for him, I assume.
projected.
I mean, a mere 5 electoral votes for Arkansas.
I mean,
Not a hugely relevant.
not irrelevant though.
5 is fine.
And we're both noting, like, why is the Clinton campaign feeling good and the Trump campaigning not so good? It's because of what's remaining, what's out. We were just looking. I mean, Gainesville still hasn't come in. That's a college town. You still got a lot. Almost half of the Broward vote hasn't come in.
Nice.
Half of Palm Beach, and still about 15% with Miami-Dade. And as we showed you, she's winning Miami-Dade by numbers that are landslide-like for Miami-Dade.
And why do we care so much about Florida? Because for Trump, it's
Stop.
to a must-win as there is.
gotta keep
It's
an
not
eye
that
on
he
it,
can't
don't I?
put together 270 votes without Florida, but it becomes exceedingly difficult.
All right. Go there. 5%. All right.
At one point, I had Bill Daley in one ear, and I had Carl Rove in the other on the phone saying, "What's going on?" I said, "If you don't know, how do I know?"
Let's give everybody a little closed caption action. Makes it a bit easier.
We could be.
If they can
But the
see
bigger story is both.
closed caption.
Both bases.
Well, I mean,
You know, the
more
fact
for us
is
than them, I guess.
everything came out. It just may be she has the bigger base.
where else would you put our heads?
We can put our head over Tom Brokaw.
We could
We could be right over Tom.
we could superimpose our heads against various would be time consuming. Yeah. Pointless as well.
You can imagine how.
Oh, here she is, Betty Sue. Holy Christ.
Andrea Michael.
Why is she wearing the jacket from Guardians of the Galaxy?
Unless she borrowed that from Hillary Clinton.
Oh, is that a power jacket? Is that
Yeah,
what
it cost $49,000.
Yeah.
It
And so the speechwriters were in the hotel with both Bill and Hillary Clinton.
yeah, she you see that thing where
She was in the hotel with Bill and Hillary Clinton. It's the first time Bill's included Hillary in a threesome.
Yeah,
Wow.
first time she's had sex with her in a long time.
It's a celebratory thing, and I mean, I think they think they've got this. So Bill was like, "Well, maybe for the books, Hillary."
one time.
Time to consummate the marriage, you know.
In Michigan.
Well, actually, what's interesting is the Speaker of the House can, on the election night when you're appointed president, he can actually proclaim prima nocta and have sex with the First Lady. It's one of the.
Well, I think it was more of a strategic thing on Bill's part because he knows that if she wins, he's gonna be like the White House bitch. Because it's Madam President and like First Bitch, I think becomes his official title.
I think it's more of a power thing. I mean, you have somebody there who's going to fuck the American people. What's better to be than the person who fucks the person who fucks the American people?
Well, and that's why I think Bill is kind of including Hillary now.
Yeah. Feels a bit.
Great to be on. Thanks so much.
You're fucking America. I want to fuck you. Because Bill was.
By transitive property, then fucking America.
See, when Bill was helping America, he was fucking people.
Yeah.
But now he realized he should just fuck the people who fuck America, and therefore you are not fucking America.
Sort of like Genghis Khan. Like his legacy, says the world because he's just fucking so many vaginas. that babies are coming out everywhere.
And you conquer.
And
That's
sort of,
how
you know,
become a
you're sort of
conqueror.
responsible for then those babies. You know, it's sort of you gain the ability to.
Well, that's the type of president I would want, is a conqueror. A man who knows what he wants and he goes out and takes it.
Yeah, it would be interesting to have a president who. May I mention? Thank you, Mr. Donald Trump. Man on the screen now at 44%. Unfortunately, in Michigan. I mean, we're trying to make less cloud result, but he did fly us out to Colorado.
Oh, speaking of Colorado, there's Florida.
Oh yeah, there is Florida and Pennsylvania.
Oh, how's Pennsylvania look?
Christ, too early to call. 82-16.
Holy shit.
Not many votes. Well, yeah.
Okay, okay.
Oh, that's why.
They've got 3 counties in Pennsylvania.
Only 7,000 people voted. That's
Pennsylvania thought election day was the 30th.
Everybody on my side, take a deep breath. It's gonna be okay. And by the
Indeed,
way,
indeed.
can we
But,
all just celebrate that it's record turnout?
what I really like,
People really love this country.
and to where I am really a fan,
Something's got to be making you nervous.
is
What is it?
Well, I mean, Michigan always makes me nervous.
couldn't they've used different? Well, first of all, I really like these guys' graphics. I really like that it makes our product look significantly more professional, given that our shitty product is overlaid against their excellent product. You know, really, thanks a lot, guys, over at MSNBC or NBC.
Is it NBC?
Because NBC in
Oh,
the
look
corner.
at that. It's
Yeah.
NBC.
I mean, there is a great deal of shit on the screen, to be honest.
But that's what I think. I think we're in the generation of over-information where it's,
No.
I mean, if you look at it, I mean, it's kind of like our news now is like the stock ticker. When there's a stock ticker, there's a lot of information because there's a lot of information in the stock market. But when we're learning about stuff like this, we should be more focused on like points and what we're trying to get at, more so than the fact of the matter of like, oh, this is happening, like this person's coming in, this person, this is what it's looking like. We need to focus on final results and what we do after the final results, and stop worrying about all the bullshit in between.
Final solution.
Yeah, and that's what it comes down to. Is we're so worried about the intermediate that once we get to the final solution, it's such a brief moment of importance because everything else is overshadowing it.
Oh, and then
Gary Johnson's special twin brother there, Evan Bra, or whatever his name is.
Evan Bra.
Evan
Bra.
Evan. Oh no, it's Evan Bay. It was Evan Bay.
Evan Bay.
But he's losing to Todd Young. That's unfortunate.
Hopefully he doesn't keep to his namesake and go over there like Syria. Make like a Michael Bay film, but in Syria. Because that would be horrible for people. But
okay, they're calling now that Donald's projected to win Oklahoma. 7 electoral votes.
The people can.
But that's only 15% in, and it says 62%. Now, mathematically, that's wrong. I mean, you can't.
You have to exceed
1% of Pennsylvania votes, and they're calling it 82% Clinton. That's exactly the point I'm saying of. That's why it's too much information, because the stock market is
8% in Rhode Island.
It's way too early.
It is Rhode Island. I mean, I kind of do get that way. I mean, the more I think about it. Look how close that is. Holy crap, that's extremely close for Rhode Island. It's possible that he does win Rhode Island.
Republicans I'm hearing from all over the country feeling
It's this way. The problem is they're calling states now, and they're only at 20%.
Yeah.
Also, I'm talking while I'm eating.
Yeah.
It's very hard to judge.
Very unprofessional broadcasting skills, man. May I mention? He did not attend a broadcasting school. Nor did I, but I've met people who have attended schools.
I've never stepped foot in a broadcasting school for a day.
Typically, anchors don't drink beer on air. That is a typical rule.
Not after this election, okay?
Thank God we're in Colorado.
All right, now they're looking at exit polls. We did our own exit polls actually. Yeah, I actually was at the polling station today doing an exit poll, and from my stats at least, what I got is most of the people use the main exit as their way of egress and leaving.
I've noticed Gary Johnson supporter took the elevator up, used the disabled bathroom with the largest stall, came back down, and went out the rear exit.
Pennsylvania, where she
See, that's the one thing I didn't understand about Gary Johnson's people is even when he came out of the rear exit, he says, "Is this Aleppo?" And I was like, "Look, man."
Aleppo, damn near killed.
Aleppo. I say, let's go.
They're in King of Prussia. That is not quite far from where we are in Colorado. And
Well, the thing is, if you believe it, Bucks County is actually a huge swing county to pull the state. So
Because she's knowledgeable. She's the most.
Okay, so-
I want to hear it.
I agree with a lot of the things that she stands for.
We were just talking about the
Insightful.
and a lot of it
Do you know the candidate I most supported this election was Bernie Sanders, and I agreed the least with what he had to say.
what?
I agreed the least probably with Bernie Sanders. Like a lot of things he had to say, absolutely disagreed with. I probably agree with Hillary Clinton on public policy more than I do with Bernie Sanders. But I believe that Bernie Sanders actually meant what he said, and that was out of
The
all people.
authenticity of that man is what I think made him ring out to a lot of people. My quarrel comes with a lot of people like Bernie's the one that got away, Bernie's the one that got away. But have you never chased after a girl before?
No.
Have you never just said, look, I don't care what happens in the end. I'm going to embarrass the shit out of myself by doing this, but I'm going to do it. You go up and kiss that girl. To me, that was the Bernie Sanders write-in. That's the... So many people are like, my vote's not going to count, and it's not going to matter if I write him in, it's just too late. And,
No, I understand.
but the problem is, like, so many people say that. I went to a Sanders rally. I was there. And
Colonel or Bernie?
Both.
Just talked to the Delaware County.
Colonel sponsored Bernie. It was actually
I
Sanders.
picked up the other one.
That's what made it a Sanders rally, is one was rallying for the other, and it was both Sanders rallying. But to that point, there were so many people there that we packed the auditorium, and there was still a line that was a quarter mile long of just people, like 10 wide. And that was just in Philadelphia, at one place, and he had already done a talk that day. And I hear all these people talking about Bernie Sanders, and it's like, well, then why didn't you write him in? I mean, if you understand the way that our election works, it's not about, Hillary gets more than him, and blah, blah, blah.
It need to be a strategic vote because...
Yeah, it's about the Electoral College, and you have to reach a magic number of 270. And the main problem, which a lot of people don't understand, is if they don't reach that number, then it goes back to the House of Representatives.
Yeah.
And if you look at how the House has been talking about both candidates, Republicans who own the House are adamantly against Hillary Clinton. It's very apparent. But Democrats and Republicans are both adamantly against Donald Trump. Now, they're not going to vote for each other. And so the problem is, you look at that and you say, well, who do they vote for? The likely candidate is the next runner-up of the populace.
The Republicans have a majority there, but a great deal number of Republicans would not vote for him. Ted Cruz and people like this. So if you're looking at that sort of demographic there, I think there is a good possibility that they would the 20% or so of the Republicans would vote for Hillary Clinton, and then Trump would be the president. Like a de facto, essentially. Nothing really to do with the...
They staged a dramatic 12-block-long demonstration.
Oh my God. I'm sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. That millisecond, that 40-second delay, which you heard of my voice, was not because my room is so spacious and echoes. That's because the laptop was on. They got early days, first broadcast, really horrible to do the first broadcast on the election night, because then, but as you see, we are slowly improving the broadcast. Our broadcasting skills are now at 2%. We have an overlay with real broadcasters telling us the news. And
the graphics look good. I'm now participating back in the conversation as a good host would be in most conversations.
Unfortunately, his Tinder was blowing up.
My mother is texting me, and I am a family man above all, and that's why America is great. Is because I can be a family man, and I don't make my women wear burqas.
So we're at evidently Democracy Plaza, NBC News' Democracy Plaza. They're taking a break, I guess.
Is Democracy Plaza Rockefeller Center? Sure looks like it.
Yeah, was it digitally superimposed, or did they have lights? And
As we come back,
oh wait, we're back.
Already back.
Watching Senator Marco
Done with their cigarette.
Rubio, who is projected to defeat Republican Patrick Murphy, making comments around there.
Ain't that the truth? All right.
All
right, so Rubio.
I'm being real.
Over the map here. He's trying to figure out where things stand right now as we wait some of these things.
Since we are from Pennsylvania, we should be really interested in Pat Toomey versus Katie McGinty as well. That's a huge. Also, Brian Fitzpatrick seems to be the forerunner in Pennsylvania.
At least
from
our
the
people.
research I've been doing.
At least our people aren't as corrupt as
And I want to make sure I see if I get Campbell.
Well,
here.
our bridge is open,
Get this
and they
first
stay
one. Here we
open.
go.
Our roads
This
might
is
be
a
kind of
question
shitty,
about
but still not as bad as New
Virginia
Jersey.
with support
Well,
of
interestingly, that Chris Christie over there, he took
Those are big for Trump and Trump
like
territory.
basically like 50% less than he could have from Exxon
Steve Shale
for that thing.
remains
Like, kind of a really nice deal.
Obama.
Basically, he could have raked him over the coals. He could have took billions from him. He basically took half of what he
We're going to have record
could
turnout in
have
the state
taken.
of Florida in the red
So,
counties and in the blue counties. Now, we'll
very
see how
corrupt
this
guy.
balances out, but it explains
Very
why
clearly corrupt. And if you live in our area,
Virginia
you know,
was
it's
something
really a
that
joke
people
at this
thought-
point.
and she's doing
Well,
well.
and
New
New
Jersey's
Jersey is a joke. Let's be honest, around the world.
Since The Sopranos,
It's
been
in America.
In Michigan,
Yeah, can you test the levels over there, Fred?
Yeah, it's just the levels.
And while we're over there, let's take a look at our guest host. Cute as always, and loves giving kisses. And
Well, people here tonight have been
see all the
I'm regularly
kisses.
checking the levels throughout the evening.
Yes. Fred is our AV tech guy.
Also,
With the A, I'm more of the V.
also provided
What's up,
security
ladies?
for the broadcast in case there's any issues regarding that. Hackers try to break in, like the Democratic National Committee, and they're laughable.
We've had Russia try to break in twice already.
Yeah, Russians are trying to hack in. You can tell because the IP addresses come from Russia, so that's unequivocal evidence.
The IP addresses and the phone numbers they're linked to, directly from Russia.
Yeah. If you type into Who's This Record, it says Russia. So that's how you know.
It actually says Russia in Russian, and that's how you know.
It's actually Vladimir Putin. He registered the website. It's in Who's This Record for Vlad Putin, VladIP Incorporated, Russia. It's sort of like New York. It's actually Russia.
Is it? Is that right?
It's so Russian, and that's how they know it's the Russians. Not like the internet's sort of interconnected.
Is his
sort of-
billing address the same? Is
Yeah.
that address too?
Yeah. I mean,
wonder.
they could have taken advantage of number technology. Could have taken advantage of these number of botnets that you can buy for Bitcoin. Could have routed their connections through there in order to complete the hack, or they could have paid a few dollars each tour. Number of technologies, but they actually decided to register a domain name and then put a correct Who's This record in
We
there.
are getting questions in on the Facebook page.
Oh, we got questions.
Yes. It's asking us about the email scandal. What do you think about the email scandal?
Email scandal. All right. So I work in IT. I administer email services.
Okay.
So I know a little bit about background. I work with a number of people in the medical profession. There's a number of requirements for dealing with patient data. So if you're looking at patient data there, it would be illegal for a doctor to set himself up with a server and just deal with patient data.
So you're even saying on the level of medical, not even a government top secret.
I'm saying
reason.
that you're a doctor working like in a hospital.
Yeah.
You're working for Johns Hopkins University or something in the university hospital, and you set up a private email server to deal with you. That would get you fined. Absolutely. So for the Secretary of State to engage that type of behavior, they clearly have some sort of IT acceptable use policy there, like every company does, where you sign, say, I'm going to agree to use the computer for these terms and use my communications for these. I think the reason for that email server was to get around Freedom of Information Act requests. And I think Republicans have done it as well. It's just none of them ever watched trial for it. If Republicans have done it as well and it's illegal, go after them as well. But I think if you've done
But
it,
are
it's
you
illegal.
saying you think the Republicans have done that, or are you saying that
I have heard tell.
Republicans?
I haven't actually. We have seen emails from Hillary Clinton's server that have been released. We haven't. I don't know.
How do you feel about the whole FBI's reaction to everything, how they're putting in inputs about not doing trials and all that, do you think that...
Well, their original reaction was interesting. Everyone says it was not guilty. And they were wrong. What James Comey said was that
we don't recommend charges.
No, not even that. He said that no one would prosecute. Meaning that he couldn't find anyone who would actually take this case and prosecute it. Okay? So that's a bit different than not guilty.
So that's, and that might even play into everything about the whole... It's just nobody really wants to take her on. It's just she's too much of a powerhouse, because if you don't know her directly and deal with her, then somebody you know works directly with her as far as, like... Because the Clinton is a big name, because it goes back to when Bill was president. I mean, Bill Clinton was doing a lot for this nation.
First black president.
I mean, let's be really honest. But if you think about, too, what Bill Clinton did, first black president, he was one of the worst things for the African-American culture as far as mass incarceration goes.
I mean, really America in general. He had the war on drugs to the next level. He put it on amphetamines, essentially.
We still believe that
the mass incarceration that we see today is because of the Bill Clinton and the Clinton regime.
And that's what's scary is we had a Clinton once and we had a Clinton twice. Yeah, we could have a Clinton twice now. And it's kind of like, do we
want dynasties in this country? Do we want, George Bush II and then George Bush III and George Bush, you know what I mean? Or do we want different people? Like,
that's a very good aspect to it as well.
These people have already been in power. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, do we want a continuation of power? And then are we going into monarchy? Are we branching our way into, like you said,
oligarchy, which is what that would be. There was a study done by, I believe, Stanford in 2014, where they looked at public policy data, basically everything that, look at every issue, and you look how poor people look.
We're getting text messages now in live from Philadelphia saying that the lines outside for Temple University students to vote were 3+ hour wait.
3 hours.
So, and I've been hearing a lot with this election in particular that the polls have been, I personally had to wait in line probably about 25 minutes to vote. And anytime I've ever gone to vote, I vote in a small county. I walk in the firehouse, here's my name, find it, sign up, go in, punch out. It usually takes 2 minutes.
For wealthier people to vote. I mean, I'm not calling you wealthy, but you live in Bucks County, and it's one of the most expensive counties really in the country. For wealthy people to vote, it's actually easier because there's less people at the polling station. If you go to these inner city polling stations, they're crowded.
And the problem is too, and Donald Trump is already bringing cases against the polls as it is, but so far no judges have granted him a trial or a case. I should say most of them have thrown it out. Is he saying that some of the early...
Take a little longer.
Well, what it is he's saying some of the early polls, the early casting polls, where people went to cast early ballots, were illegally open late. And so all these people are going later to vote. But their argument was that it appears that there's people at the polls already waiting in line or just waiting to sign up, so they left the doors open later, but they weren't accepting new people, just the people who were there and ready to vote on time. It's just had long waits. They were accepting their votes later.
I think that's part of it. I think if you show up and you're there on time, I think you're allowed to vote.
Hey, Lester, that's right. We are out here on Democracy Plaza, where
Democracy Plaza. I find it to be a very interesting. Never going to test Dale's directorial skills. Can you maneuver the camera at proper angle without actually being able to see through the viewfinder? An interesting skill to have. Yeah. Documentary filmmaking, you pick that up a little bit. You can kind of just, I can feel where the zoom is. If I use the camera. It's been a long time.
We've got a voter here from Arkansas as well.
Did they just pull that voter out of the crowd? What the hell was that? He looked like he just popped up. Hey! Did you just catch that guy snorting methamphetamine?
What's up?
Did you see him spring up in the back and they're like, well, we got a voter here. Look at
glad my nose is just been getting more coke out of it. Yeah!
Who's this lady? Oh man, Democracy Plaza. Look, there he did go down. We got the replay. He was down. He was down.
Oh!
He tripped. Yeah, that was a. If we can, I would go back, but we don't. We want to keep up with the live coverage.
Yeah, I mean,
we want to give you the best 2016 election coverage you will find. And
I was
that's
watching the live feed. We have a feed that's about 30 seconds delayed, which has us on it, but you guys are seeing. And
yeah, we're doing quality checks. Oh, speaking of quality checks, took that guy up. Just a little bit.
Yep. See, Dale's directorial skills. All the education was waste.
Yep.
He could not.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I can't see the.
The camera's aperture is about 3 pixels, so it is difficult to.
No, yep, I was putting the.
That was there's only one time where a third-party camera won in a single electoral vote. It'll be the first time. It's in 1968. Who the hell is Evan McCullen? So this dude's about to get just one random electoral vote. Just out of this one dude might pick one up out of this whole thing. I'd like to get one election. That would be the ultimate.
I've heard there's polls and there are people out there who get in their local town running for president. They'll get a couple hundred people to sign ballots for them, and they will get voted for as president because in their town.
If you get enough counties, yeah. If you could get 5 counties, you get Buck County and not like Philadelphia, Montgomery County. Go get some of those rural counties. And
I'm told by our top campaign officials.
Because I think a lot of the county by county, that gerrymandering is also a form of electoral college. So if you just get smaller counties and get enough votes.
If you I'm looking over here on the stream. We got more Facebook questions. Going back to the emails, they were talking about the new release of emails, and they're asking our opinions. Personally, I think that the emails were a little strange. The timing of the release, I want to know kind of who dropped the dime on Anthony Weiner and his wife and that computer. Because it's kind of that's a little suspicious to me. It's just so soon before the election. To me, the whole email scandal and WikiLeaks and everything with the Donald Trump tapes, it
was all politically motivated.
I say not only politically motivated. I think it's so motivated that it's it's like a TMZ, if you will. It's people have this information now electronically, and they're selling it to candidates. Do you want this information released on you, or do you want him to buy it and release it about? And that's what TMZ does. TMZ doesn't get these good stories on people because they get good stories. It's because they have worse stories on these people that they're like, hey, if you don't talk to us, we're going to tell them about this.
There's a theory regarding that. Do you know Jeffrey Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein is this billionaire, right, who flies around in his private jet other place, has a bed built back here. He flies to a lot of countries where you can have sex with 12 and 13-year-old little boys and girls. Okay? It's known that this country, this plane, its nickname is the Lolita Express. It's for taking having sex with underage kids. Bill Clinton's on that plane 11 fucking times. Now, this guy, it is believed that he puts cameras everywhere and films elected officials and rich people having sex with underage prostitutes, and then uses that to blackmail and extort. So he actually might be one of the most powerful men on the face of the planet, if that's true. Because you would have this dirt if you're having sex with a 15-year-old prostitute, and then you would just if that came out right now, not right now, it's too late, but if that came out yesterday, Hillary Clinton would lose. You know what I mean?
The devastation of. Even if I'm a new person, if that's how he became the man he is today, which what's to say he didn't? Tony Soprano was a garbage man,
Was it?
It's just the mobster thing, a lot of them have, they're in garbage.
Oh yeah, but he was born into the thing, wasn't he?
Well, yeah, but that's the thing, he was the head of a garbage company, waste management.
But it wasn't a garbage man.
No, he was the manager of waste management.
Campaigns do. There's been a gender gap in every race since 1980.
No, she's trying to
Are you trying to help me? Ladies and gentlemen, free show, because this is the best election coverage. We get bestiality, we got the Lolita Express,
So I will
These are all going to be tags,
Yeah.
by the way,
Yeah.
for the YouTube page. So
Yeah, you associate those with our names if you could, as much as possible.
especially with my account, seeing as we're streaming.
Yeah.
Through me.
Yeah, his last name's available.
Because women are more likely to support the Democrat, and that's been the case going back till 1980. It's not a slam dunk.
Alright, let's go ahead and take a look at the Facebook again.
Yeah,
Still nothing.
All right.
let's give the coverage a feel. We haven't been paying attention to the coverage. Right?
They're not really releasing anything. I think the coverage is really just them bullshitting about.
Yeah, but
They're questioning a lot of things, like what's been going on and what are you feeling now. And to be honest, if we wanted to watch how they were feeling, I'm sure people would be streaming that. We just need them
yeah,
for the
but
graphics. We're poor for
look,
the
this
graphics.
shit's kind of boring, all right. But for us to riff off of it, and look, we're a transparent broadcast here. We're gonna take the the creative method, right, and expose it out to the audience here. But our idea is, you know, if we're gonna riff on stuff, we have to pay enough attention to the stuff to be able to riff on. Our coverage is interesting. We're going down tangents, but I think there's a lot of stuff to make fun of.
30 Rock in New York City. It's 9 o'clock in the East. 6
Well, they're calling Hillary Clinton in New York, which is a big state.
Kind of looks like a thumb.
And why would they have that picture of her? It looks like she's in a fat suit.
Is
They photoshopped supermodels. Nobody, and look at Donald Trump. Look at that haircut.
He's 3D, dude. He's like in a they cut his picture out and they put him behind. Like, do you see that? Hillary Clinton wasn't 3D.
Is the projected winner.
Look at all these project. Oh my
It's a
god.
goddamn hologram.
We project that
Dude, in 10 years' time, we're going to be able to do this
as
with
well as
a
South
projector.
Dakota. And
Do you see what I'm saying?
Like that's really gonna be on the
Like
building.
that HoloLens shit looks like this.
now, the race
So I mean, like you scale that HoloLens up, it'll be like.
I know hers is a graphic. It's just she's so fucking distracting with her fat
Yeah.
chin.
based on those
It looks like
projections.
Mike Myers dressing up as like, you know, Mr. Awful.
Yeah. That's it's kind of funny because especially with NBC,
Oh, wait, and there's got to be better pictures.
Gotta be.
Do they provide that?
and
picture?
not only that, that pink suit was she trying to be the pink Power Ranger? I mean,
Yeah, pink suit does not
is
feel.
she trying
feel very nice.
to, you know, really hit me
Black
on
suit.
a nerve of like my inner 1994 child?
Yeah.
I already voted Hillary, and it wasn't for you. It
It
wasn't for the other guy on the screen either. I had a write in back, just so everybody knows.
Now in Florida,
I can tell you who he did.
Close to fall, but look at
I mean,
very, very close. The difference of 100 and, roughly 100.
horrible picture. Horrible choice by NBC News. May I say, their technical department, top notch. But whoever made that decision, really.
It's amazing graphics, dude. I mean, you got the graphics on point. It's just the wrong
like, holy
JPEG.
crap, like-
That you picked 12, and you're supposed to click 11. Okay, like
Yeah.
that was the one that they're
Pink
like,
suit.
oh wait, no, it's the next one. The next one.
It's gotta be boring.
And Donald's hair doesn't look red. He doesn't. His face doesn't look red either. I mean, he looks.
And his looks, they both look Photoshopped. But his looks,
His looks like it was photoshopped to make him look good.
yeah.
She looks like she was photoshopped to be made fun of.
Right there.
She's completely, her face is completely flat in this image. It's like she's made of paper.
The bottom line is, it is
That's like my great aunt Sue.
It's gotta be
Like
something.
when you run into that. Holy shit! Look, can we just take a second to look at that too?
That's what I'm saying.
All that red lit up.
States as they stand right now.
And-
the projections
and they're doing this image in real time.
But can we say this is what they say as it stands right now? And let's be honest, a lot of the numbers we've seen before were at 4 to 18%. So even if we're looking at 25% of the population of each of these states,
Well, here's the thing.
I think it's too early for us to call it.
They-
I don't think we can call the election just yet.
No, they can't turn, especially because these guys have, the guys who have dark teams. Actually, instead of watching,
We're not waiting for their broadcast
The
to call
people
it.
who are producing-
This is why this is the best election coverage. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to call the election coverage first. We are going to call it first
yeah,
here.
and based entirely on the content of someone else feeding us.
But it's close. This election was, as we look at the states.
It says he won those states.
So far.
But are they being?
It was a base election.
Holy crap!
We see both bases totally mobilized.
What's that?
Who won Mississippi? Who would have thought?
We use that think about.
They say she won New Jersey. How would they know? Like, when did they close New Jersey? Like an hour ago.
We covered the
The polls closed at 7 o'clock, I believe. Well, it's each state and county. I think they're different.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
from the Trump campaign a couple days ago, where he said,
dude, I was maybe they can count.
we never are in the same place, even when we're in the same state. Meaning, the Clinton people and Trump. And he goes, I've never been on a race where we're not fighting. There isn't one voter they're fighting over. Exactly. It was not that they're fighting. They were fighting over voters who swing between voting and not voting. There was not and that's what we're seeing here is sort of a balance by extreme.
Well, that's the difference between what the traditional battleground was. I mean, everything you learn in politics is, okay, in the primaries you're going for the base, but in the middle it's that swing voters, and we're all trying to persuade the same people. And this didn't start just with this year.
How come
but it's
guys are
really
still
about
not
turning
seated
out
at that
base,
star
getting
desk?
the most
Like
number of
glass.
people who support you to
See, you know why? Because we would trip and fall, we would hurt ourselves.
Yes, we've seen
That's why.
consistency in the
That desk looks entirely too sharp for gentlemen like us.
make it an educated guess.
We are the American working class. We don't have time to get pretty up. I personally came from work today. I went out, I voted, I did my first, my right, my amendment rights, it's my right as an American to vote. And I went out and voted, and I think since I exercised my right to vote, I can now exercise my right to bitch about the next president. So that's another thing I feel is always funny is people right up until the election will bitch, and then it's like, oh well, then who'd you vote for if you were so involved in the election? And it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna vote. It's like write in something. I mean, that's what you're right. A lot of people were telling me why waste your vote for write-in? And I said because it's not a waste if it's my vote. I want to vote. Not for who America has picked for me to vote, but for who I believe. I don't even care if that person was ever on the ballot. If I hear somebody going around and saying, wow, this is it, I will follow that person and say, wow, this is really good. I believe there was a candidate who I did write in, who I thought was very,
very close there, Karen.
he was...
Rob Zombie, let's be clear. He voted for Rob Zombie. And,
look, Rob Zombie in 2016 was the best vote. And not only that, Ken Bone was his vice president. So, Zombie Bone, I'm down for it. And, but either way, I don't think any write-in vote is a waste because it's 100% your right to vote for whoever you want, not just the two that people pick for you. And if you like the two that I picked for you, and I shouldn't even say the pick for you, if you really believe in what they stand for the whole time and you went with that, then by all means, you can go ahead and say, yeah,
people are all excited about having a female president or a black president, but I'd like to have a president who wasn't old.
Clinton victory.
Who wasn't like,
I spoke to here just a short time ago,
50 plus.
They are going to be crying. They will either be
it's a really underrepresented. Like we're looking at these. How can Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump write legislation that involves women? They can't even use. She had to have a private server because she couldn't figure it out. She doesn't know what's going on. She's inept. And how can she? She says she wants to have a Manhattan Project encryption. She wants to create an encryption key that the government can break your encryption, but it's unbreakable to criminals. It's impossible. Such technology doesn't exist. And
can we look at these graphics quick? They got really nice graphics that we can afford, so let's take advantage of it. Clinton is...
Well, it's not a matter of... We can pirate the software. We can do this. It's just we don't have the skill to do it.
We don't have the time. Again, we're the working class, ladies and gentlemen, and that's why this is the best election coverage. The 2016 election live coverage brought to you by Demo.
Our primary barrier is skill.
This is already shattered records here.
I can make a crappy version.
This is already more total.
I can give you a paint version of this. It'll be like spray painted and dotted.
I can do it in Flash. PowerPoint. That could just be PowerPoint. It's not, but I mean, like, it's not far from that.
10 to 1 odds. The person who designed these graphics, download them from another channel. I'll just recycle them. One guy made these, and everybody.
Certainly they didn't troll the goddamn county.
Look,
you got that
it is. We're sitting here.
Probably a GIS system.
You can't sit here and say for sure. Look, it's about 100.
You can probably get vector
difference right there. I think she can get 100 of it out of South Florida. Can she find another 36,000
Florida looks
somewhere
interesting.
else? We'll see. Let me take you.
They don't get too many.
Virginia. This
it's
is
still mostly
very familiar.
Well, they get the populist counties. Like Democrats don't really get most of the country.
Obama, Romney. we're starting to see she's closed the gap essentially as the vote totals come in. They sort of come in from north to south here. This is the big one.
I think it's crazy that Gary Johnson's polling, but Bernie Sanders
something like
is a lot.
80% of the vote still to come in.
Well, he is. If he ran, he would get 15% of the vote
Likely enough to
immediately.
put her over the top, but
But
I can
like
tell you
if he
this,
ran, she would
before
be done.
Brokaw brought up Jim Webb to me. It took to Fairfax
He'd get 20% of the vote, and she would
until
lose.
Jim Webb was declared the victory.
Like,
It took
if
till
he was
Fairfax
a
counted
candidate,
until
actually, like he was running like
the
Gary
governor's
Johnson,
race.
like an independent
It
party.
took till
He
Fairfax
would-
counted.
that happened a couple
Calling
times before.
Obama over Romney. The point is, until we see some Northern Virginia vote.
I mean, he might have enough to win if he beats Trump. I'm saying if he doesn't beat Trump, Hillary Clinton does lose. So I mean, like he'd have to beat Donald Trump, which he probably could
Hillary
do.
Clinton's headquarters here in New York, where the crowd.
But
is
if he didn't
starting
beat
to
him,
take some of this in.
then
There's a lot of
Donald Trump.
confidence, Andrea, at the Clinton camp, but there's got to be some.
That's probably why he's not doing
fighting right
it. You know what I'm saying?
No, absolutely right. First of all,
Oh, here
Virginia
she
was
is.
something they were so
That lady.
Guardian of the Galaxy. She's
got
been
that-
around since its existence.
The Mariah Carey microphone.
She's about to do a heavy dance. That's why she needs her hands free.
Yeah. Reporters have gotten so lazy. I mean, look at us. You know, we're doing all the hard work here. These guys have gotten so goddamn lazy.
We had to set up. This lady talking literally was plopped in front of that. You know who I feel for? The camera guy. That guy's the one who's got to stand there.
Did this lady set up not one, not two, but 3 laptops? 3
got-
laptops
yeah.
and a microphone.
And a live fucking stream? No, you know what she did? She stood in front of it and said, "Where's my J-Lo mic?"
County extended
Yeah.
voting hours when there was some voting.
Well, actually, it's sewn into her wig, so it doesn't say.
That, her tattooed on eyebrows.
Actually, little would you know, she's covered in tattoos. And just everywhere you can't see.
This thing is getting so close.
Too
and
close
you
to
just
call.
showed the numbers in Ohio
Difference.
as well.
71
One
votes?
question I have for all
Is that
of you
number of
guys
votes
is
different?
all of the information at your fingertips.
Yeah, 71 votes.
The projection for Nebraska.
This could be another Bush.
That was a place where your vote almost mattered.
This much.
When he endorsed her, he said, "I am going to deliver Omaha because Nebraska is like Maine, where those 2 congressional districts are counted separately." He said he was going to go door to door today in Omaha, turning out the vote. So I want to know what happened in Omaha. Is it going Clinton or is it too close to Clinton?
Omaha, it was a slaughter.
Speaking, we were running some
Omaha
of the numbers.
Beach.
Can we go
Now,
back to Michigan's? I'm not sure.
What was interesting is that
it was double-digit
Democratic
numbers.
establishment basically
We have
picked Hillary Clinton.
71.
They
Right.
did.
You're
That's
talking about
12% in. 16 electoral votes at stake in Michigan. The Trump folks forcing the Clinton folks to try to defend Michigan, and it looks like that's going to provide a fair amount of drama. And look at, before Katie Tur, I'm going to go to you, but I want to bring up Ohio as well, because
Look at that, though, 12% in.
Yeah.
Oh, 46%. Here we go.
That-
Now we're talking.
Well, at that point, but it's still being neck and neck. It really, like, if it was like 60-20 or something, like you can make a claim, but at 50%, and they're nearly, 40, 51, 45, that's really, it could go the other way. All the polls close in 4 hours.
They believe the longer that this night draws out,
And
the better it is.
What's the last
They're
day?
talking about a few states that they've been paying close attention to.
Which is
Virginia,
heavily
interestingly, for it to be
red
close, that is quite interesting.
Yeah, because everywhere else would be
campaign
ahead.
basically pulled out their efforts about 3 weeks ago, and I can hear me better now with the stick mic.
71%.
Pulled out their efforts
71%
3
in?
weeks ago. So if it's close there, they're
Okay.
certainly going to feel good
Yeah.
about that.
Was
Ohio
that
is the
Virginia?
state
Yeah, it's still too
that
close,
focus on.
really.
As you mentioned, the GOP believes it's going to be down to the wire in Ohio. Potentially, they said that they won't be able to call and
46%
but
still.
also Michigan,
See, what I
that's
don't
the Trump
understand
campaign
is-
really looking to.
Can we go
after
back
they
to
get to
talking
the
about the
core
policy
four, that's
instead of the
Florida, North
numbers? I mean, I know
Carolina,
it's too
Ohio,
late, but
Iowa.
we should
If
still
the vote
understand
goes up,
whoever
they're gonna
wins
look
what they're
towards
bringing
Michigan.
in
It's a
with
state
the.
that they've been to
I mean,
13
I think it
times
should still be
since the
about
convention,
the
3 times
politics
in
of it
this
all.
last
Well, do you-
weekend alone.
you don't know,
Donald
really.
Trump
That's the thing.
essentially ended his
With Donald Trump, their
campaign
policies are
to
rather
the
distinct.
stage
They don't
there
really
at 12:30
don't
this
seem to be
morning
any.
to a packed
And then with Hillary
with
Clinton,
thousands of people that were still streaming in.
she says there's a
as
politician in
Donald
the privacy.
Trump
She really don't know what
arrived
the
a little
policy
bit
is.
after one.
You know, and
They
that's,
believe that his jobs message is really going to cut across all
That's a difficult
demographics
thing.
in Michigan. They
There's
believe
Mr. Duckworth, brother.
also that the African American vote is not
Young
going to turn
guy.
out.
Alright, we're getting live updates from Facebook and Twitter. We got one from a DFoss39. He says everyone on Fox News looks like they're about to purge. Good thing we're watching NBC.
that there is flat turnout in Flint,
that like,
Michigan. So the camp,
the fingers
the
down the
Trump
throat?
camp is feeling quite upbeat now.
By
They're
what?
cautiously
I think he means
but they
the
do feel
movie,
like they have
the
a chance to
referencing
pull
the
this
movie.
off.
Yeah.
Katie, Tara, thanks
Let's
very
see.
much.
Let's actually, well, let's keep up with our Twitter feed. Let's see what's trending on Twitter right now.
Twitter.
Twitter? Oh, do you have a Twitter?
Very nervous, I can tell you this right
Freddie
now.
C. Jokes.
And both feeling like they have
I think
an
Jokes with a Z.
opportunity here.
I'm not-
If you're
I'm
going to
not-
watch what's going on, you've got to look where I'm standing, which is in Cleveland. I spent the day at a polling place there. It was very telling. There was a burst around lunchtime, but in the morning when you expect a lot of people, later in the day when you expect a lot of people as folks were going home from work, there was not a big turnout. The director of the elections board
In the live feed, I'm
here
still
in
here.
Cuyahoga County was saying, well, I still
Oh yes,
think that
Freddy's
we have
back and better than ever. And he has a
but the
Red Bull.
reports that were coming
Oh,
in
wings.
weren't that there were
Cheers.
lines, weren't that there was any big last minute rush.
caffeine.
And
I
I will
didn't
tell
think about caffeine.
one
We
thing
could be
to look
running
at from the
late.
exit polls
Yeah, I got
is
some,
the economy, very important. People here
Fred,
in
ladies and
West Bend,
gentlemen, always
and who
prepared.
is
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know
better
if we have any more
Donald
people
Trump
tuning
beating
in.
Hillary
Nope,
Clinton
still
in
one
the exit
watching.
poll
Yeah.
platform.
But for the one, us.
It's also being saved for us posterity. We could take this and whack it up. You know what I mean? And just get like the best of, like the best 15 minutes, 20
I
minutes.
said, are most of your
Oh,
friends
so
and
that's
family
recorded.
voting? And more than half.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It recorded, it archived it somewhere. There was some, it said some. We'll see. Hopefully, this isn't lost to time. But we can find our best, like bits. Whack them all up into like a best
I think
of.
he does say it because because it just goes on to the.
You know what I mean? And we'll cut out any of the bullshit. And we'll just anything that went in there. And then we'll just I got the best stuff no one's really
Watch
watching. So.
this vote coming in
I wonder how many
County.
people
That
think
reaction
that
to an unexpected place.
Chris Jansen, thank you very much. Stay with us. When we come back, we're going to talk live with Senator Rand Paul, who NBC News projects has been reelected in Kentucky. Our Decision on American coverage
37
continues
people
here on NBC.
Outreach. I thought I said reactive. I'm like, damn.
Share it again.
Yeah, I'll share it out. Get all 73, my friend.
I should just boost the post, put $1 into it. Oh yeah.
Next time, dude.
Well, I shared it out on my page, so I can see how many people seen it on my page too.
Like we gotta do this a few times and get good at it. This is a skill. You see what I'm saying? We're getting better. Once you get good enough, then we could like watch movies and shit like this. What's the thing about watching a movie is we're gonna have to do it for 2 hours, like perfect. Not perfect, but better.
But even that, then we can chop them down to movie reviews, then like 3-minute movie reviews.
Yeah, that's how we get around fair use. We can just watch the whole thing and then overlay it.
Yeah.
And then we could like do it on like some.
And we do it like this, so we can watch it and have our screen up and shit.
We'll get kicked off all the time, but we can do it on accounts that, like, we'll have accounts where we stream from, and then we'll have accounts where we put the actual whacked up videos. So you know what I mean? So if they cancel our account.
Dude, my media production page is looking for more like up-to-date shit, so we can do this on like a weekly basis. I'd be 100% down for that.
And we can slowly improve our equipment as we go.
Yeah, but honestly, like, this isn't a bad setup. Like, and not only that,
It's enough
like,
to get it started at least.
yeah, like we could just I could bring like a little low light setup so we could have like low lights while we watch movie, but like hit us.
Well, if you got some way to feed your camera into that MacBook, we could use that as a capture source instead of the webcam, and then we could use that
USB, dude, it does a live USB feed.
Yeah, live USB feed down to that guy. You have 2 USB ports?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so we throw a second USB port, we set the camera up on the tripod. This does all the broadcasting for us. You can remote into it from there or something to control the actual feed. Or we can hook up like a multiple monitor support. Or I can get another capture card and capture video.
Well, we could
Like we could capture.
We could do the multi-monitor because I have a FireWire thing for both, and also this has a HDMI.
I got an HDMI monitor in there. So
that's what I mean. We could have like the dual screen monitor, have the one official monitor, and then the one.
Because if we have one with the control room, and then we can capture the display on the other.
Yeah, exactly.
Basically, we're looking
You know,
at
the first monitor have control, and then capture the display on the other monitor. Or we can just make a virtual monitor.
less than a percentage point.
Cool,
Ohio.
yeah,
Now
full
watch,
screen.
let me take you to
Maybe
New
we can do
Hampshire.
that.
This one, 200 votes at this point.
Let's get a practice on this one, and then we
Let me
can
take you
work our way up.
down to
I think with
North
the,
Carolina. Look at this
Colorado,
one.
I think we'll be
We
fine.
got
Oh wait, no, it
20,000
wasn't counting
votes
us
out
as
of more
watching
than
because now it
3
says
million
nobody's
cats.
watching. So that was one person.
And they left.
Time as you can see.
Because we were doubting ourselves.
Still waiting, mostly.
We thought it was us.
Yeah.
And they were like, they're not paying attention.
Wait, is it just gone?
Yeah, it just said us. Because it said one person watching.
I want to show you this.
That was one person, that wasn't me.
How's it know?
She's winning, but not
Yeah,
by big
because that said one person watching right there.
I know, but that's not tied into anything. How would it know?
Because it's a live stream, so it shows me.
But I'm watching.
Neither side right now can feel good. I mean, it's
But it's Mike.
animation.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's like a Linux box. I mean, it's behind the same IP address, but I wouldn't think they would.
Reported some hope on the Trump side, and you look at something like Colorado and Virginia; these are battlegrounds. And
One
yet,
person liked
these
it.
are two states that I think back in August, the Clinton campaign
Does it normally just get one like?
spending money in,
No.
feeling like these were
Well,
in the
it was at 0-0.
All right, well, we can pound someone for a little while to watch it. I mean, it's unfortunate. They probably figured. Oh, he's back. Welcome. Or is that us? I was gone.
Yeah, well, people are bouncing in and out, so we're just going to keep
Yeah,
going.
he didn't hear us. Oh man, dude, if you pop back again, you can watch this. If you're just trying to watch this feed, you can just watch this feed. You don't need to watch us doing this feed. But if you're watching it for us, feel free.
Decision Night in America coverage continues here on NBC.
Alright, so while they're advertising, we're just going to go back into it.
We're not advertising. They're talking about.
It seems like America's on the downhill fucking slopes, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just kidding. But we are ever closer. Jesus, really.
Do you see Janet Reno done?
Yes, the first lady under Bill Clinton to hold, what was her title?
Secretary. Oh, she was Attorney General.
Yeah, but I thought she was secretary, whatever it was. That's what.
Secretary of State.
That's what I wanted to say, but I didn't want to. I'm sorry if I'm offending anybody. I just don't want to give her the wrong title, but I'm just unsure.
I think Attorney General was the one.
Let's do a quick search. Janet Reno.
Let's test my knowledge. See if,
I thought it was Secretary of State under Bill Clinton.
Attorney General.
Attorney General. Right, guys. That's right. Yeah, it was the Attorney General. I think that's quite a loss. I think it's quite crazy that he died the Monday before Hillary quite possibly
you know what that is,
elected in. What?
You know what that is, right?
The Attorney General?
No, you know why she died. Hillary Clinton has a hit list, where all the people she wants to kill, and they just wanted to finish it off before the election, because after the election, it's going to get filled right back up again.
Well, there's still, if we're laying into that conspiracy, which we're not trying to go on conspiracies, but if you've never heard of that conspiracy, it is the Hillary list. I'd recommend looking into it. It's a neat little side story. Whether you believe it or not, it's completely up to you, but I personally find it intriguing. I think it's kind of just the little stories and steps and every little detail is kind of like...
Well, you had Vince Foster, who was going to testify against her, and he hung himself just like a few days before. Then there is the Hillary Clinton staffer who was working in Washington, and he's in one of the safest neighborhoods in Washington, lowest crime rate neighborhood in Washington. He was killed execution style, 2 bullets to the back of the head, nothing missing on him, and the police believe it's a robbery.
Yeah, in like a very nice neighborhood.
Like a neighborhood a senator would live in. Yeah, very nice. And basically just shot 2 bullets in the head, execution style, in the back. Nothing missing. It was a lot of robbery. So there is some suspicious deaths. I mean, yeah, I mean, my rule has always been no smoke without fire. I think that's a decent rule. And basically, what's happening with Hillary Clinton is there's this kitchen, it's just billowing smoke, and they're saying, there's no fire. Don't worry about it. No fire. And that's how I feel about this thing. Perhaps she's preferable to Donald Trump. I mean, I think only time would tell. I think only having one person be the president and then one other person being the president, I don't think it'll be.
This is slightly better with women voters than Obama did 4 years ago. That's making
personally.
All right, Fred Yang, Bill McInturff, we've got Peter Hall.
Being a firefighter,
we're going to come back and chat a little bit more about these key swing states of
there
Michigan.
can be smoke without a fire,
per se,
but there can't be smoke without a lot of heat.
The notebooks are out, the boxes are out.
But the problem is, we're looking at this proverbial kitchen with all the smoke coming out of it.
this campaign is the historic
there's
nature
so much
of
smoke.
Hillary Clinton's campaign. She's not
We don't know
being
if there's
big
fire
like-
right behind it, or if it's just a lot
Yeah,
of
but
heat.
it's possible that there is
It's very
a sun
interesting because
inside
in
of that kitchen.
2008,
Like somehow
one of the
a sun had
things
been
that the campaign
but
concluded was that
And that's
It's not like-
no, but that's the problem. Is the magnitude is so unknown, and I think that's where all the controversy really comes in. Is we have known knowns and we have known unknowns, but this email thing and a lot about her
Russian
is
uranium
is,
stuff.
is an unknown unknown. It's
would make history, but
it's
I
this
just don't see that as a point of
art,
emphasis.
this ambiguous.
In the campaign as much as you might
What
think it
is
would be.
going
We're gonna take a short
on
break. We'll be back
here?
with more
Type
from
deal.
NBC News election.
And I think that's where a lot of the controversy comes in with her. And I think a lot of people will find it hard because a lot of people are like, oh, it's just an email scandal. But it's like, okay, but what was she talking about that needs to be deleted 1.5 million times?
Decision
Like,
Night
Yeah.
in America continues.
if you have one bad conversation with your friends about like, oh, we should have blown those bastards up, I see that. I think
Blown?
14 more
Yeah.
states in the last hour.
but
including
Jesus
Michigan,
Christ, I mean,
Wisconsin,
we're talking
and Colorado.
bleach bit too.
So-
Like,
so
you're
not-
hiding some. You and I are both IT savvy.
Yeah.
Oh, and wait, hold on.
Yeah,
Go
not-
back to this.
Nebraska,
16 states thus far.
Wyoming, and
He's almost there, dude.
State
Like
Texas
he's
were
at 137.
electoral votes. NBC News is projecting
Guys.
Hillary Clinton, the winner in
Get-
her home state,
get outta
New
here.
York, good for 29 electoral votes. A key state, New Hampshire, is too close to call at this
I
hour,
have a
and
better
that's where
idea.
we find Tammy Leitner and Hollis. Tammy is very
Ladies and
loud
gentlemen,
when you
Fred
are at the same
with a good
time.
idea. Fred with the technology.
We are in your country.
Surfaces to rust things with.
Let me tell you where we are. We have a winery in Hollis, New Hampshire, and most of the people
Thomas,
in this group are Trump
what are you
fans.
doing?
Take a look around here.
Why you
They've
act
got
this
a
way?
comedian. They've
They got a comedian and wine.
And there's 150 people or
They have a
so.
comedian and then they have a dude.
And a guy standing there with an awkward instrument.
You know what would suck even more being the guy holding. Well, I guess that would suck more.
A week ago, a
Chase!
Trump was here in this very
I
God
think
bless you.
you're Daisy boy. Be quiet.
Toast are getting excited.
God damn it! Screwed up my. You stepped on my joke for the last time. Jake.
Are you under the couch?
No, but basically this comedian has to do the comedy in front of like the news. Like that's the worst room
You know
could
what's
ever
even
be in.
weirder? That guy's wife just kind of walked up to him and now he's like, damn it, Deborah, stop trying to get your 15 minutes in now.
Yeah.
Kicked her off.
Told you the band was gonna make it. I know it's just me now.
Me and Phil, I told you we had it.
Comedy
Look
banjo duo.
at
We'll get the Jeff Foxworthy demographic.
Sorry, babe. I'm number one now. All these people are at a winery. So, oh, wait, we got audience interaction in the background with the comedian. Oh, wait, that guy's got a never.
Anybody name a professional?
Can we look at the shirt over her shoulder quick? Never Hillary.
Never Hillary.
Never Hillary. And that guy's wearing an American hat. You know what? Look, I'm in America.
And that's why this state
Yeah.
probably is going to really come down
I
to
am just beyond baffled that
I mean,
they have a comedian live.
live comedian, news behind him, so he has to. People are trying to watch the news and like do the election because they're probably right.
And what's that countdown clock? Is that till the next? They have until the polls close. Not only that, is that comedian going until the polls close, or is that comedian going until they decide? Because that poor bastard could be doing the longest stand-up set in history.
Yeah, like, what if they like their candidate loses and they have to then he has to console them. It has to like he has to yes.
Like, what if they called it before, like just as the polls closed?
He goes after like he's it's like going after like Richard Pryor or something. like that's the worst opener for you could possibly have. And your candidate lost. And here's Billy Worklitz. You know, like he damn well better save some material and not use it in that first set because he'll totally fuck himself over. He's got to have his best shit for the second set. You know.
That's good. if God forbid every state on the East Coast, from the Rockies over, had went Hillary, that guy would be standing up there like, what? I guess we call her Madam President.
There's only one thing you can do in that situation. You have to cater to your demographic. Well, you know those New York facts. There's only one way to possibly get those people to get on your side. like honestly, you have to just pander them and be like, you know, homosexuality is a sin. Now, speaking of sins, you have to be like a racist Garrison Keillor. Is what you have to become.
Maybe that's how Donald got his way to power. It's like, hey, if you don't like Hillary Clinton, then you gotta fucking key into one fucking demographic. And that's what he did. And he keyed into the second biggest demographic, which is that what they call the Iron Belt, that red belt state that just runs up. But it's working for him.
That's the Russians. Iron Belt.
And it's all red. What do you know? Donald Trump is a red.
Yeah, red in the face.
We will see you again in 30 minutes. Now back to Lester Holt in New York.
Okay, back to Lester Holt, who did a horrible job moderating, if I do say so myself. Just stand up, make a quick professional adjustment.
Lester Holt doesn't require. Do you think you would do a better job moderating than Lester Holt? He does beat us a bit in experience. We can as a team. Do you think we do a better job as a team?
It's just asking questions. They don't come up with it. All they have to do is. All I think the moderator is anymore is somebody to stop them from fighting. And to say, now we're going to go on to this topic.
Tap on the podium, please, sir. No racial epithets. No racial slurs. Go on.
Mr. Trump, please, for the last time.
Sir, put your penis away. This is not a type of assembly. That'll be the next election.
What is this, a high school assembly?
Mark my words. In 8 years, the people running for president, one of them will have a sex tape. You'll be able to see that person fully nude.
North Carolina,
in 8 years' time.
Too close to call. 56,000 vote difference. Let's look at
Georgia. If the host of The Apprentice can make it to become president, I can believe it.
I'm surprised there's a Donald Trump one. That would be the funniest goddamn thing I've ever seen. Like,
oh yeah. Look at me.
I am just the best.
I am.
He's talking about himself.
I am freaking huge. I am freaking huge. If you've never seen huge, I am huge. If you want huge,
this is the most enjoyable blowjob you've ever given anyone.
Yes. You're loving this almost as much as I am. Because you are blowing me.
So you said we're looking at 130,000 votes.
Yeah, that's right.
We get 94%.
Dummy, I'm huge.
Most of the votes
you
left.
Dummy, I'm huge.
Got you up into my hotel room because I'm a master of the deal. I offered you $3,000.
And do you have sex with me? The crotch is on fire.
What percentage does she win it by?
It's fired.
If there's 100,000 votes left, okay?
For some reason, I breathe a lot through my nose.
70-30.
I tic tac down in my urethra.
She'll net 140.
I'm like that Maynard Keynes guy.
I'm gonna put 5 tic tacs in your asshole.
To where Florida is. Sorry about that.
Oh wait, he's sorry about that. Look, he can't even read the numbers. Here we are criticizing ourselves and maybe our future president, and fucking NBC News can't even call it. Can't even call the numbers.
Can't be trusted.
Come on.
Florida.
Now for our special guest.
137 votes, Nicole.
Now he's angry because he's not.
It is going to be less than a
Hey,
percentage.
Chase.
You calm down. You'll be up here soon enough. We
Chase.
need one guest on the couch at a time.
Chase.
Chase, come on.
Chase, come on. Up, Chase.
Up over here. Up over here.
He wants to be near the neighbors.
Over here.
Chase.
Go over here.
And it's a straight shot.
Chase, you can come over here.
Go in.
Michigan, it doesn't need both Michigan and
Do
Pennsylvania.
you know that dogs are the only things other than humans that understand pointing and looking at?
Yeah, the monkeys don't understand.
Yeah.
So look, it is, I can tell you this, if you're the Clinton campaign, because of the way the rest of the map looks, you don't want to see Florida go red yet.
And Nicole,
You don't want to see
the
Florida
Trump
go red.
campaign right now, you're starting to
What do you
feel
think,
signs
Cuddles?
of life.
Cuddles is just not having much of any of this because,
I'll put myself
well,
in this category myself alone, but then I
doesn't give a
and
fuck.
then the polls
That's why I wish I was a dog. Because dogs don't have to vote. You know what dogs have to eat? Not shit in the house.
Yeah. I
I eat in that shit in the house all the time. In fact, I eat in that shit all over the house all the time. I control where I shit. I shit in toilets every time.
Should do a porcelain.
I have not shit anywhere but a porcelain thing or a controlled spot inside the woods area.
He will prove just about everybody who does what I do wrong.
And we should say that, I mean, the surprise factor is we knew that
Even a brown
call
brown
this
line.
early in the night. It was going to be
Maybe from a bad wipe job, but
Yeah, cause you have to use a porta potty or something.
I hold it for days.
I mean, the Trump campaign didn't have the same.
I will not poop at a
But
concert.
seriously, that desk.
And we saw
It's
some
like-
demographic
Speaking of pooping at a concert, can we go back to the clear glass desk with the red?
They had
white,
they had
and
that desk
white?
built, and like there's literally a guy who like whose pet project of that place was that desk. And every day he's like, "Can we bring out the desk?" I'm like, no, not the time.
I just think we didn't have our
And
weights.
then like today, John.
He got that
the
done.
desk.
He got that one day one, and for like
No.
76 days, they were like, "It's not gonna come to you."
But I promise you, that thing is razor sharp.
Yeah. 3 people died walking around the set.
Like you can tell, the cameras are HD now. That's razor sharp.
You could see the blood stain.
Like an intern fell into it and it just slices them like a cucumber. You know, like,
Cut him open.
if it was straight glass, that would cut you up very bad.
Chase has something, ladies and
Oh,
gentlemen.
he's allowed to have, it's his phone.
Yeah, I know. I was announcing it to the crowd.
Do you see over there all the bones? That's the bones. Throw all the bones. Throw back the bones.
Is that where they're like allowed to hang out? The bones?
I just put them there so they're out of the way. Don't trip over.
However this turns out tonight, it's going to
Get
be so
all
much
the
closer than
bones
anybody
out.
could have realized.
Have you watched the Delocated show?
Futures right now.
That's the best show.
I mean, that is
Did
just
you hear what happened to Ken Bone? Did you follow that?
Was he like a closet like racist or something? Like,
He did an AMA and left it on his actual account so people followed like what he commented and liked and shit. And it was like J-Lo booty pics and like new celebrity stuff and like interracial gangbang, like MFW and stuff and like
oh, she's one of those guys who wants what's his wife
yeah, like gold and whatnot. But speaking of good old cocks, Nebraska, Donald Trump is now the predicted winner.
Absolutely, Lester. And then we're at a watch party for the incumbent Governor Pat McCrory, and with me is
And we're at a watch party now in North Carolina and Raleigh.
This is a toss-up state.
And it seems to be a toss-up state, but not for Donald Trump, who is in the lead with 50%, with 76% of the votes in.
We're in a great position at this point in the evening. Urban areas tend to come in sooner, and Mr. Trump looks
Hey
like
Fred, maybe I knew one of them Red Bulls.
It's going to be close, but the governor just went up. Normally, once you go up more than halfway across, you don't go back down. I would just tell you a couple of things. We were up as Republicans 100,000 votes.
Take it like a
over 2012.
Take it like a man.
At the end of the early vote. Democrats were down.
Ladies and gentlemen, to explosive diarrhea.
Well, right, but you have to remember that Republicans win election day.
I should have
Democrats
something
win.
What's that?
His shirt she bought me, I'm like, oh, I'll wear it for his nice shirt. But it's like 2 o'clock.
That's what you did in 2012.
Too small.
In 2008, Barack Obama took this. You think that Trump is going to take it quickly? Tell me.
I do believe
Do you think
that
Trump's
we're
going to take
win,
it? Yeah, he's going to take it.
Can we listen to this guy?
Burr and McCrory tonight. Close races, but a good night for Republicans.
You wouldn't believe, but 3 days ago that guy was froggy.
A beautiful lady went up tripping on ass, kissed him, and turned into that, and somehow entered the polls.
Who's this here?
Lester, I'm here with several
Unaware for 30
families.
seconds.
The fact that this local watch party in Miami.
So from Miami, they need a chick that doesn't speak English that well. Yeah, but
Some are voters, and as you can imagine, the movement
she's playing up her Miami a bit.
incredibly
And they're
tense.
like, in Miami,
Started to tighten.
In
Miami,
Miami,
like,
in Miami,
Their main
Benvenuta at Miami.
They just start going in like different songs. What?
Republican candidate stance on immigration that Chris
I mean,
the issues for so many Latinos.
In Benito, Miami.
Throughout the night, we have seen a record
Raised to
turnout
270.
by Latinos in several battleground states.
Damn.
Here in Florida, a 75% increase in early voting by Latinos compared to 2012. But
Oh,
just
Latin
the fact
American.
that Donald Trump
I'm not gonna
appears to
say.
be leading
Why
in
pick that
polls
one
now,
word to say?
come back the issue of
You know,
immigration
in their language.
This just in from ABC News and Twitter. It's reporting that Republicans will retain control of the House. ABC News predicts. So it looks like, it looks like, unfortunately, against all the Democrats,
Yeah, the people aren't happy with the Democrats since Obama.
Ooh, that reminds me, image may contain. If you look on Facebook, there's a funny little script I noticed the other day. Where,
Let's for now.
for all of you watching,
Projecting anything, we're just gonna give it. Okay, so
give him
Trump's
a
leading
bit
there.
of
He's leading in Georgia.
show.
He's leading in North Carolina. He's leading in
one of the things, I just gotta find a good picture.
Let's assume Arizona sits at 259 there. He's not.
Yes, so if you see there's a regular picture like this, and we'll show the audience here. If you right click and do a search Google, it actually, there are tags where it says image may contain one person, beard, close up. And if you actually look,
Is that Safari?
Michigan. So watch.
no, that's Firefox.
Now let's
But the thing is, it's coded in Facebook, so Facebook.
Oh, Facebook made it.
Facebook's code, so that's what the image is instead of like something JPEG. That's how pictures are identified on Facebook now. The image may contain one person,
That's
beard, close up.
That's the alt stuff. Yeah.
It doesn't.
Yeah,
it's for people who
We know there's some interesting things that
like
it doesn't take long to get you to
blind
269, 269.
So when they're browsing Facebook and there's an image there, it'll say the image is this. You know what I mean? Or it may contain this. And that's like context. So when you're reading the comments and stuff, it's a blank.
So we will just.
But it has that for.
But
So it's like two people smiling. So you're saying that's not them tracking us. That's actually the blind people.
Actually, because of these, like a lot of these websites, like YouTube has to find captions because of the Americans with Disabilities. They actually had a bunch of legal issues if you can provide captions or that type of material.
And then suddenly we could be sitting in Michigan, be sitting in Colorado. I mean, it's gonna be a long night. It's gonna be, if you're a junkie, it's gonna be a fun night. I mean, we are dividing up this.
If you're a junkie, it's gonna be a fun night. You hear that?
Yeah, I mean.
Junkies are always having fun, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, it's always a fun night for a junkie. I mean, unless you're in the score.
Yeah, I was gonna say, good.
And then there's what's it called?
That's good night.
Cockroaches crawling over your body.
Monitor those states that are still too close to call. We'll bring them to you as soon as we get word from our decision.
10 p.m.
makers.
Full
Could happen
closings
anytime.
coming up.
If you want to stay with us, our Decision Night in America coverage
Yep, we're
continues
close to
here.
another set of polls closing, ladies and gentlemen. Still hot on the heels of the debate, or I should say the election. The debates are over.
What's your vote story?
What's that?
What's your vote story?
Means a lot to me because
What's my vote story?
Do you think your vote story is compelling as this old black woman poster?
I mean, I didn't see her in the back of the bus the other day. I was on my way back and during the SEPTA strike, and they made me ride a bus. And they said, get in the back.
Septus people said?
Yeah.
I think the stakes are so high.
The dude, I got on. First thing he said to me was, go to the back.
How does Septus people get to the protest?
To me, it's like, it's super personal, you know, like...
Do they use the buses to get to their own people like that?
Did they steal a bus? They're like, Bill, we're in fucking Jackie's bus.
They're probably all
Can I ask you, why do they only have old people's election stories going into play?
Yeah, that's what I'm
They
saying.
have like one young curly haired guy who's like, yeah, I totally fit in with this crowd and it's totally cool.
I don't think line for 12 minutes.
Yeah.
They wouldn't let me vote.
Half these women aren't going to be alive 15 minutes after the election results are in.
white woman who doesn't matter, she's a woman. To me.
The fact that I never...
See, that's what I'm saying. Look, the
Lines are
demographics are these
long.
old women and then
And also his shirt says 32 BJ.
You know, it's something that...
which...
Is it like a radio station? Like 32 BJ. Smooth as jet.
Or is that a gas station? Where there are a bunch of glory holes.
Yeah.
Yes, I felt more empowered, and I feel good about this.
Oh my god.
But she's making decisions about encryption.
Yeah, and not only
Yeah,
that.
like no offense, but it really, like well, the terrorists scare me, so we need to get rid of encryption.
I think if you don't pay taxes, I feel like not a working class person or anything, I don't think you should have a vote. As far as that goes, I think to be a part of the country, you should have to pay taxes.
You should have to. Here would be my advice. You should have to pay more in taxes than you receive.
Democracy Plaza outside our studios at 30 Rock here in New York.
You know what I mean? So like if you get like food stamps or something, you pay. It's $1,200 a year. You should have to pay. You have to pay more than $1,200.
Trump ahead
It's paid $1,201.
47%. But folks, this is about the battleground states. We knew it would be, but it is far closer than many imagined. Florida right now, too close to call. 139,000 vote difference. Let's look at the state of Michigan here that Clinton was forced to defend down the stretch. A 50,000 vote difference, too close to call. Ohio, a perennial battleground state, too close to call. You see the difference there. North Carolina right now, an 84,000 vote difference, too close to call. Same story in Georgia, a state that Clinton was hoping to turn blue, very close there as well, too close. New Hampshire. Look at New Hampshire right there, 1,300.
Too close to call. Okay.
Are they gonna like turn the building more red?
Also too close to call the state that
That's what I would do. That's why we need to have us do it. You bring the lights up, and I'll build a controller. Gonna like look at take the polls in real time, and make the building more and more red or blue. If we had prepared more than a few minutes. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're looking at the production value of about 15 minutes before
that would actually be sick. Next time we have to do this, because we'll have 4 years. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna renovate that room. I mean, like more of a studio. We can set up.
Come back, I'm gonna go my camera here.
I have to say, I think this will.
We need to do some broadcasting in the meantime.
In Florida, I think with what's left, it just depends on how much is.
Hopefully, we'll get some good bits and we'll just whack it up. That's what I'm saying.
Mythical 50,000 box or something and switches. So
usually, I surpassed it from the other guy, from what I read. You have to send it to me, and then maybe I'll just whack. Or you can edit it too. Just whack up the good bits.
There's nowhere else in the state.
There's not a lot left. Look, one precinct in Miami can be worth can have 100,000 votes in it. So that does happen in those big counties.
That's a nice screen as well.
No, for sure, but I don't think she needs.
You can realize, you don't realize how crappy the screen that is. It's $200 laptop. Compared to that, like you don't realize how crappy it is when you're using it.
Or 500,000 votes from 65 35. But I don't know.
Look at that lady's forehead.
The other too close to call states.
The battery life, I think, is about 12 hours.
North Carolina, you still have a ton.
Oh, that thing is amazing. I'm back.
I mean, but for $1,500 too. That's so much more per dollar.
You know, you'd rather be Trump than Clinton right now, but still too much. I can tell you in Virginia.
Alright, we got an official message from somebody. I sent them the live stream and they said, no thanks, haha, I'm stepping away from all this for a while. Some people can't handle.
I mean, this is incredibly serious.
It's now 10,000, but we're still waiting for a bunch of
Fairfax. Yeah, I was watching it a minute ago. I'll get back on it. Alright, so we got people coming on it. Alright,
no thumbs down this far. That's all we can say. We have a perfect record in the thumbs down department.
So far, we've got all thumbs up. Anybody's watching, please tell your friends.
It may be Michigan.
And we put keywords, so you should be able to.
If he wins Florida and North Carolina and Ohio, we're going to be sitting here waiting on Michigan.
And Lester, nobody was talking about Michigan 5 days
No,
ago.
but this open broadcast is pretty sick. Let's be honest.
Let's go to Hallie Jackson now. Hallie?
Hey Lester, I'm joined here by filmmaker Michael Moore, who has spent
Michael
months
Moore.
really diving.
Oh my god, Michael Moore's got the same haircut as me. What do you know? The weird fucking, I need to get a haircut.
He hasn't made a documentary in like 10 years, dude. It's been a long time. What was his last documentary?
Called the Brexit States.
He's actually really for Donald Trump, but I'm not sure what his last thing is.
The working class that
Michael Moore in Trumpland. Is that his next documentary?
And packed and
it's a great essay. I don't know an essay.
These last really couple decades, they're at the point where they're angry and
I want to watch it. I want to read
Let's
it.
see what. Let's look up Michael Moore's last film quick. Michael Moore's
Yeah.
last film.
It's gonna be like 2006.
Called it a middle finger to the
Michael
establishment.
Yeah, it's or
Moore's
Trump
last
being there eating the
film.
Molotov cocktail that they just get to throw into the system today.
Molotov. Did you hear Donald Trump supporter before?
Oh, so he's coming out with a new one. Where to invade next? 2015.
Blow up the system. He's not. He has no.
I just never heard of it. Man.
So
I
when
wasn't
we talk
following.
about a state like Michigan, which came on sort of late in the game, it's a really important
His
battleground.
new
We're
documentary
seeing
is
what we're
his
seeing
biggest
there
flop
now,
yet.
which
So
is
apparently
this
people were
being
like
incredibly
this now.
close and potentially a turning point for
I never heard
Donald
of
Trump. You're a guy who knows Michigan pretty
So,
well. Are you surprised by that?
yeah.
I mean, it has a pretty good IMDb rating.
No, I mean this has been my
Yeah,
fear.
but Rotten
Trying
Tomatoes
to tell people.
But yeah, good
Special
IMDb, like you
focus
said.
on Michigan.
IMDb is more over time
These
as
are people
well.
I grew up with. I know.
The Rotten Tomatoes is more
They're being
mobile.
manipulated by a con artist. That's what Donald Trump is. He has not told them the truth. They're not. He's not going to bring their jobs back, and he's really. He's the.
Well, you know why they don't like him is because he's
his
not.
way of doing things.
The funny thing is, there's a speech of Michael Moore.
Into the future. Right now.
Michael Moore, thank you very much, former Bernie
Michael
Sanders.
Moore was 100%.
What are you doing?
Up next, we're going to
Cut.
report on the
Get out of
of
here.
what is
Chase.
perhaps the most surprising battle
Get out.
in the state of the entire
Get out of here, buddy.
Everybody go to the bones now.
Nobody fight. Everybody out.
states, including Nevada.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just had a dog brawl on the floor and it was
okay.
absolute pandemonium.
What are you fighting
Everybody's
for?
cool. Everybody's cool now. It was absolute chaos.
Go lay down. Why you
Here's this Evan McMullen again. If he wins Utah, he'll be the first person since 1968 to win a third-party candidate vote. Which I think is funny since fucking Bernie Sanders, although he ran as a Democrat, was close. But Gary Johnson, I mean, how is he not polling in any states? We see his name coming up all around here. He's at certain
They keep
percent.
cutting him back and forth because that one makes no sense.
I don't.
They're
First of all,
screwing up. They're screwing up.
Whoever's working this editing, look, they can't get this touch right.
Guys, you idiots, just have one static shot with a square superimposed.
I mean, look at this though.
Very easy.
Look, what kind of? Yeah, great. We have the ice rink in New Hampshire.
Nobody's there.
Nobody's.
Did they close the place
It's
off?
a cigarette break again. They're out on the cigarette break.
But like, did they close the place off? And like, no one can ice skate. We need to shoot a logo.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's Rockefeller Center. I'm sure nobody ever would think.
There appears to be a bunch of people standing. If you look at the upper, the middle right hand corner.
But it's like nobody plans their vacation to go to New York City ever. It's not like one of the most populated
Daddy,
tourist sites
I want to
ever.
ice skate at Rockefeller Center.
Oh,
And
tough
they think
shit, Billy. It's fucking election day.
Election
you know?
day. They need to shoot a static logo so they can superimpose graphics over it.
Yeah, but look. Oh, we're doing the camera movement now, ladies and gentlemen.
Maybe this camera's on a
Are we
drone.
coming back? Oh no, camera movement.
Oh, no, now it's going to show Twitter.
Tweeted out a short while ago.
Wait, all right, let's see what's going
Pence
on.
and Donald Trump and
Watching the
family
election.
and staffers watching.
You know how they're talking about that 300-pound hacker guy with those emails? He's right in the middle.
The guy who's gonna leak all the shit on her.
It could be
was that guy in the middle.
300-pound hacker. Like, I guess they got him out of his bed.
Quite confident in where they stand at this
All
point.
right.
They still consider this is going to be a
All right, so
tight
New
race,
Mexico.
but it's looking better than it ever
40%
has.
into
Frankly,
Clinton
their
looks like
eyes
she's
are
winning
on
that
Florida
one.
right
Yeah,
now.
And that's Gary Johnson's state. If Johnson doesn't take New Mexico, then
Wait, New Mexico? Come on.
They're holding their breath and they're waiting on more results.
So,
from
what do we
Broward
got?
County. A source in Virginia tells us
95% in. It's too close to call, but it looks like Trump might take Florida.
Yeah.
Huge swing state.
It's too close to call because like they always fuck it up every year. Seriously.
Then they're going to go on.
Well, wasn't it 537 was the magic number in the actual polls when they came out in the George Bush Al Gore election? I think it was.
Yeah, well, George Bush actually lost.
Yeah, but it was 500 and some popular votes, but he won.
No, it was 500 and something on that on the electoral college, like the actual votes that decided it.
All right, let's go to
But
Hillary Mitchell. She is at Clinton.
it was like many thousands of like Gore won the popular vote by.
They are about as nervous as every other Democrat around.
I knew it was something all fucked up, but that's the thing. It's some of those.
They're playing video.
No matter how you look
if
at
you win the
it.
popular vote, still lose.
Yeah, exactly. Wait, what are they cheering for here? Clinton headquarters.
Virginia critical, as you know.
The flags are. Those people could be standing there forever. Like, if he doesn't secede tonight, which he said he might not do, that's gonna be.
Oh, look, Clinton people send that road, or they go home, and like Donald Trump people instead.
I'm gonna do a quick check on what's trending on Twitter here. We're just gonna post a quick thing there, see what we're looking at.
At some point, we should take a break in the broadcast. We can put a graphic up that says we're taking a break.
5-to-1 advantage in terms of paid and volunteer staff.
At some point.
They had a much bigger.
Well, we do have our one person watching.
We do.
We thank that one person, whoever you are.
Yeah, one person is watching. But we need to take a break. I mean, clearly, this woman urinates at some point.
And that crowd, we heard them applaud a minute ago.
I don't urinate, actually. That's the funny thing about me.
It becomes
first time that she took the lead, and that's what they were looking at.
I've never urinated once before in my life.
2 goals to call. Again in Virginia.
82% in, and Clinton's winning that one.
Wow.
Yeah, by, you know, 2,000
Quickly approaching 10 p.m. in the East, 7 o'clock out west. Polls about to close in 4 more states.
5 minutes, polls
decision night in America. Coverage continues.
10 p.m. polls closing.
I guess only those states.
Oh, so Colorado, that's going to be a big one.
So those ones are open up late. Early, yeah. They're close like 7.
Night in America continues.
It's our...
I'm Chanel Jones, live in the NBC News Washington Bureau. The race across the
People in
country
California
is extremely tight at this hour. The race to 270 is intensifying. Let's take a look here. Donald Trump with 137 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton trailing with 104. She needs to catch up if she's going to win, but at this hour,
very good news analyst in there. She needs to catch up if she's going to win.
Well, she actually
that's why we watch this news station.
Well, she actually doesn't need to catch up if she's going to win. She needs to, supersede. Like, do better than that. Doesn't catch up.
Last time a Republican won the election while losing Virginia was Calvin Coolidge.
What happened if all the news networks just reported fake data and just like said, "Oh, Donald Trump, 90% of the vote, he won," and just like say it unequivocally, and leave like everyone else like the electoral committee, they're like, "No, that didn't happen." Like they all agree.
There's like a mass media conspiracy of like, okay, this person's gonna win.
There's probably one API when we look at this data. Like if you just control that API. Where they're getting this data. Electoral data. There's like one company that controls it.
To be in play this evening.
Oh my God.
Both candidates
Russia.
actually made their way through this.
Russia is the one company.
Well, Donald Trump is really getting like 10% of the vote across the country because they're pushing this shit.
Well, they got all kinds of balloons and everything ready.
Is Donald Trump's campaign in a bar? Is that can't be his campaign headquarters?
No, he's in Manhattan.
Yeah.
Him and Hillary are both in Manhattan. Hillary's in that glass ceiling building. Donald's in the building he had built by...
He built one for the elections?
Yeah. He just, had built recently.
I build it and then I tear it down. He has like a crane and like a bulldozer on standby, and if he loses the election, we just all come in with the people still inside and tear the fucking building down.
See, that would be the biggest loss, though. If he's tearing the people, building with people in it, those are the people he's going to start the army with. In that building, he's going to be like, right here, right now, we start fighting! We leave this building, we fight! And that's how the fucking Civil War starts of our generation.
Yeah. Maybe we'll have to go to work tomorrow. Maybe the riots will be bad enough in the morning. We can only hope.
Well, that was the joke when Barack Obama became president. A lot of Republicans are saying, Barack can't become president because then the African American community won't go to work the next day. And
what do you mean?
It was like, where did you have?
Sorry, boss. Black Christmas.
It's like, what? It's not like they just declare that shit out because somebody won.
Michigan, and really, frankly, what we're seeing around the country tonight.
Yes, every battleground
But it
state
did
right
happen.
now is too close to call. which suggests that the final.
See,
Just
my favorite
the
thing
fatal
is, okay.
flaw. The fatal flaw in the Republicans' plan there is black people don't go to work anyway.
Seems to have so this is not a good campaign. I'm hoping that.
There goes our two watches.
See, that's what I find racism is funny because it is ridiculous.
The fact that Michigan
See,
is open
it's
to
juxtaposition.
certainly bad.
That's what things are funny.
It's interesting 'cause a
So
lot
it's
of
not,
the
it's funny because it's so
work, you see all that
untrue.
cards here. A lot of the early
Yeah,
polls
if you
show
look at the workforce and the
Michigan.
diversity in
So let's
it,
talk very
I mean, even look at the news we're watching. Look at
Look at the Army. It's like
it's resonating.
black guys are like 10% of
Keep in mind, too,
the
that
nation.
Michigan was a
The
problem
Army's
for
like
the
40%.
primaries. She was the head
You know
of
what I mean? Like it's not true that black guys are
Trump's
lazy. It's
message
just
at the end of the day,
the-
as
the
we know, is that he's going to make
stereotype is
America
funny.
great again. And whether
I'm making fun of
that
the
is by
stereotype.
bringing better jobs or creating better trade deals, that kind of abstract
Sorry,
message
you're right.
seems to have resonated. The voters didn't push him on the details.
So you're saying you are Republican or are not a
Are they biting their
Republican?
nails at this
Oh, I actually not registered anything.
See, a lot of people don't know is you can actually check you and your friends' parties out online
So
and
if
see what
Hillary
they're
Clinton
registered
wins
to vote
Virginia, I
as.
think that
I actually did it
obviously
for
is good
my
news for
friends
her.
and me.
If she wins New Hampshire, that's also excellent.
Myself
She
on
doesn't
that,
need
which
Michigan,
reminds
she
me, I
doesn't
probably
need
tried
Ohio, she doesn't
myself.
need Florida, but
I get to remind yourself.
So like if I register for like the Communist Party or something, I'm applying for
It is
jobs.
going to be a long night. There are 4
Yes, it's
He's a dirty red.
And the
Like
next
It's an online registry that's I can actually throw it in
So
the
stay with
top
us, stay with
here.
ABC News for all of your latest election results. And
Plug in the
now, back
laptop.
to
He's nothing but a
the
filthy
polls
red.
in New York for continuing
Polls are
coverage
closed and,
of decision night.
Yep, it's 10 o'clock.
though for you it's like 10:01 because you guys
So that's the end of that round of news, and the polls have officially closed in 4 states now.
Alright, so now we're gonna have to look at the
4
White House for a moment.
additional states.
See how the White, like top of the roof's all black? It's because it's like there's snipers and like missile systems up there and shit. There's like anti-plane missiles up there, and guys with guns sitting on top of the roof. That's all at the top of the White
Welcome
House.
back, everyone. It's 10 p.m. in the East, 7 p.m. in the West. We're live from NBC News.
Yeah, if you look at Google Maps, you can't actually see the
This,
top of
folks, is
the
a
White House.
razor-thin race for president.
It's just a
Many states too
block.
close to call.
Razor
Polls
thin,
have just
okay.
closed in 4 more
National
states.
vote.
Let's
Oh.
take you through what we
The
have.
pow- okay.
Vote total.
Yeah.
First, at the state of Iowa, it is too close to call. Nevada, too close to call. Utah, too early. Keep in mind that's
You know it's too early.
three-way
It's not too
race,
close.
with McMullen in the race there in Utah. Montana, NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win in Montana, and we can perhaps take a look now where we stand in that race to 270.
To be honest, I see more Donald Trump signs
Here's
than
where it
that.
stacks up right now, based on the
Yeah,
projections
I
we
mean-
made so far.
And we live in a state that's like
Clinton
going to
with
Hillary Clinton.
104. We're also watching among the
So
many
imagine
states
how like
we're
the states that are
watching,
more
things are
Republican.
close. State of Pennsylvania, as we take a look right there at the map. But if we can move out, I want to show you what's happening in
County
Pennsylvania.
But seriously, they closed this down so they could film a static brat on the top of
Who is
it.
with both Trump and
But
Clinton
ruiners are fun.
voters. Kate?
Hey Lester, yeah, we are.
They couldn't do that anywhere else in the country. Like, they have to do it one of the most.
Welcome to Red Lobster, King of Prussia.
In Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
It's interesting. We're in a bar, obviously. We got a lot of Trump fans
Obviously.
here. and I was
Why are these
telling
always
Jason
in bars?
before, tell me again,
Because the
you
most
were
people
telling me
are
that
on
you didn't
top.
even want to put a sign out in front of your house because you're a business owner. But
I think we should.
now,
I think we should have
right
polling
now-
places in bars, but everyone who votes from the bar, we just throw their vote away.
Now you can outwardly say.
Like if you go to the bar to vote, like because you're always at the bar, we'll just throw your vote away. Like no need
Why
for
did you
your
vote
vote.
for him? Why? You've been working for him as a
Or
volunteer.
breathalyzer. I just sort of breathalyzer. Like don't tell them. You just cast your vote. Ready to say.
Alright, it looks like Fox News projects that Trump won Montana.
Yeah, it is.
Obamacare.
They have a 63% to
You
win.
said to me earlier that you felt like he says the things that other people don't say out loud.
Is that total?
No, they don't.
I don't see
People
60.
say,
Go
well,
down.
he said this
The
about
one right
me,
there.
He said that. You know, I mean, what is he said that I don't hear other women saying about men? You know, women talk about men all the time and have said worse than he's ever said.
That's
Lisa,
not
thank you. We
official.
got a whole
Not
table
official
full of
graphic,
Trump
it's
supporters.
60.
But let me
Women
move
talk
over
about men
here.
all the
We
time.
actually asked some folks to move over here who voted for
His
Hillary
dog was
Clinton.
like 3 feet
How are you
long.
feeling? You're watching the TVs in here.
That was a graphic
Sound
posted by a
doesn't think you
female
can see
saying
what's
that Trump
happening.
was
How are you
estimated to
feeling?
win by
A little bit
62%.
nervous.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit surprised.
An image post, not a
so
graphic.
close. I don't want it to
There's
go
another
back
guy's
to
vote he didn't
a
count.
Bush Gore thing where they have to recount the votes, but I really think it's going to come down to Florida.
everybody's nodding along.
Florida's
Everybody
already
wants someone
decided, you
counted, and
friggin' idiot.
myself included. I was in Tallahassee for a long time. Tell me why you think this county might go for Montgomery County might go for Hillary Clinton.
Oh, I'm actually from Illinois, but
Oh, okay, okay. You're from Philly. Okay, well, we got a mixed crowd in the bar. But why did you vote for her?
well, actually, I didn't vote because I'm not American.
So we're strike one and strike two.
They should have interviewers that interview interviewers and have like, so why have you prepared for that?
Oh wait, here comes the Trump guy. Who carries his Trump sign? Who carries his Trump sign into her lobster without the news crew knew he was going to be there. But that lady behind her is having a great time.
Still voting, even though polls closed technically at 8 o'clock Eastern time. 2 hours.
What do they think that's going to do?
I like how they're like, so it looks like it's going to go to Hillary, and then if you look in the background, it's like Trump.
The voting's done. What do you think that's going to do? Whose mind is it going to change at this point in time? That's actually going to be able to vote. Like someone in California is going to see, that lady's on the Trump side.
Yeah,
behind that reporter lady. Like,
Clinton will win the 5 electoral votes in the state of New Mexico.
that horrible picture that's circulating of her with...
just like even like her teeth are just coming.
Some of these numbers on this very
like ever so slightly, but like...
3 key battleground states right now, states that are extremely
Don't
close
whiten
to
them
their
up, just
battleground.
attach
Let's start with
kind of like
Michigan, because
that.
we've been talking about that all night. We want to focus on what's driving this close race.
We lost both of our
And in
listeners
Michigan,
when I
at this
said
moment,
her
our
teeth.
exit polls are showing it appears to be white voters.
Because they don't have high definition models.
Look at this column here. The Republican candidate. The Republican candidate in 2012 got 55%
I
of
fucked it
the
up,
vote.
man.
Donald Trump
I done
announced
fucked
to
it
do
up.
better.
Oh, yeah,
6
one
points.
listener.
So he is overperforming
Oh, he's back.
the Republican from 2012, Mitt Romney. And look at the Democratic candidate. Of course,
Why are they listening?
in 2012,
They're clearly
Barack
watching.
Obama, the Democrat, got 44% of the vote. She is down 13
White, no
percentage
college
points
degree.
from that position, from where they were in 2012. So that is really what we're looking at and what we're sort of diving into when it comes to Michigan. I want to pull up Pennsylvania now because we're taking a look at the age gap, right? Voters in Pennsylvania under the age of 30, the so-called millennials, if you will. They're turning out, they're breaking out for Hillary Clinton
I won't.
by 55% to 39%. It is the flip, the reverse of that, when you look at voters over 65 going more for Donald Trump. He's got about 50% of the vote. She's got 48% of the vote.
Quite the
And then
flip.
in another key battleground state, we want to look at the race breakout in Florida. Let's pull it up here. Those voters in Florida who have a favorable opinion of Donald Trump. Most white
That's
voters
so
in Florida
weird.
do have
Look
a
at that.
favorable opinion.
That's it.
1 in 4
So like Hispanic
voters
people
roughly have a
approve
favorable
of
opinion.
Donald Trump way more than black
Only
people.
10
Even though he says it
black
was
voters feel that
way
same
worse
way.
shit than
And this
Hispanic people.
demographic here, the African American vote,
I
the
think we
Hispanic
got
vote,
our first
that is
car
going to be
on the
crucial to
line.
what we see in
Let's
Florida
see
when
if
it
we
comes
can
to
get this
turnout.
up and running.
I did speak with one
They're
source
saying
person
they
in the
wanna
Trump campaign
call
who said,
in.
hey, we are not getting
They're
crushed with the
interested in an
Hispanic vote right
interview.
now, and that is
I have
a
to turn
good sign
down
for
the,
them. Lester?
Hallie
The
Jackson,
business
thanks
for-
back to our
for-
panel. And joining us now is Mike Murphy, an NBC News political analyst who served as senior strategist for John McCain's first campaign for president in 2000. And Mike, nice to have you here for those who thought this was going to be an early evening.
If it's a video call, we should
Yeah,
throw it up on that one.
but I thought it would be an early evening. I thought Florida, a state I worked a lot, and most of the political hacks on both sides thought it would be a 2 to 3 point early
You ready
defeat
to
for
call?
Trump, and that would set the tone.
Are you really ready to
Instead,
start the call?
Florida
Yeah.
now, it's going to be hard.
Mike, I'm going to ask you to hold off again. We have another call here. And
We have another call.
Missouri. And NBC News
Oh.
projects that Missouri will go to
She's ready
Donald
to call.
Trump.
So
He's-
China.
Has she won any of them?
And let's look at where things stand.
He just blew Missouri out of the water.
Yeah.
We show the where we stand in the race to 270. There it is right now. Trump at 150, Clinton 109. The race to 270. Mike, I cut you off. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What's interesting about Florida is the pattern is unlike anything I've seen in Florida.
All these people were saying that
In a
she was going to win by
more
this.
urban Republican area like
She
Jackson,
already like
County,
can't win by this. Even if she wins every state.
And that's what I'm saying. He's starting to put away, and
north
it's
of the
scary.
excerpts, he's off the charts. He's breaking the meter like numbers we haven't
Honestly,
seen before.
you know, if we're going to be
And
doing a
that's
show,
state
we really should
much
support
more
Donald Trump in a
reliable.
way because it's
It'll
going to be
tighten.
much better
There's more
material.
vote out than his. Yeah, I don't think she's will be able to make it.
So
Like-
far, he hasn't won anything that we didn't
Not yet.
anticipate. But you, Chuck, you're punching the numbers in Florida. You think?
Look, it just there's just not enough. I just maybe there's some extra vote that we don't know about. And again, I stress that happens, and I remember vividly in 2000 the 50,000.
Looks like we have something calling in.
discovered late.
Yeah, somebody's calling in.
Fiddle, 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 fiddle.
But you look and
Chase.
We're trying to answer. We're trying to
almost every
answer.
county has reported.
We're coming
What's
to you
happened
live. We're
is
coming
there's
to you
only
live.
one
We're
county that's
answering
that's
now.
more favorable to Trump.
We're
Polls
answering.
a little bit. But Volusia, which is Daytona, essentially, and that's basically
Alright, we're picking
50-50
up.
county. There's
Yeah,
a lot of
pick
Volusia
up.
out, but that's not enough for her to
Got the
gain
call
ground.
coming
It's
live,
probably
ladies and
20
gentlemen.
per hour. Right.
Our first
It's still
caller
playing.
Is
tonight.
there enough voters
It's still
out there?
it's still playing even though we're hitting the.
Those bottom three
That's
counties
right. We'll just turn it down.
Ah,
this gap. But I have to
We
tell
got a
you,
call.
the gap grew again.
it's live.
Call. Says we missed a call.
Move this.
We're gonna.
Move this way.
Oh yeah, we can do it from here. We're still live. We're
See if
still
we can get it
live
up
on the
there. I mean, the
screen.
volume's all the way down. It was stuck on
We're
it.
still live on the screen. We got a lot of people calling in. A lot of people talking to us.
Too many calls.
So many people. So many people. So little
Some
time.
of these states are too close.
Oh my
to
God,
call.
we're going
Oh, we're
to
also
Richie's
receiving
page. We're not trying to do Richie's page. We're gonna go ahead and call. First, we're gonna call Xavier, and we got another number
Renegade
that we're not
Angel?
trying to advertise right now.
Is
Sorry.
it the Renegade Angel?
Sorry, John, about that, but we are having problems loading everything at this time because YouTube can handle it. The computers are having problems. We're doing our best to call as fast as we can. We're going to try our best here. We're going to do the devices. We're
Alright,
going to call.
we're gonna give him the good mic.
Yep, we're gonna call him. We're gonna have him live on our stream here.
You have to hold the button down, evidently, or
Nope, it's gonna pop this up. Hopefully, it's just gonna call. Call failed. We tried calling.
I think it's because we're using the device, perhaps. It can't lock the device.
Oh wait, no, he's calling us. Here he is. Here he is. We're gonna accept the call. Answer. Answer. Do we answer in time?
No,
What?
It's failing because it can't lock the inputs.
Oh,
It
it's
can't-
calling. It's calling again. This is it. Oh, here we go.
Not gonna work.
Here we go. It could be pulling all the sources. We're having a video conference right now.
Is your phone ringing? Like, is your
Oh
phone-
yeah, my phone is. Oh, that's right. We can answer from the phone.
That's what I'm saying. Answer. We just need audio. Really.
Hello, Xavier. Hello, Xavier.
Hello.
Yes, sir. How are we doing tonight? Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome you to our guest, Xavier.
On a delay.
Yes, we're on a delay. You're gonna have to turn your.
Yeah. Much like if you're calling the radio, if you're.
Yeah, you
can't-
can. Yeah, if you're. It's like when you
Yeah.
call the radio stations.
They'll
you're
scream
gonna
at you
have to.
for leaving leaving the radio on. Trying to hear you.
So Xavier, how are you doing tonight?
You know,
Pass me that
doing
phone.
as well as anyone could be doing right now.
Oh really? So, tell us first of all, did you vote today? Did you exercise your right to vote?
I did.
So, in exercising your right to vote, you can now exercise your right to bitch, huh?
What?
Well, you only get to complain if you vote.
Yeah, you can.
That's
As a voter, you can exercise your right to, kind of weigh in on how all fucked up this is.
So you want me to weigh in on how fucked up it is?
Yes, of course we do.
Feel free, yeah.
Oh, well, I'm going off personal experience. I'm going to say voting was bullshit. I didn't like waiting in line for 2 hours. I was
2 hours.
I had I had to go to Bucks County back to vote, and I was flanked by a surprising amount of Trump supporters. So I was very uncomfortable for 2 hours.
What were they doing?
Were they doing anything to make you uncomfortable?
And I just felt really bad for him.
I'm sorry, say that again?
When I got in the booth, there wasn't like a write-in thing in my booth, so
Are you gonna?
you didn't vote for Bernie. Not happy about that.
So you didn't have the option to write in your booth?
No, you needed to bring your own pen, and if you did it, you were like SOL. And it was
Oh, really?
Kind of, I don't know. It was a little fucky.
Did someone was there a pen previously? Perhaps someone absconded with the pen, or was there no pen provided? Period.
There was no pen at all. Like they
Oh.
literally walked me up to the booth. I walked in, and there was just like, press the button and then press the vote button. It was pretty straightforward, and there was like there was a write-in thing, but there was no pen to do it, so it was pretty much just there to be there. So the only like third-party candidate you could vote for were Gary Johnson or Jill Stein, and whoever is running for like I think one's running for a Green Party and Libertarians running for like one of the state seats, but I don't know. I was pretty tired.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want to make it easy. I mean, not really. That's almost like a poll tax in a way. You'd be like, well, what if you can't afford a pen? Like I don't have a pen, man. It means I can't vote for somebody. It's banks have pens. They should have pens.
Yeah.
They should. Oh, so the worst part, I didn't even get a sticker.
A lot of people were saying about the stickers. Personally, I was wondering if I didn't post on social media.
Stunts, but I didn't get shit, and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
If I didn't ask for on social media, if I didn't post, hey, that I voted, does my vote even count?
Yeah. That's they digitally track them that way. That's how they
Fuck it, dude.
Yeah.
I didn't want a dirty ass sticker anyway.
Yeah. Oh, I bet you could buy a roll of those stickers. I bet you could buy. Go buy.
I voted for what?
It's where I'm at every day.
Yeah. I vote for something on a daily basis. I vote on what to eat for dinner.
Yeah. They got
It's a personal vote.
Got Glenn Beck on the TV. That man is insane. And what they have him do is he goes in like one of these like machines that like spins you around. That's his like sort of therapy. Like he's an insane man, and they put him in one of those spinning orbs to retain his sanity.
All right, Xavier, just so you know, just to keep you up to date, Xavier, sorry to interrupt you. Xavier, sorry to interrupt you, but just to keep you up to date, it looks like Donald has taken Missouri and...
We'll just interrupt you, Dale. It appears Amazon Echo has emerged from the ice.
Oh, yes.
And is advertising itself.
Oh, my God. Right in Rockefeller Center, if you can believe it. And Amazon
That must
Echo...
be 30 foot tall. The humanity.
But, Xavier, it looks like that Trump has predicted to win Montana, and he's also won Missouri, and a couple other states are calling for Trump.
He's like sweeping the South from the last what I saw. But,
well, it's not. It looks like from the map that they've been showing, he's got the whole middle portion of the country. As what sounds like a Hillary supporter, are you scared in any sense that he might become president?
Yeah, I've been thinking about it a lot because I don't know. A few weeks ago, I just had to be like, one of these two are going to be president, so you have to be prepared. And I think honestly, this is like the fucked up thing. We're at a point where we have to really trust the government to be on their shit. And if he does get in office, I feel like it's just going to be the Bush era part 2, but more overtly racist.
Yeah.
But so hopefully there's a lot of vetoes. We have a checks and balance system that supposedly works, but honestly, if he wins, it's gonna fuck our whole system. I think either way, it's clear that the two-party system is gonna die soon. By 2018 or 2020, the Green Party or Libertarians are gonna fucking have enough support to be able to combat.
Now, Xavier, let us ask you this. A lot of Democrats are hoping that Hillary, even if she's not elected or what have you, that the Democrats still win the House. It looks like from all the polls that are coming in online that the Republicans are going to remain in control of the House. Do you have any opinions on that?
Not really. Hopefully they'll do shit in the next 4 years, or just give a shit and vote in your local election. But honestly, I'm at a point where, personally, I don't really think politics is gonna really change your life too much. You gotta get out and do your own shit that'll hopefully combat all the bullshit that's going on.
Yeah.
but I just think it's going to be like, hopefully people can educate themselves and open their minds more and like actually look critically at the news sources we're getting, you know, and not like rely too much on all this like polarizing media and just like try to look at the. It's hard because I know politics is like everyone's like look at the facts, but people get really emotional about it. But like, hopefully people will start being more aware of like what's going on in the government, being able to like have more of a say, you know, and like either way, whoever wins, hopefully they'll do something about fucking like Standing Rock and shit like that, because like shit's not gonna get better in a day. It's just gonna fucking, I don't know, I'm like hoping for the best, preparing for the worst at this point, you know, just oh god, we're just in fucking crazy times, crazy times, and it's like really surreal, like watching this unfold and being like, holy fucking shit, this is like real life for the next 4 years.
Well, speaking of the holy fucking shit factor, you are a African American male, do you feel that either of the candidates have properly addressed the issues with the African American culture being stereotyped and having scrutiny put towards them in many aspects? Do you feel like could you address Standing Rock, and that's a very big, prominent issue, but the BLM is a huge issue as well right now. Do you think that any of these candidates are addressing that issue properly?
Well, obviously Trump, no. I think anything equal rights and Trump is just like, he doesn't really, you know, everyone knows too, he's like gonna uplift. He's more for like the rich, the wealthy, the like keeping the status quo and pushing it in a weird place. And Hillary's at a weird position because like with her, you never really know. Like in the People Overlook in the 90s, she and Bill like really influenced the current prison system that we have, and they didn't really address that until this campaign cycle where they're like, recently they were like, yeah, we fucked up, maybe we shouldn't have pushed the drug war to a point where, you know, like, I think right now it's 1 in 5, or no, it's 1 in 3 black men
are in prison, and it's one in every 23 white men are in prison. So it's kind of a very big ratio there of difference.
Yeah, we have the highest incarcerated population in the world, and that's insane. I think it's weird. It's one of those things like we'll never know, because on the campaign trail, Hillary has addressed that it is an issue and that she will look into it, but it's like one of those things where it's like, you're saying this to get votes, but are you really going to come through? And that's something we're going to have to be like.
The real issue appears to be.
I'm not saying I don't have faith. I think it's because like right now, I think it's what I was talking to my dad about the election, and he has like the same thoughts where he knew Trump was shit and he knew Hillary was shit, and he was like, look, the government has been against black people from the jump. Like it's increments that we have to hope for. Like if they acknowledge the problem, then that's more than likely they'll be able to put steps to address it. So we just have to hope they can get to a point where they're like, look, this is fucked up, a lot of people are pissed off, maybe we should do something instead of just argue with each other.
I think
I don't know. I have more faith that Hillary might do something, but honestly I think it's probably going to be blocked by Republicans. So it's like, it's a will they or won't they, you know? Yeah. But I'll just say, long story short, I have more faith that she will do something positive for minorities in this country over, you know, someone who just talks shit all the time, you know?
I think it's more likely, but I think really what we're looking at here is there is definitely a disproportionate issue with race when it comes to law enforcement. But when we look at a lot of it, it's not the fact that they're killing young black men, it's the fact that they're killing young men. I mean, that really should be the issue. Is they're killing young men, and it's not women. It's young men, typically in cities, that are being killed for minor crimes, very minor crimes, or no crimes whatsoever. To attack that issue sort of systemically is really the thing here, rather than making it a racial issue. By making it a racial issue and playing these divisive politics, nothing's ever going to get done. The people who are okay with black people getting killed are going to be fine with the systems that allow people to be killed, and the people are just going to yell at each other, and we're going to have a divisive election like this. I think that the ending the war on drugs and having, I don't know what law you passed to end racism. I don't know how you make that piece of legislation. But I do know that you can make a piece of legislation that says, hey, we're not going to shoot people because we feel scared, by establishing standards and that sort of thing. I think we can move forward on it. The fact of the matter is, you look at the numbers, it's young men just getting killed, and it's a tragedy in this country. We're just killing thousands of young men a year for things that evidently, there wasn't cause for. And I think that racial issue is being manipulated. It's being manipulated in such a way to make it so nothing gets done.
For those of us just joining in, we are speaking with Xavier. He is on the phone now.
Yeah, you guys are like breaking up right now.
Well, no, we're not breaking up. We're actually staying together.
Yeah, we're
no matter who wins.
Life partners.
Alright.
But yes, people who are watching, Xavier's on the line now. We're just discussing the debate.
To address racism, that's something that just that's what you're taught, that's your mindset, you have to get over your own shit. So, and people put it in binary terms, and that's nothing's really going to get done. Like, when you look at the problem, even, there are cops who are like, this isn't right, this isn't how we are supposed to respond to this stuff. So everyone sees a problem, it's just taking steps to, if you change the system and just put better police training, have them train like the military. If they
don't waste their time with these drug crimes.
The police are already militarized right now, but they're basically giving people who only have 6 months training fucking tanks, and that shit's you got a tank, you got a tank.
And it's not even training in the right things. It's weapons training. It's not training. It's not training in how to defuse a situation or de-escalation or mental illnesses. There's no training that. It's how to shoot a gun and is this a terrorist or a woman with a grocery bag, and just shoot them. And that's how you pass the test. And can you jump over that wall? But there's really nothing as far as can we mentally save somebody before we
at a systemic level, every law that you pass, you have to be willing to enforce with some level of violence. So you need to look at the laws you're passing and make sure that you're willing to pay that cost. Some people are going to, enforcing that cigarette ban caused, a man to be choked out. You're enforcing, the sale of single cigarettes essentially caused a man to die. That any policy you create, you need to be willing to shed blood to enforce that policy. There's some things like, pedophilia, murder, theft, where it makes sense to shed some blood to prevent these things from happening. But when you're looking at a drug where people are selling loose cigarettes, I don't believe that is the case. And I think that's the main issue, and that's where Hillary and Trump are the same.
Well, you guys cut out again.
It was your music, I think.
Yeah. You turn him.
Are you there, Xavier?
I think he's muted, is he?
No, he should be there.
Am I muted?
No, you're there. The sound was going in. We're gonna get a quick update from Twitter, real quick, Xavier. We're gonna.
Twitter government.
Twitter government breaking. Ohio has called for Donald Trump. So it looks like Donald Trump has officially got Ohio.
Yeah, bunch of posts.
Trump wins Ohio.
People must have pre-made these graphics in order to.
Yep, I'm sure they had Ohio for Hillary too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They made 100 graphics, 50 each. But
Xavier, if you don't mind, we're going to turn up the election real quick. We're going to just check in.
Here's what happens in the final days here.
Okay, they're just bullshitting right now. Nothing really
just
important.
Some guy in a suit, yeah.
Yep, some asshole. Some other assholes behind him. So we're not missing much. Xavier, as far as the election goes, we had the discussion before as far as You know, a lot of what this election hasn't been so much vote for me because I will do this. It's more, don't vote for that person because they're gonna do this. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much like what everyone's been arguing on Facebook for the past few days. Like, there are some people who are like really excited about Hillary, but I can tell you on my Facebook, honestly, most of the people really excited are like a lot of the women I know who were already for her during the primaries, and some like girls I know who were voting Bernie, but they're like, you know, okay, I'm gonna jump on this train. And to be honest, like, can you really talk about Trump or Clinton's policies? Like, they haven't, no one mentions them. Like, when you think about it, all the talk has been about, like, you have a dude who's like just a fucking racist egomaniac who's fucking just doing this for fun, and then you have someone who is widely distrusted and kind of fighting against a negative public image. So it's not like, it's a very weird election because this isn't between two politicians. This is between
the big thing that goes around now that a lot of people are saying is Donald Trump represents everything that's wrong with our culture, and Hillary Clinton represents everything that's wrong with our government. And I think that A, rings very true, but B, it also is quite representative of there is a lot wrong with our culture, and there's a lot wrong with our government. And the problem is, it's kind of, there are some similarities, but it's also, there's the antithesis. Our culture wants everything for themselves, and our government wants to give everything away, like, in a sense. It's like, everybody wants our government to give us everything, but everybody wants them to be for, like, all for one and one for all, but nobody's willing to sacrifice anything for themselves, or from themselves, you know? Like, they just want to gain. And it seems like that's really what these politics have come down to, is Donald Trump is the, hey, you know, we gotta bring it back and kind of do it for ourselves as a country. And it seems like Hillary says, together we can do this all. So it's like she's saying, okay, we're gonna do everything together for each other. And he says, we're gonna do everything for ourselves together. So it's kind of like a weird
I think it's just Americans have a different, I think, but honestly, I saw a meme today that's just like, we can't really say that we're the United States of America, because realistically we are very divided as like a whole culture right now. Like, people have drastically different views. Like, even though I saw like some of the numbers, and like Hillary and fucking Trump are neck and neck, and that's still pretty insane. But that shows how divided people are, that they're willing to vote. Like, I don't think all Trump supporters are bad people. I think they're just like oblivious and just angry, just really fucking angry enough where they're just like, you know what, let's fuck the system, let's do our own thing, you know, fuck her, let's just break the shit. And then like people on the other side are like, you know what, I can't get past his insanity, I might not like her, but I just don't want to go down that really dark path. Like, I don't think anyone really, we don't have a clear vision of where we want to go as a country, and that's like, I think it's been like that for probably 20 years now. It's just like, it just keeps changing. You can't, like, probably since like September 11th, I can't think of a time where like Americans have been like united as like, America, fuck yeah. You know, like, since the fucking war in Iraq, people are like, you know, this is fucked up, we shouldn't be like doing this in the military. And then on the other hand, if you don't support the military or you don't support the war, then you're unpatriotic. So I think from that point, people started getting divided as it meant to like, what does it mean to be America? You know, it's just like,
we've lost our way. You know, it's unfortunate. We had our country had its flaws, but I think the core ideas, we sort of rallied behind them. And now we have things like civil asset forfeiture. We're going to people's homes, we're stealing things from them, and giving them essentially no due process. And we're just ignoring that Constitution that we sort of all agreed on. And now, since the deal is broken, everyone's fine with breaking the deal. There's no more social contract, it feels like, in this country anymore.
And that's kind of what the Constitution is a social contract between the government and its people. And I think a lot of the problem is this nation kind of forgets what the Constitution is. It's like that's the one thing between us and our government that establishes everything. That's kind of our, bread and butter. It's what we as a country stand for. And the problem is a lot of people don't understand the fundamental basics of it. And so I think that's where a lot of this confusion. Like, a lot of people think that people win by popular vote. Like, if Hillary gets more votes, she will win. But that's not true. And we saw that in other elections in the past. And I think that a lot of this, I don't want to say naiveness because it's a harsh word, but it's people are naive to a lot of this election and even just their general rights.
People are naive to how our government works in the first place. Like, I took a AP government class my senior year of high school, and that's the only reason I know how voting works and shit about the electoral college and all that shit. That's the only time I learned about that. People don't know about that shit. They don't know about gerrymandering. That's why no one shows up to vote for all the local elections and midterms and shit like that.
Yeah, the non-presidential election.
As a people collectively, we just are they tell us in school hey, we're democracy. Your vote matters. Vote for Mickey Mouse. Who gives a fuck? And people don't realize how the fucking system works. I saw a state where Hillary was up by the popular votes and she still lost. And people just don't know. That's what I was saying earlier. You just gotta be informed and take it on yourself to do research in this shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting. If you look at, there's a study done 2014 by, I think it was Princeton. They looked at about 50 years of policy data, and they looked at what poor people, what middle class people, what wealthy people, what extremely wealthy people wanted done. And basically what poor and middle class people want done does not correlate with what is done. In fact, it has almost no effect on what happens. It's actually the wealthy people have a great deal of effect on what happens. And what they concluded was that special interest groups and businesses and people with money essentially determine what happens in the country. We're no longer a democracy. They consider us to be an oligarchy at this point in time. And that is, it's empirically proven that the United States is not a democracy. We don't have a democratic process. Now, people say we're a republic, but the individual voter truly doesn't have that much power. And if you look at the way campaigns are financed and the way these things happen, I mean, the will of the American people just isn't being done in government anymore. I mean, we wouldn't be being spied on. We wouldn't have, all the things that are happening now if we actually did what the American public wanted done. The American public didn't want the Iraq War. I mean, the American public didn't want a great number of things, and it's unfortunate. But
I feel like we don't really have we don't really have a say in the government. Congress can go a whole year without doing anything, and we're all like, "This is fucked up. Do something," and they're just like, "Nah, fuck it. We're getting paid. Let's just yell at each other or just fucking disagree." And we're like,
they can pass laws when it benefits corporations. When it benefits a corporation, they come together and they pass the law. When it's TPP, when it's something like this, but when it's something to benefit the American people, all of a sudden it can't get done. Or it needs to be incredibly compromised. The Affordable Care Act. It needed to be. Insurance companies need to approve, and it needs to. There has to be a significant give back to the business community with everything that is done. There can't no free rides in terms of. Oh well, maybe we can take a little bit. Maybe we can raise taxes 2-3% to pay for schools. It can't be done. Everything we have to give something back to businesses, and they're the people who really run the show. I mean, that is unfortunate. The people who run this news network never watch it.
Yeah, it's it's sad, and that's why I gravitated towards Bernie when he was running, because people don't know that there are people behind the scenes people with money, you got lobbies, you got super PACs, and they can basically just get into someone's ear and be like, hey, I want you to write this law. You don't have to, but if you do, we're going to give you money for your next campaign so you can keep your job.
A lot of people don't realize, but 95% of the laws that are proposed, 95% of the laws that are proposed into Congress are not written by Congress itself, but are actually written by these people who are lawmakers. But if you look at who the lawmakers are, they're people who have personal vested interest in super PACs or super PACs themselves, which people invest into. And people at these super PACs create the laws and then propose them to Congress, and people in Congress then propose them.
Well, it's actually corporations
into law
that are creating the laws. They're passing it to the congressmen, but the super PACs are how they run advertising in their state. And basically, what they can do with those super PACs is they can inject enough money into these small campaigns that they can cause them to lose. So they basically hold a gun to your head and say, take our money, or we're going to give it to your opponent there. It's a really unfortunate situation, and there's some people working for a constitutional amendment to get money out of politics. There's guys called Wolf PAC. They're trying to pass a constitutional amendment to get money out of politics and publicly financed elections to get rid of this type of misbehavior. But the Citizens United ruling essentially made bribery legal. You can pretty much legally bribe a politician in this country. So that's what happens.
That's insane. Like, that's just insane that, like, our system has come to that. Where, like, God, that's shitty. Like, I feel like a bunch of, like, just angry people should get money together and form their own lobby and just, like, oh my God, this is, like,
where is Batman?
That's all I can think about. It's sad. It's just fucking.
If we all gave $20 to buy these politicians off, I mean, the amount of money we would save in terms of taxes and like things being misappropriated. Like if we all gave $100 a piece, we all put it in and we just buy our politicians back, we would probably do better in terms of taxes and getting more money out of government. We'd have twice as efficient government if we were able to just buy our own politicians.
But unfortunately, it looks like we're stuck in this grimy, ugly shithole that we call this country.
Donald Trump is the only candidate I've ever seen acknowledge that. He said, "Look, I bought politicians off." Essentially, it's kind of interesting that in election, for all of his flaws, he has brought in some interesting things to the fore there. And so some of his problems he has with Hillary Clinton, you wouldn't hear, if it was just a traditional Republican candidate running. So. I don't know if he's going to win. I mean, so far he's winning, but I don't know if he's going to win. But if he loses, I could see that being a good thing for the country, him just being part of the process. For the couple little things that he did to bring some things about this campaign financing, and he brought more to people's attention than it wasn't previously, just because no one else brought it up. A couple little things. He also talked about taxing hedge fund managers and things, and that's when he lost Republican support. He was actually talking about taxing hedge fund managers and basically essentially taxing billionaires. Because they pay this thing called carried interest tax, so they pay like basically less than income tax. It's like 10% less than income tax. And we talk about taxing them, and that's when all the Republicans started dropping, and we talk about raising taxes for those guys. So it's a.
So that's where people make their money. Yeah, it's hedge funds.
So it's a very interesting dynamic. Why he wasn't supported originally and then wasn't supported. It was basically because he said a bunch of things that he's against TPP and he's for getting rid of the carried interest tax and then making that just an income tax.
Just quick, Crazy Geo on Twitter wants us to know that Trump is at 168, Hillary is at 122, and Bush did 9/11. So, looks like we have a phone call. Xavier, we're gonna put you on hold for a sec, bud. We'll talk to you in a sec. All right?
Too much delay.
Yes, hello. You're live on the air.
Hello, is this Dale Mahoney?
Yes, it is. You're on the air.
So, we have a question for you.
Oh, do you?
Yes, we wanted to get your views on Gary Johnson and see if you think he still has a chance in this election.
Well, first of all, Gary Johnson, I think, is a very funny guy.
Yeah.
Politically, I don't think he's aware enough.
I don't think that. Well, there's not enough electoral votes that remain. So
if you were to ask Gary Johnson what Gary Johnson's views are, I don't think he would know. And that's what would scare me about Gary Johnson. Personally, I think Gary Johnson is a wannabe Bernie Sanders, who's, I think he's just running for fun. But at the same time, I'm not here to mock anybody. But, how do you feel about Gary Johnson? Are you a fan?
I'm not a personal fan of Gary Johnson, but here at my university, I know of two people who have gone out of their way to put their necks on the line for him.
Their neck on the line for him? Would they get a tattoo on their neck of Gary Johnson?
No, they got one on their butts and it said no regrets with his face.
Really?
Yeah.
We're going to have to post that onto our feed here. That is quite interesting. So tell us, did you go out and vote today, good citizen?
I did not go out and vote today.
Oh.
Mail-in ballot then.
Did you mail in?
I'm sorry.
Did you mail in?
I did not know. I'm not probably the best citizen to be talking to right now about this. But my school did offer transportation, and I know a majority of students here went and voted.
Just write the word election on an envelope and put a person's name in it and just put it in your mailbox.
Yes.
That's all it requires.
Or you could simply vote for Gary Johnson. It's just about doing the same thing.
Yeah.
All right, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you very much. I'll see if anyone is interested in watching your podcast. I'll get you some more viewers.
Yes, continue to tune in, spread it around, and tell them to call in. As you can tell, we do live. You are on the air. So be sure to have them call in to the 2016 election best live coverage here on YouTube.
We didn't pre-record it and guess all the totals.
Alright, are you done, bro?
Yeah, I'm done. Have a good show.
Alright, talk to you later. That was our one phone-in guest. We had another phone-in guest we had to hang up on. We got people watching.
Is that Han Solo?
Yep, looking around, wondering what happened. People calling in left and right. We're getting text messages to phone.
That'll make the phone work better.
Hold on, gonna contact some people.
Well, let's give it a few minute break. I think.
Yep, we'll give it.
We've already a break. What we can do.
Where's my set? Oh yes.
No, that's not it. Oh, it is.
It's 10:45 in the East in a little over 14 minutes. More polls.
In 14 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back 5 minutes before the polls close, ladies and gentlemen.
We'll be back when they close. I think the rest of the vocal cord.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in 15 minutes. We'll be taking a 15 minutes break.
Confidence in this nail biter of a race. I just heard from one top official who says they still have a path to 270, and they say they are on that path. Why? Because they have won Colorado and Virginia, but the path includes holding Wisconsin and Michigan. They would then have to win Pennsylvania and either win Nevada or New
What the hell, man?
Those are the states
Who Yahoo
they're
searches?
watching at this hour. Now, they point out that in terms of Wisconsin, Madison is still out. That's obviously a heavy college area, so you're going to get younger voters. They think they can clinch that area. And then Michigan. Detroit is out. A lot of African-American voters. Of course, President Obama has been there trying to energize his base and that part of the Obama coalition. I can tell you that there are jitters here among top Clinton supporters who are gathered at the Javits Center, some of them acknowledging to me they are quite
We have to like load it onto a
about
card.
the
We should
fact that
just
this race is
show
a
them the
whole
video
lot
of the
closer than they were
feed.
anticipating. But again, at this hour, the Clinton campaign stressing
Because I want to have to like load it onto a card. And then,
270, and they think they can get there.
have it as an input.
Let's
Like,
do that path, Kristen. We're sending Chuck with his pad and up to the map here.
Well, look,
how they're gonna do it.
the path is
Says as a scene.
Yes, we may need to worry. We'll worry
Add
about Nevada
image.
in New Hampshire when we get there.
And Wisconsin, you noted.
In Wisconsin, there's no doubt.
Create a new
But let's
image.
get to know Michigan a little bit here. We still
Let me
got
save it.
more than 50% of the vote out. But ultimately, just out of
That's a
Wayne
mute button, that
County.
one.
So we got a ways to go.
The one that's in
but
the mute
that's
button.
just a
It's a big
simple
red button.
way of just watching Michigan right now.
Why I have you at the map? Can you show us where Florida is? We haven't.
Yeah,
Can
we
you
have
show
to
us
check
where
in on
Florida
Florida a
is?
little
It's
bit.
right there.
Let's go ahead and go to it here. I didn't. I'm
Sorry
gonna
to
yell
put you on
that
the
for now.
spot.
It's okay. I didn't. I could have navigated simpler. Look,
The show you watch get
Bo
made.
keeps coming in. She hasn't really narrowed the gap very well. It's just not there. Unless there's magic boxes of ballot boxes somewhere that we don't know about.
And a display
I can keep
source to
telling
put
you,
the,
there
feed.
is, the remaining vote is basically here in Palm Beach, Broward, Miami, and I think there's one
Yeah.
precinct in Monroe that's left. But by the way, I was talking to a Florida expert of mine about how
Yeah, we have to.
We're getting the
get on the
feedback
air.
up.
We have to.
We're back on the air. Back on the air.
Wait.
Yep, we're going back live, and ladies and gentlemen,
You're not quite.
we are going live in 5 seconds. And welcome back.
Did you switch the scene over?
Yep, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are on our live coverage here, election 2016.
Yep.
We are
Early
just
voting?
watching the early votings.
We're
and we have our polls are showing that our polls are showing that we are having a pretty close race, but right now.
So you're just hearing us for the first time because Dale elected to switch the scene over.
Yes.
So we are back. We have
Dan Foster on the line. Dan, would you like to say hi to everybody?
Hello, America.
Yes, there we go. It's Daniel on the line. Daniel, so there's America for you.
Are you making it great again?
Yes.
I'm completely stunned by what is occurring right now. You know, it's this feeling of like, if I wake up tomorrow to Trump being my president, it's that a campaign that was run on hate trumped a campaign that's run on standing together, coming together as a country, which is when America is at its best. It's when people from all nationalities, people from all races are able to put aside their differences and just come together for something greater, you know, and instead this campaign that started from the stupid ideology of building a wall to further divide people and completely done. It's horrifying. You know, Donald Trump is the kind of candidate that will take us so many steps backwards. Mike Pence, he's the kind of vice president, and he's the kind of individual that has pushed for policies that truly do push us backwards. He isn't for LGBT rights. He isn't. There's so many things that the Obama administration that in these years that we have moved forward with, you know, and it's just going to be completely tarnished. And I think that the scariest thing is that there's going to be people who are totally going to regret their decision in voting for him, and they're going to have to look their kids in the eyes and tell them that they voted for a man that the KKK felt would be good for America, that groups that are built on hatred felt would be good for America, and that is pathetic, and they should be ashamed that this is what it's come to. I'm horrified. I can't do it. This is terrible. This is awful.
Well, Dan, can we start off by asking you, did you go out and vote today?
I voted today, yeah.
Oh, you did vote today?
Yes. I voted.
And was the turnout looking on your end?
It was packed to the brim, but to be honest, it felt like Hillary was a shoo-in. I think that I don't think anyone thought it would be this close, but as more and more stuff comes in,
well, the early numbers are going to skew the middle states and the states that are have clear electoral results are going to skew probably towards Donald Trump in this election for basically based on when the polling times are.
Okay, just to update you guys real quick, Clinton just surpassed Trump with 209 to 172. She pulled some of the bigger states here.
Exactly as I was just saying.
This usually happens where she was far behind. Now she just swung up into the lead.
Yeah. So now it's coming down to those middle states where it actually this will determine the election. This is what they were talking about earlier. With the coverage of that, essentially, California goes and Pennsylvania and a couple of the other major ones, and then we look at the middle states that Ohio and those kind of battlegrounds.
Dan, let me put you on hold for 1 second.
Good. Thank you.
Hello? Yes. Alright, we have another random caller on the line. Random caller, can we have your name and where you're calling from?
Hello?
Yes, you're on the air.
Hello. I'm just tuning in. So, I'm a little curious, my friend. Who are you rooting for in this election?
Well, we're bipartisan. We're not giving out opinions. We just try to make this about facts.
Neither.
But if you'd like to ask us a question about candidates, we'll be happy to answer them for you.
Well, I'm actually very interested. You know, like, I think that Trump. Everyone says that Trump's an idiot, and everyone says that he's like going to do bad for this country. But like, I think Hillary would do worse personally. Like, she gets this bad. How could you have a president of the United States, the greatest country in the world, and be led by a woman who stayed with her husband, who openly cheated on her, in front of the entire country? And she has a period.
Well, there's a couple things that are wrong with this statement, just being bipartisan as we are. A, America's not the greatest country in the world. We all know that. And then, B, yes, Hillary did stay with her husband, but there's also many other issues that go along with Hillary Clinton. For instance, the FBI just started reinvestigating her for these emails. And now, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, there was just over 650,000 emails. I'm sorry, if you have the YouTube on, you're going to have to turn the YouTube down. There's a bit of a delay.
Turn the YouTube down, alright.
Yeah, we can hear the YouTube.
Transcendental thing.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, resonance, man, resonance. Fuck that shit.
Resonance, exactly. So anyway, if look at the email thing that's going with Hillary Clinton now. She had just over 650,000 emails. Now let's break that down. From the time the FBI said they're reopening the case to the time they said that there was no involvement with her whatsoever, it was about a week, 7 days. Now let's break that down further. If you take 650,000 seconds and add that up to how many days that would make, that's just over 7 days. So that means they would literally have been having to review an email per second in order to go through every one of those emails and determine that they were not classified. Right there, I'm calling it bullshit. There's so many other things in these stories that just indicate that she herself is not the best candidate. But again, like you said, everybody says Donald's an idiot, but there are many problems with Hillary as well. My personal opinion is, out of 300 million people in this country, we could have picked a better two.
Now, I personally can't have a woman as my president. I don't understand how that could even work. Because everyone says that men or women are equal. That's bullshit. We all know that's bullshit. Men are dominant, but that is past history. That is more than a fact. Now, I'm saying now that everyone should vote for Gary Johnson, man. Gary Johnson is our choice, man. You know, you pick between a shit and a shit stain. Who do you pick? You pick the non-shitter, and that's Gary Johnson.
See, but the problem is Gary Johnson is a dumb shit, and I'd rather have a firm shit stick than a dumb loppy shit. And Gary Johnson, to me, I need a politician who kind of understands the issues, at least, that are going on. Gary Johnson, I agree with some of the things Gary Johnson is for, but I think there's bigger issues that he is not fit to really handle. I think there are better candidates in the race than Gary Johnson. I think we missed out on opportunities like Bernie Sanders.
Okay. Now, what do you think of the Democrats pre-choosing Hillary as the Democrats' running choice? Because I hear there's stories around that. I don't know if that's valid or not. Do you know the story behind that?
Well, there was a little bit of a thing called WikiLeaks, which did expose the fact of the matter that the DNC was actively against Bernie Sanders becoming the nominee.
Something they call his campaign disorganized,
and so the campaign, they really weren't for Bernie. So
there was some weird anti-feminist claims that they made about him towards the end.
Do you think Bernie would have been a good competition against Donald at Gary Johnson?
statistically speaking, he would have been. I mean, statistically, if you look at the polling numbers that they've done, these theoretical polls, he would have beaten pretty much anyone in the field.
I think he would have. But what do you think? He's like his stature. Everyone says that like stature is very important. What running person looks like. Like.
What do you mean he? We're talking Donald, Gary, or Bernie. There's 3 he's here. Can't use Proverbs.
Alright, I had my fun, man. Thank you. I'll see you around.
Alright. Thank you very much, caller. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we're going to go ahead and ring up our next caller.
Well, we're really the callers.
Yeah, we're the callers. We're going to call up this... We're going to call the callee.
Come on in a bit.
We're going to call the callee. Going to give him a ring.
Because then compared to my voice, it's going to set people are like, God damn it. I have to keep turning it up and down. Are we watching The Office?
No. This next person would like introduction music. So we're going to give it to him. Next caller. Next caller, intro music.
You can't really pick intro music that has a long intro. I had a bit of a long intro for that.
Bit of a long intro. What are you doing to us? Caller, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Hour 2, Xavier. How you been, man? Xavier, are you there?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Sorry, I'm like hearing 2 different things right now. So.
Yeah, turn the YouTube off. Listen to us. You gotta listen to the phone.
The delay is way too long, man.
I'm good. I got it. I'm getting you.
Alright, so, we are now looking at the polls, Xavier, and it looks like Hillary has made her little bit of a comeback. And now it says the Senate at this hour is +1 in the Democrats' favor. So it looks like the Democrats are making a bit of a comeback. Any opinions?
I mean, that's like, realistically, at first, I was a little panicked, but we gotta realize numbers from the West Coast, and the West Coast is a pretty left-leaning area, so feeling a little more calm right now. Not as like, holy shit, I'm watching the apocalypse happen before my eyes,
We're actually getting closer to what could be a contested election, though, which is interesting. We could have one where neither one gets a majority. And
I think at the end of the day, no one's gonna take this like lying down. There's gonna be some shit happening in the next few days. It's gonna be
like it's entirely possible Donald Trump winning the popular vote or something like that and lose the electoral college, which would be a difficult thing to deal with.
12 states have not yet called it, but apparently, did that just say California called it? Let's review the tape.
Well, I think that's where the majority of that number came in. California.
California was a big chunk. 1 minute ago was Hillary Clinton is at 197, Donald Trump is at 201.
He's a projected. I thought that was overall. That was it.
Donald Trump has won Utah officially. It says New Hampshire is too close to call here. We're trying to roll in as fast as we can with the live tweets.
Arizona.
Tragic O.J. Simpson news.
Wisconsin again is leading for Trump. That's 10 votes. That could.
That could be a huge swing.
Just 2 states like that, and he's made up his lead.
Xavier, Donald Trump is, no pun intended, 69 votes away from winning this election. Yeah. How does that make you feel right now?
Of course he's 69 votes away from this election.
Wait, do you know many of those electors don't actually have to vote for who they were appointed for? If they just decided to vote for him, they would be able to.
No, wait, these numbers are wrong. We're getting mixed numbers. Okay, we're getting numbers on NBC News says 209 Hillary, 187 Clinton. And then live from Twitter, we're getting multiple reports of 197 for Clinton and 201 Trump. Xavier, any emotions on the conflicting numbers already?
I'm telling you, it's gonna be messy in the next few hours.
Yeah, that's people just calling it, really.
I think I'll pull it all better. This is gonna be.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna watch a literal change in our country coming up. This is it. The more I think about it, the more millions of people are voting for Donald Trump. Millions of people do not give a shit how much of a fucking terrible person he is. Millions of people don't care that he is not qualified to be a politician of any sort. And he's about to fucking run one of the most powerful countries on this planet.
Well,
he's literally in charge of the fucking military and the police. That shit is terrifying.
Here's the interesting point about that: is about half the country feels that way about Hillary. Like, no matter what Donald Trump's problem is, they feel that Hillary Clinton is worse. So
I was laughing at the I don't really want to shit on people's political views, but not thinking a woman could run for president. That's just that's straight up sexism. And that's insane that people could be like, yo, so you're telling me you don't even think you're say that shit about Hillary and do that for your mom, dude. It's just because she's a woman.
I don't think it's all just because she's a woman, though. To be honest, I think it's that Hillary Clinton, in terms of, for me personally, if I look at who funds her campaign, I see a lot of weapons manufacturers. And when I looked at Obama's campaign, I saw a lot of insurance companies funding his campaign, and that worries me. I didn't vote for Donald Trump, but that kind of thing does worry me when I see a lot of weapons and defense manufacturers giving her money. I don't want another Iraq war, and she voted for the Iraq war. So, it's a lot harder to. It's not as clear cut as it seems. Whatever side you're standing on, it really isn't as clear cut as it seems. That one candidate is obviously better than the other, in my opinion. I think
exactly. That's why we're in a situation where it's going to come down to the wire.
It is.
Both
sides are right.
Literally, no candidate you can feel good walking out and being like, you know what, the next 4 years is going to be fine. No candidate, no third-party candidate, no regular candidate.
No, yeah.
Whatever,
four major
you gotta realize, things aren't going to get better in a year or 2 years. Things probably will get worse. We gotta. I think we gotta be prepared. At this point, it's not going to be all. Because literally, the thing is, when Trump's gone, the million people who voted for him are just going to be well, the system's still against us. That's how the fucking Tea Party came up. It's going to happen again.
The system is against you. I mean, it really.
It's just the system is against us in many different ways. For certain people, it's against you in one way, and with other people, it's against you in another. The problem is, we are such a diverse nation that we all have very different problems. And the thing is, we kind of said it before on the program that, one of these people represents what's wrong with our government, and the other one represents what's wrong with the culture. And
the greatest, most single predictor of your future wealth is your parents' wealth. That is it. We live in a country where the ladder of opportunity has been taken away from people, and it's not a race issue. It's a fundamental class issue.
We're not supporting the middle class anymore, and that's fucking why that's why our economy is not fucking booming like it was from the 60s to the 80s.
Well, it's a supply side economics.
It's a strong middle class, and we didn't have such a wealth gap. And now it's just so many people are disenfranchised, and we're going in different directions,
If you look at the growth that happened, we're out of the recession. That growth just went to the top 1% of people, essentially. All of that growth was just absorbed, and the working class saw very little of it. And we have an oligarchy class in this country that ostensibly just absorbs all of our productivity. And is that necessary?
Real quick, gentlemen, sorry to interrupt. The national poll just came in. The national popular vote. Hillary Clinton is at 41,123,836. Donald Trump is leading with 43,284,793. Any thoughts?
49%. Popular vote Donald Trump.
Yeah, 49% to Donald Trump, 46.6% to Clinton. Utah, it looks like the western states, but also looks like the southern belt there of southeastern belt. We got Florida, the Carolinas. It looks like they're not decided yet either. And Pennsylvania holding strong, it looks like, too.
Yeah.
Still undecided. Couple swing states in there, which are really...
Well, Pennsylvania's the one that matters. Where is Pennsylvania?
All right, states one. Donald Trump looks like to be raking in the states one there. So, but Hillary is winning the big ones, which I really think is holding her in this race. Is the Democratic big states. Xavier, how are you feeling as far as comfort level looking at these numbers?
it's like I said earlier, we got a lot of angry people, and I think it's like, I feel really pessimistic. This like whole election has made me feel like we are on a sinking ship and just going crazy. So, I kind of want to switch it up. I want to see, do you guys think there are any positives that we can get out of the election?
They're probably all Republican ones.
We're looking at live updates now. Pennsylvania looks like 49% Clinton, 47% Trump, but there's still...
The remaining counties that have to be decided are typically Republican ones, so he has a decent chance of actually winning Pennsylvania.
And those are pretty big counties as well. If Trump were to take Pennsylvania, this would be a pretty big deal for that to happen.
That would make it possible for him to win. I don't think it's likely he's going to win, but that would make it possible.
If he keeps taking these states, she can't win just by getting 2 big states and a couple little ones. She's got to really start pulling her weight on these other states, because these other states
are a contested election, which would be a very interesting situation. Which it is, I think, one of our most likely possibilities.
All right, the House projection is Republican control still, like we said, and the whatchamacallit, oh god. I'm sorry, I'm trying to read these stats here.
Yeah, it's a bit too fast.
All right. The Senate looks like it's +1 as well too for Democrats. So the Senate's not Democratic. It looks like, while the House remains Republican. Any opinions on that House vote? A lot of Democrats are probably going to be upset. How are you feeling about it, Xavier?
Buddy.
The dog is quite upset about it, Xavier. Are you feeling just as upset as the dog?
I feel like the dog has the perfect response right now. We're in sync. We're keeping our response. We have similar ideas. At this point, I don't even know it's big anymore. I just kind of want to, analyze this to the death. But what can we really do at this point? It's just fucking. I'm getting more bummed out.
Yeah.
I want to go to the bar and get pretty fucking drunk right now.
They're highlighting that Pennsylvania blue. It looks like the other kind of bigger states are going red.
They're just guessing.
They're guessing, but the guessing numbers put Trump 1 point ahead of Clinton.
The guessing numbers put it in a position where it keeps landing in a position where it's contested because neither of them got the 270 majority that's required. So at that point,
and it says what if one? Oh, so it's saying what if one is assigned. So,
so
Xavier, we're gonna put you on hold for a sec. Just if you want to listen in, we're gonna hear what they're talking about this.
In our Constitution, because we have an even number of electoral votes.
Tom, is it getting out their pocket Constitution to learn what happens there?
Tom, is this a one-off, or is this the state of American elections now going forward?
Well, I don't know yet. What I do know is that the country is more agitated than we realize. It's been going on in Western democracies. Brexit in England, for example, there's a lot of anxiety in Western Europe. And we've been hearing, as we go across this country for a long, long time, that people are very, very unhappy with how they're treated by, the federal government, the regulations that they have to deal with. They feel like they have been overrun by social changes in America. A lot of people out there are not happy about same-sex marriage.
All right, so they're not just talking about bullshit again.
But basically, what he was talking about there was his issue with you need a majority of the electoral college.
Yeah, they were just kind of going over the electoral college. Let me ask you a quick, Xavier. At the polls, what was you were in you said predominantly Trump area, it seemed. Did you have any was it different age groups? What was the demographics looking like?
It was flanked by old people.
You were flanked by old people, huh?
Yeah, it's insane how many people came out to vote. And I voted around 1 in the afternoon, and already 1,000 people went through my just my voting center. And people, old people with walkers, could barely walk, got up to vote, and that's it was packed, and it was I'm not gonna say it was like I was comfortable, but it was very. I'm glad I had headphones because it got weird. There was one lady like almost got in a fight because she thought someone was cutting in line, and I was just about like, yo, you need to chill right now. Like it's insane how people are getting so heated. It's just like. Oh my, it was crazy. My polling area was crazy. Like there were little kids in Trump shirts. There were dudes like other kids like handing out flyers, and I think that's a little messed up. Like I don't think it's like a kid should be handing out like a Trump, a Hillary, or anything. Because like kids don't know. They don't know what like someone's saying. That's just like their parent using them as like a fucking free advertising, and that's just like I just felt bad about that.
Yeah, I don't think you're supposed to even be handing out flyers too close to election place.
Oh yeah, you can. Apparently,
Xavier, right now we're looking at Stevie Wonder.
You can do it.
He's watching the election. Unfortunately, he's watching it the wrong way. Nobody's turned him around yet.
Also, unfortunately, he's one of the monitors of the polls. I'm making sure everything is
yes,
according to legal proceedings. But
all right, here we go. We're getting updates. Michigan. It says it's too close to call. But it looks like Trump is ahead by 16,264 votes.
55% in, so meaningless, really. 65%.
If Trump wins Wisconsin and New Hampshire, the two that just popped up, he would sweep past Hillary. Okay, it looks like they're calling Ohio in favor of Trump.
That's 18 electoral votes, almost enough to put him over the top where Hillary is now. Wisconsin looks like he's going to win.
Alright, we're going to keep track of election night. Okay, these polls are still calling online. We're still getting numbers that are different. It still says online that Clinton is 197. NBC News seems to be favoring her. But not on the best election coverage of 2016 that you guys are watching right here, right now. Xavier, are you watching any news broadcasts? Are you seeing anything? What are your eyes, your ears? What are they?
What are they telling you?
I'm watching what you guys are watching. I'm watching you guys on Facebook and on Facebook, so. I don't know. A lot of people are getting discouraged. That's what I'm saying. A lot of people are being like, fuck. And it's very negative. It sucks. I hate it.
What do you think the worst outcome will be if Trump's elected? What do you think would be the
worst? Like, honestly, worst outcome? I know, like, the worst outcome is, like, we're not letting this dude get in the office. We're going to riot. That's the worst outcome for either side. Because I do think, like, people are that heated. That's, like, people are going to go in the streets and start losing their shit, you know?
Yeah, it's, it really depends on what group it is. You kind of hope it's not the Trump people doing it, because the Trump people probably have more guns.
Ladies and gentlemen, for all the fans out there, California has officially legalized recreational marijuana. The votes are in, so this is paving the way for the nationwide push.
Yeah, man, that's most of the.
So that was one of the big 5 that were up for all those watchers who are interested in that. That's some big news on Twitter. Other big news: Canada's immigration website is down, probably because it's election night, so everybody's getting ready to run.
Yeah, 500 errors. Probably not, but.
People are thanking Obama. Yep.
But like, all right. So all these people have noticed that the website went down. So how many people are like? There's probably just a bunch of people tracking the website went down and refreshing it once a second with some automated script. That's why it went down. Because like there's like 85 people who are like Canada's immigration website went down.
Gotta love it, election night. We're still not getting any more polls from Twitter. They're not really calling anything yet. It seems right now things are pretty stale as far as the election goes because...
This mission failed?
Donald Trump just posted
I think it's somebody imposter.
Yeah, no, that's not the official Donald Trump, but that was very good.
Yeah.
An imposter just posted mission failed that looked like the official Donald Trump. Good thing we don't have any false reports here on the best election coverage of 2016.
Caught that different username.
Yes.
Didn't have a little logo that tells you that it's a verified person. It's like the SSL logo. You should check it, but most people don't.
Xavier, we're gonna merge a call with you if you hold on.
Merge.
Awesome.
Hello, caller, you're on the line.
Hello. So, I am watching Comedy Central right now, and it's live. This woman she's like the head of MTV something, the correspondent of MTV News, and she is throwing absolute horse crap all over the fucking thing. She is generalizing all white males right now, saying that she's going to be in a work camp when Donald Trump becomes president. This woman deserves.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
listen.
And I'm not going to ask your name or your age or anything. I want to ask you, where did you grow up?
Long Island, New York, baby.
Long Island, New York. Okay.
Shore Island.
Is Long Island? How diverse is Long Island where you grew up?
There's a lot of immigrants. A lot of people coming right from where is it? Puerto Rico and Chile. We have like probably 50-50 white and Chilean or Hispanic, if you will.
Okay. Because you seem like you feel pretty oppressed, and you seem like a white young male, which is alright.
I am a white young male. Are you generalizing now?
No,
Are you generalizing now?
we are both white young males as well. The thing is, as people, we cannot make generalizations about how other people are generalizing.
Heteronormative oppressor?
Yes. We cannot allow ourselves to fall victim to. Nobody should allow themselves to fall victim to any generalization, or I personally believe that's somebody feeding into the generalization if you allow yourself to fall victim to it.
I'm not saying anything. Like, I'm not saying I'm for Trump or I'm for Hillary, because I didn't vote. I'm not for either. But this.
Then how can you call into a voter? Sorry, caller. If you didn't vote, you can't call in. Hello, Xavier.
We swapped.
Hello. Hello.
Boop, boop, boop.
Caller. Alright, we're going back to Xavier. We're gonna give him a shot back. Oh my god, these callers calling in. How can you call in to a show about the election and you don't even vote? You gotta vote, people. You gotta vote if you... Yeah, we had just a caller in who just did not vote, and they called in. We said you voted, right?
Yeah, I'm like, at this point, if you didn't vote, fuck you. Like, seriously, if Trump wins and you didn't vote, go fuck yourself. That's like...
But what if they were gonna vote for Trump? What if they were gonna vote for Trump?
You can't complain about politics. You know, just like... I was like...
Xavier, can I put you on hold? My mother's calling in. Can we put you on hold for a second? She's gonna weigh in on this. Mama Dukes, you're on the air.
Yes, I'm thinking you had a black male call in and a white male call in. How about a older female call in?
We do love different demographics. Mama Dukes, please weigh in on this lovely election chaos.
Well, I predicted myself that I thought it was going to be close. Trump is winning a lot of states I didn't think he would win. Right now, Hillary is head in the electoral. But with Michigan and Florida and Pennsylvania still hanging out there, I think Hillary's going to take Pennsylvania, but I think Trump is going to take Florida and Michigan. And then if he takes a couple of the other smaller states that they haven't weighed in yet that are too early to call, it's going to be a little bit crazy. I'm surprised Maine hasn't come in yet. What do you think?
Can we ask you just overall, the general election, about the candidates? Do you feel...
Freeze. Trump is ahead now in the electorals, 228 to Hillary's 220.
He's moved up in Pennsylvania by a point, so he's
real quick, if we can, about the election, do you feel that these candidates are this election was more about voting for somebody because you don't want the other person to win, or do you feel that this was a politically motivated election in which people voted for who they thought was the best candidate?
I think it's hard to say who was the best candidate because I, too, think they both had huge faults that made them imperfect in every way, and because we're a two-party system in most, for the history of this country, if you were to vote for a third party or a Green Party or a Conservative Party, it was almost like throwing a vote away, I thought. And that's a shame. I think we should be more than a two-party country. And then on top of that, I think Hillary is crooked as they come. I think the whole, Clinton Foundation and the money that her and her husband have taken from them, and then just even her husband as a president. I mean, though the economy was doing well with him as a president, he just was not an upstanding person. I mean, he constantly had extramarital affairs, and he lied about it, and I mean, it was just like horrific in that point. And then you have Donald Trump, who's also a womanizer. So you have Bill and Donald. So from a woman's point of view, it's kind of like, ugh. Either one of them in the White House is a little bit scary.
Real quick, we just got an update. We just got an update on the election. Quick, Trump just pulled ahead of Clinton 228 in the Electoral College to 209. So you got a couple more states there. People are also messaging us, telling us on Facebook that it looks like Trump's pulling ahead and that they're scared. Would you say that you would be scared if Donald Trump won?
Well, I work for a large corporation, and I will say the corporation that I work for has put security into place because they feel, depending on the outcome of the election, that there could be riots and people could do damage to particular areas. But also, I don't know if you saw anything, how the Dow was already down 600 points tonight, and that's higher than it was down after 9/11, because people are afraid of the outcome of this election. Because Wall Street doesn't like uncertainty, and Donald Trump, being a non-political person, has uncertainty written all over him. So the stock market is already taking a big dip.
Very interesting. Alright, well, username Mama Dukes, thank you very much for calling in. We appreciate your input. And let's just pray for the best for this country.
Praying for the best. Amen, brother.
Alrighty, talk to you later.
Bye.
Hello? Xavier, are you there? Xavier.
We do hear ourselves.
Yes, Xavier.
I'm back.
Yes, alright. So, we just had an interview with we've been interviewing young white males and young African American males. We just had an older female call in. She's very different demographic than the ones we've had previewing overnight here. Throughout the night, we've had quite a range of people calling in. While we were speaking to her, I don't know if you saw the numbers, Xavier. Donald Trump has pulled ahead yet again. We're ever closer. The previous caller mentioned that
Google, and it's now like Clinton 209 and Trump 232.
Well, we have Trump at 228, but nevertheless, the last caller was talking about working for a larger corporation and having riots affect them.
It's like I was nodding my head because I was like, she's right.
Well, that brings up that she brought up a very good point. I'd like to ask you, no matter who wins, do you have a fear that there is going to be some sort of riot or rebellion forces out there?
Honestly, I wouldn't call it a fear at this point because, like, you know, we've seen what happens when, like, people take up arms on both sides. Like, we've seen what happened, you know, with the extremes in Baltimore and Ferguson, and on the other hand, we've seen like the Bundys in Colorado. They took a whole government building for a month and they got acquitted. You know, and
well, one of them got killed, but that's besides the point.
So like, I'm prepared. You know, I'm just going to be aware that obviously people are not going to react to this in a normal way. Like, people aren't going to be like, Hillary won, or Trump won. Oh, going to work tomorrow. Like, I'm already going to my Facebook feed, and people are acting like this is the end of the world. And, you know.
Would you agree with him? Would you agree that either way, this is some sort of impending doom?
I'm in the middle, you know, because like I truly do believe that Trump is dangerous. Well, because I am a minority, so like I'm gonna be in his firing line. I have Muslim family members. I have a lot of friends who are immigrants, are children of immigrants. So like a lot of people he has talked shit on are like the group of people I know. So like our whole way of life could potentially change. On the other hand, like with Hillary, we don't know. You know, we don't really know what direction we're going to go. But we do know that a lot of people are going to be pissed off about it. And so, like, honestly, for the bigger picture, yeah, I am a little scared to see where this country is going. But you just got to bring it down and be like, you know, just do what you can for your community and spread positivity in your community, so at least when shit hits the fan, you know at the bottom of your heart that you're like, look, you know, I truly did good for my fellow man, and I didn't do anything to hurt anyone, so you can be happy with yourself and you can be at peace, you know, just regardless of what's going to happen, you know, I just think it'd be important if people try to spread positivity as much as they can and look for ways that you could start going for active change at local levels. Because right now we're seeing that, like, for national stuff, it's not going to work. You know, our voices might not be heard. So do what you can in your community to try to make it a better place, so you're not sitting here complaining on Twitter or Facebook that, you know, we're fucking up, you know?
We're looking live now on a lot of news websites. They're reporting Hillary Clinton headquarters. I got dog hair in my mouth. That's live.
The people appear to be very downtrodden there.
Yeah, they are. We see tears flowing heavily. We saw it here on NBC. CBS is reporting it too. It appears that even the people who are right there beside Hillary fear that this election is lost. Is this kind of feel like a dark looming cloud the closer we get here?
Yeah. Like, we can't be like it's gonna be roses either way. It's just
gonna be roses.
It's like, I'm gonna say I was a lot more positive an hour ago, but it just didn't seem like it was gonna happen. And now that it's happening, I'm kind of like, I literally like got to feel like a pit in my stomach. You know, it's just like,
you know,
I mean,
from
actual state-wise, they're showing a map. They're showing a map grid right now of the actual states. Donald Trump has actually won more than half the states.
Yeah, I mean, if it was square footage, he would.
Yeah, exactly. If we were doing by landmass, Donald Trump would have won the country already. Yeah. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's I don't have fear for this as much as I understand. You know, if you're in a minority group and he has personally said something against your minority, that could be, you know. If he said, you know, guy's name Fred, you know, he's gonna come after.
We have a message from a viewer online. It says, "Just read my message. No matter if Trump or Hillary are elected, one thing is clear: the system is broken. It should not be that there were only about 10 people available to be elected for president of the United States. The system is broken and fixed for special interests. We are not in a common man's democracy any longer. We have the technology for policy voting. Bernie showed us that grassroots campaigning is possible. Election day must be a national paid holiday. Open primaries for all candidates. That's just scratching the surface. The system is broken. We must come together to change the system." Seacrest out. Any emotions, anybody?
For me, the reason I could see a beneficial thing from someone like Donald Trump getting elected is that when you things have to get worse before people are going to actually care. Most people don't care. They care once every 4 years, and then things go on and on and on. If things get bad enough, that's when we have change. And Hillary Clinton things might not get bad enough. They'll be bad, but they won't be bad enough. And it sucks ultimately, but in the beginning. But then that's how you ultimately get to the point in which you move forward. Hillary Clinton won't move us forward, and neither will Donald Trump. It's a matter of, do we want to slam on the brakes or do we want to coast? And I think it's better somebody to slam on the brakes. And I said wrecking ball to Washington and just end it. I don't support any of the guy's policies or anything about him. I just he will also, if he gets elected, he'll essentially end the Republican Party. And if Clinton gets elected this time, that means in 4 years you're going to have a Republican taking the White House because her approval rating is going to drop down to almost nothing after she's elected, because she's not going to do anything she said she was going to do. So it's really not good either way. We're not going to be able to make change to the political process. It's not really achievable anymore at this point. You're going to need a constitutional amendment, or government needs to fear the people again, and that's the problem. They don't fear the American people. They used to, and that's when they used to behave. But they don't fear us anymore.
Just so everybody knows, the numbers are still the same so far. It looks like Donald Trump is still at 228. Hillary Clinton at 209.
Your time says Trump has 99% chance of winning.
Yeah.
This might actually come through that Donald Trump actually wins this.
He just took Florida, they say.
Which has 29 electoral votes.
That's the biggest state.
So
2% for Johnson. Now, people say that a vote for Johnson or Jill Stein would be a vote for Donald Trump if you were to add those up to 2.7%, nearly 3%, and give that to Clinton. She would have won there in Florida. But is it a Gary Johnson vote necessarily a Clinton vote?
Yeah, and that's where the argument always lies. Is if they weren't to vote for Stein or Johnson,
they could have been Republicans.
Exactly. Does that guarantee Clinton?
So it could have actually meant that Donald Trump would have gotten a bigger lead. Yeah, but now if he gets Pennsylvania, which appears to be going in his direction, that would essentially.
Yeah, can we get an update on PA quick? Well, Fred pulls that. It looks like Georgia, the projected winner is Donald Trump. No surprise there. Normal Republican state. 52% of the vote goes to Donald. So that's 244 now for Donald Trump and 209 for Clinton. This is getting unbelievably close.
We're at 49% and 48% in Pennsylvania. So for Donald Trump 1%, within Clinton there.
This is getting unbelievably close. Almost gut wrenching.
It's a 244, which
some of us are.
It's getting nearly like one more Pennsylvania, and then it'll be impossible for her to win.
Yeah.
He'll either be a contested election or.
Yeah, if he wins one more big state, and this might be called within the next 25 minutes.
Yeah, but it's basically 4 counties in Pennsylvania that report that'll tell us the election essentially.
This could be huge.
It's a difference of probably about 50,000 votes in Pennsylvania will make the difference in this whole election.
So who would have known it came down to these votes in Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
My toes are curling. For those of you viewing at home, hopefully you either make America great again or stronger together, or any other campaign that you're with. Hopefully you are voting for what you believe in, and hopefully your vote counted. And
this also shows you, if you're watching the media over the last few months, basically saying it's a clear slam dunk for Hillary Clinton that entire time. They were wrong, and they're often wrong.
And Florida is 98% in, and Donald Trump is not only the predicted winner, but the apparent winner.
Yeah.
He's the projected winner of Georgia.
That puts him at 244 with Florida and all that.
So he's at 244 with Florida.
He's got Hawaii. It's 4 electoral votes.
So she got Hawaii, Aloha, Honolulu.
Not. I don't think Hawaii has ever been a red state. I wouldn't doubt it.
Hawaii has never really been a state.
Idaho, unimportant. He could lose that one or win that one, and he's projected to win.
Illinois would be huge if he swept Illinois. If 90% in, and it looks like it's Hillary.
Yeah, it looks pretty clear that it would be her.
But that's projected. It's all projected still. So, and even in Indiana, if he sweeps,
but if it doesn't show you the percentages. If it's like 80% and 90% in, then you're it's mathematically impossible for it to.
We're looking now, Xavier, at Trump headquarters. The celebrations.
Pennsylvania's so close that it's even though like the majority of the votes are counted, it's not mathematically impossible.
Everywhere we're looking online, on Twitter, on the news, Hillary Clinton's campaign seems to be crumbling. People are crying.
Yeah, percentage point wise, Donald Trump's vote count seems to go up. Looking at this, I'm refreshing everything time to time. It's not. He hasn't gone up a full % yet, but he's rapidly approaching a tie there, Pennsylvania.
Xavier, any thoughts and opinions?
Honestly, like, I've just been getting more depressed. Like, I can't even, I don't know. I'm, like, not a religious person, but I'm starting to really send vibes to, like, any god that we're not going to have a president endorsed by the Ku Klux Klan. That's insane to me, and I'm like, seriously.
He won't be the first, at the very least. I'm sure there's a great deal of yeah.
They fucking kill people. You know, like, this is bullshit. Like, neo-Nazis have been going online and saying that if he wins, this is fucking good for the country. Like,
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that that's all of their supporters.
Like,
I would say that a lot of his
whatever happens, but this is just scary at this point. It's not funny anymore. It's fucked up.
Yeah, I mean, those people obviously, but I would say it's a smaller segment of his population is made out to be. I think it's a lot of people who are just they saw what Obama did for them and what he promised, and just it pissed them off.
Well,
and the Democrats kind of brought this on themselves.
For racism, then like sleep. That's how you're gonna sleep at night. But like people are gonna suffer because of it. You know, and it's shitty. And I can't be positive about it. And it's like I know you're disenfranchised, but like this isn't. At this point, this is like potentially for some people life and death.
But understand that the Democratic Party brought this on themselves. They were so arrogant in thinking that Hillary Clinton is a clear candidate that's going to win.
Why did they have to fuck this up with Bernie Sanders? This is exactly what they fucking did. That's why so many.
It was the Democrats' election to lose.
Because we had the person who could win. We had the person who could blow him out.
You know,
but DNC was like, nah, we're career politicians. Let's do what we gotta do.
It's all about experience and all this nonsense. And you know, the American, she had favorability ratings that were through the floor before she even ran. I mean, you can't run somebody just completely unpopular. It's not going to work. You know, they're both unpopular people, but Donald Trump is slightly more popular, has slightly higher favorability. Before the election, he did. Now it's about the same, but before the election, he had higher favorability ratings. You know, it's they're two bad candidates, and it was really a Democrats' election to lose, and they decided to lose. You know, and
one of our watchers messaged in and said if Donald Trump is elected, it will literally make it okay to be a bigoted liar.
No, it doesn't. I don't think that's how America works. I don't think that because your president is a certain way, that means you're a certain way. I think America's better than that. You know.
I think this is just clearly we're going off American history. You know, we were founded on a country where we said all men were created equal and we had slaves. We're playing ourselves. We're literally like playing ourselves.
But honestly, we've only ever improved ourselves.
That's so hard that we just are going to be like, okay, look, you know, we're the best in the world. We're the shit. Anything we do is perfect. You know, our shit doesn't stink. Get over the past, but don't forget about. You know, fucking, I don't know. I can't even really think about this right now. This is insane.
I think, you know, if tough years come, I like to be an optimist. when the tough years come, they will ultimately. It has to get worse for it to get better. It is really my philosophy, and sometimes having that cataclysm
we have to get to this point because we have to push for a better voting system and a better way to get everyone's voices heard.
Absolutely, and that happens in the off election.
If it has to be, then so be it. You know, hopefully in 4 years we're not going to be at this point where we're going to be with like two people who are just going to be like fuck for the next 3 years. Not gonna, like, hopefully we can dig ourselves out of this hole and realize that it's not going to be.
Yeah.
Either way, it's not going to get better in the next 2 years. So we gotta like.
But you know, they show these people crying.
We're just on this downfall right now, but we'll be back.
They show these people crying, and they're making this decision for the entirely the wrong decision. You know, they're making it because of an emotional thing, and it's not an emotional thing. It is a practical decision you need to make here. And it's just something that, I don't know, if we could inform the electorate better, if we could have people that, like, I don't want these idiots in baseball caps running the country, but I really don't want that extreme, you know, feminism branch that, you know, some Hillary Clinton support. I don't want them running the country either.
Sorry to interrupt. Massachusetts just joined California in legalizing recreational marijuana. So now
once I moved back from Boston.
Yeah, so Boston and all of Massachusetts.
California.
Oh wow, if you look on the screen now, we have a Make America Great Again hat encased in bulletproof glass.
And some sort of Lexan.
I hope Donald Trump pops up his head through that if he wins.
I wonder if
he goes like...
Now, there is one thing we could perhaps look forward to. Perhaps there'll be some sort of like resplendent, you know, display show that he'll do when he like rising from a golden like child. You know what I mean? Like.
Okay, here's the likelihood. Before we had the numbers switching. Now we put it back. So if they assign the 16 votes, they're neck and neck.
No, they keep hitting one. They both hit 269, which is 1 point away from being.
That's what I mean. Like, talk about like that's freaking ridiculous.
That's the best case scenario for Hillary Clinton, essentially.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. The best case, because they were saying even early today that Donald had to win the 5 states that were the swing states in order to win. Yeah, now it looks like Hillary's praying to Christ that and all the rest of the states vote for her.
Essentially, and then it ties. So basically, if he gets the 2 states that he's likely to get, and Hillary gets all the rest of them, it would tie.
Yeah.
And let's see if Pennsylvania, if we have any updates.
So Bucks County is also the swing county, just so you know. So any of our friends who are local here in Bucks County.
58,000 votes away from him getting another, being 50-50, at 80% reported.
Okay, 80%, and he's only 50,000
There's
votes
3
away. So.
counties left, it appears, and they took one in the middle, but it didn't have very many votes, it appears. It came very close.
So, this is beyond gut-wrenching. This is crazy. I can't believe it's really come to this. We are about... I mean... Does the best election coverage of 2016 call right now and say that Donald Trump wins?
Put this into context. Think about this. You guys all remember, like, when reality TV became a thing, right? Like, it wasn't always a thing. You know, Survivor basically made reality TV a show. Now we have a reality TV star who is a president. Like, it came out of a concept that's, you know, we were relatively, you know, we were watching TV at that time. Like you know, adults. I mean, not adults, but like you know, preteens, teenagers. And now that thing has produced a president. You know, reality television, Jersey Shore, that kind of shit. Now we have a president.
It's the reality TV generation, if you will.
How long until we have a president from YouTube? You know, but seriously,
like your favorite YouTube.
Like how long until we have a YouTube select? But your next election, we have somebody on YouTube. I mean, or one after. It's not going to be long.
Run a platform off of YouTube.
No, just be some guy who got famous off of YouTube.
I mean,
or like Tumblr or like Twitter or something.
It's quite possible.
I mean, we already like Donald Trump kind of famous from Twitter. Like that's kind of how he.
Is he kind of famous from Twitter though, or is he like 100% famous from like just I think he forces himself. He's like that weird guy at a party who forces himself into all the conversations.
Yeah.
He's like, "Hi, my name is Donald." Yeah. Hi, what are you guys talking about? Let me talk about that shit too. And it's kind of like, but at the same time, this man's about to become.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why we are the best election coverage of 2016.
Fucking weird.
We might call it right now and say that Donald Trump is the next president.
Yeah, I mean, actually, yeah, we'll call it before. I mean, I think that it's likely that he would become president. So we'll call it before everybody else, and
yep,
because we have the balls to call it.
We have people saying Elizabeth Warren 2020. We have other people who are just joining the live stream. Thank you for joining. We are trying to rock the vote while you rock the boat.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's voting anymore. I think we're just counting the votes.
Yep, we're going to count the votes. And, I mean, this is unbelievably close now. But at the same time, unbelievably
I think there's a good chance that he might get impeached for some reason.
I think there's
he might find a reason to impeach.
Yeah, the fact that he owes millions in taxes, probably.
Actually, you know, his taxes. The reason his taxes are so low is because he just sucks at business. He basically lost a bunch of money in all his businesses. So now, like, if you lose a ton of money, you can write it all off for like 30 years. Like this, but like it's because he didn't make any money.
You write it up.
Like,
you have no income.
He doesn't owe taxes because he lost $100 million. So if you have losses, you can write them off. Which it isn't really like cheating the tax system. It's just you really suck at business, and that's why you don't have to pay. It's not like you don't.
That also might be why he doesn't want to release his tax returns. Is the fact of the matter is it might show his hand of wow. This guy
that's what it did.
Business
His tax return was released against his will there, and that was one of the things. He basically had this huge deduction because he lost so much money. Like if you lose tons of money, you don't pay taxes.
Xavier, we'd like to ask you real quick. Your emotion right now. We got more polls coming in. It looks like Donald Trump is taking Alabama.
It's like Darth Vader is polling.
People are saying that we're getting comments. Let's take a look. We have somebody commenting saying Trump 2016 and asking when we can all hang out. I'll hang out anytime with anybody, but at the same time, I'm a very busy man. Yeah. If you feel like calling in, whoever said Trump 2016, the phone number. Yeah. I'll actually message it to you right now. Because I know.
Well, he may not be a supporter. He's might be stating a fact.
If you're not stating a fact, then you can go ahead and call us. If you like.
See, at this key moment, they're doing a lot of like long form interviews in this program where they really should just be showing the graphics. Like they should just have the graphics up on the fucking screen, and not be really talking to this woman about whatever because the numbers are what's important at the moment.
What's Pennsylvania?
We're about. It's closing quick, man. We're about 30,000 votes away from.
So with these
tie.
next two counties to come in,
Pennsylvania may like tie. As odd as that sounds, because it would be a specific number of votes to tie.
Decision night in America, ladies and gentlemen. We are here.
But Pennsylvania seems to be going first. I mean, it's almost. Hillary has a lead, but it's going to be very close.
One person commented, said we're just electing Mike Pence now. So, kind of invalidating Donald Trump as the president already.
Yeah.
I
think that's kind of just funny how already people who...
It is interesting because he's not a politician, so I think it's going to be interesting to see him doing, like, anything.
Yeah.
Like, we're going to be our government's going to be gridlocked for the next 4 years. Like, I don't think shit's going to get done. And honestly, I'm just going at this point, best case scenario, we don't go to war. That's the only thing I care about right now. Because, like, worst comes to worst, what really can happen to us? Like, they can't really, like, they're not going to, Trump's not going to come to my house, kick down my door, and, like, waterboarding me for sharing a meme about it, you know? So,
So some people are making that sort of thing.
I just hope we don't go to war. I hope no lives are needlessly lost.
Yeah.
You know, and God, hopefully he'll do something good. You know, if he won't fuck us so bad that we'll be like heading towards another civil war.
Wait, I'm sorry, Xavier, did I hear that right? Hopefully he'll do something good. So you are saying, even though you voted for Hillary, that you are willing to accept Trump as president right now? Did we hear that?
Here's the thing, like, you can't, like, what? Can I go out and vote for Hillary again? And, like, convince everyone else to? Like, what? I'm saying I'm not, like, at the point where I'm gonna go to the government and take up arms, you know? So, like, realistically, we gotta, like, sit here and be like, this is not ideal, but it's gonna be the same if, like, Hillary was. It would be the same if Jill Stein or Gary Johnson was. Like, you just gotta hope that they don't put us in a point where, you know, it's
Xavier,
not
I'm sorry to interrupt, but they're calling Pennsylvania right now. They're saying it's too close to call right now, with only 4,000 votes being the difference.
But now they are tied as a percentage instead of being 1.5.
We were watching it closely. It looks like there's one county still waiting for the votes to be tallied. That's probably going to be the deciding county.
It's two, actually.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. 2 counties are in Pennsylvania undecided. Definitely more than 4,000 votes there. So that's going to be interesting to see which way they shift. Michigan, they're saying Trump. Wisconsin, Trump by 3%, with 76% of the vote in. I mean, these numbers are huge as they roll in. I mean, huge.
I mean, decent. If he wins those states, it'd be a decent mandate for him as well. He would have a, wouldn't be a landslide, but it would be a decent percentage of the country that voted for him.
I just can't. It's kind of crazy to think, like, we have other people posting online right now. Shout out to everyone who has to tell their kids they voted for the guy the KKK would think would be good for our country.
Well, I see, that is a logical fallacy. No, I'm not for the KKK or anything. But the point being, like, Stalin probably said it's a nice night tonight at some point.
Xavier, we'll call you back. We got another call coming in. Hello, other caller, you're on the line.
Hey, man, what's up?
Hey, how's it going? You're live on the air. Tell us what you think about this crazy election.
I'm just jumping with joy. I want to just touch on the previous caller's comments about, you know, hoping we're not going to be at war. And I actually think that Trump is going to be more helpful for maintaining the peace solely because he has a good relationship with Putin. And the number one thing that right now is, you know, everyone on edge is America and Russia again. You know, there's that deteriorating relationship, and if Trump's in, Putin's for Trump, that means America and Russia allies,
do you know the great
no war, no one's going to attack
rule of
both
the
of
American eyes is that any other nation in the world could ever stand up to our nation's military. Do you know what the largest air force in the world is?
China.
No, United States Air Force. No. Do you know what the second largest air force in the world is? United States Navy. Okay, we have 12 aircraft carriers. The rest of the world has 10. Okay, we are such a dominant superpower. The fact that even Russia could even, I mean, it's a joke.
They are, you know,
as you were jumping for joy, I assume you're a Trump supporter.
Still are a threat, and the fact that Trump would secure an alliance with Russia, possibly, that's one of the main reasons I voted.
If you were to listen to what Donald Trump said when they asked him explicitly, they said about Putin and all that, he says, I am not friends with Putin. I don't know Putin. I don't know anything about Russia. But he did say he doesn't think it'd be a bad idea to be friends with Russia. But Trump, he specifically said
Hillary Clinton's State Department sold uranium to Russia and received a payment of a few $1 million into the Bill and Hillary Clinton Foundation a few weeks after that was completely unrelated from a Russian businessman who was involved in that deal. But evidently completely unrelated.
Yeah.
And it had nothing to do with them selling uranium.
It sounds to me, honestly, that Hillary is closer to Russia than Donald Trump is because of the uranium purchases and.
Yeah, but what about her supporting the sanctions, on Ukraine, or the Ukraine the sanctions because of Ukraine? Sorry, the Obama administration has been a very anti-Russia stance, and in all aspects,
it's a weird
Clinton
Russia
is a
stance.
continuation of the Obama administration.
If you're back in the Cold War, would you sell the Russians, nukes? I mean, it's a weird stance to sell them uranium. And at the same time, I think the sanctions are a public measure. That's really for the UN and really for China's benefit and a few other countries to show that we're willing to take action if they annex property. I think it's a very different relationship between what we do, the maneuverings in the UN and just state level statecraft. We're on pretty good terms with Russia. I mean,
Yeah. I think that just this idea of Trump gonna start a war is just ridiculous.
Well, I think it's ridiculous. People say, well, he has his finger on the button. If you know how, if you read Armed Forces history, all the times where nukes were almost launched, now it typically happens in Russia. The generals and that kind of thing will just refuse. They just won't do it. If Trump calls somebody in the middle of the night and says launch nukes at North Korea, they put a mean tweet out about me. They're just going to refuse. They're not going to allow him to do it. So they say he has his finger on the button and then he can launch nukes everywhere. It's facetious. It's not going to actually happen.
People are saying online, lift each other up. That's the only way we're getting through this. I think it's kind of a weird sense of unity. All these people who are kind of fighting in the beginning are kind of trying to pull together now. I think it's the impending blow is coming. Right now that they're calling breaking news, Donald Trump has won Iowa. That's 6 electoral votes.
Are they still counting those 2 counties for Pennsylvania now?
We're going to check up on the Pennsylvania facts right now.
They're coming in slowly. I think because they're more rural counties.
But they're calling Iowa for 6 electoral votes for Donald Trump.
Yeah, I mean, it's still tied as is. Donald Trump actually leading by 11,000 votes.
So now Donald Trump has actually pulled ahead in the Pennsylvania primary. And
actually, a lot of these counties are turning blue. A few of them haven't, but it's just percentage-wise, he's winning. He won 1 or 2 of the larger ones.
So where he wins Pennsylvania, it's all over.
Yeah, I mean, he's winning by 11,000 votes. If they find 20,000 Hillary votes, he can win. I mean, Hillary can win. It's at 84% reporting, so it really could go either way.
The New York Times predicts that Donald Trump has a 79% chance of winning Michigan, which means that would put him, put him 10 votes away, which would mean that he would need 1 more state, Wisconsin, I think, and then you can call it a day.
Yeah,
I mean, we are getting unbelievably close here.
I mean, it's already.
Yeah.
To calling the presidency.
Right now, they're having a discussion. The news organizations are having a discussion inside themselves. Who was going to call the presidency first? There's guys sitting around a table, basically, who's going to have the balls to call it the first. It's us, obviously. We called it first, but
yeah, we are the best election coverage. Yeah. We're calling for the election right
next year. I mean, next election,
35 seconds. Yeah,
in the next major election, we can say that we'll see when they actually do it, and we'll time it, and we'll say we called it 15% earlier than any other major news source.
I mean, we have a sleeping dog on our.
Have you guys been looking at the Senate and the House?
Yep, the Senate actually looks like it's going Democratic, while the House looks like it's staying Republican. We're trying to keep up our best updates with that. Obviously, the main focus
here on just Google, and it's saying right now U.S. Senate 48 Republican, 46 Democrat, and then House 213 Republican, 157 Democrat.
Yeah, we knew the House was going to stay Republican. Last we saw of the Senate, they were only up by 1 Democratic vote. So, like I said, we've been mainly watching the presidential election. But the Senate vote has been so close to watch, and really a lot of the stats have mainly been focusing on the
New York Times has a greater than 95% chance that Trump's going to win the presidency.
I mean, if the
But what is incredibly interesting is that Hillary Clinton has about a 1% margin on the popular vote. So she's received about 1% more of the popular vote. And Donald Trump has received more of the Electoral College vote. So it appears to be like a George Bush sort of a win here. You might have a 2 or 3% lead in the popular vote for Hillary Clinton.
This is really going to come down to a nail-biting end here, in which I honestly, they're going to probably call it tonight, but I even think if Donald wins, Hillary might not succeed. I mean, none of us saw it coming. Everybody was asking Donald, if Hillary wins, are you going to back down? Nobody really asked Hillary, are you just going to hand it over if he wins? And that's the one thing he complimented about her. She's a fighter and she doesn't give up very easily. Was that almost a precursor for what the post-election is going to be like? What are your opinions on that? Caller?
Oh, sorry, I was
It's alright. We're just asking about.
He has forecasted 303 electoral votes on New York Times. They have forecast that he won, essentially.
303?
Yeah. 305 now.
Oh my god. Okay, so it looks like since we are the best election coverage.
Well, I mean, they call it this, didn't say it, they call it. Because I guess
they're not saying they called it, but we're going to say we called it. It sounds like you on the line here are a Trump supporter, caller.
Yes, I am.
As we are pretty much calling this election in Trump's favor, how do you see the next few days going as a Trump supporter?
Well, there's going to be a lot of gloating from my side, a lot of boasting, a lot of, I told you so's, and, then, nothing really, because, he's only president-elect.
Well, if you have the gloating, what if Hillary Clinton wins the popular vote? So clearly, if we didn't have electoral college system, Hillary Clinton would have won. But due to our electoral college, essentially do a technicality, it'll be Donald Trump win.
Well, I think there's gonna, the same situation happened, with Bush. He's gonna win, and everyone's
Bush
gonna be
was a bit more
upset.
dubious because it was actually selected
That's how it's gonna be.
the courts. But this one would just be a straight up. The court would need to get involved because it would just be a straight up victory here. Florida was undecided, and it actually turned out that Florida would have went to Gore if they had counted the votes correctly, which is interesting.
Yeah.
This one, assuming they're counting all the votes correctly, it would be that she had won the popular vote, which I don't know has actually happened in this particular way.
More people are commenting, just so we know. One person said, "Dear minorities, Muslims, women, individuals with disabilities, future generations, and logically thinking Americans. We have a long, tough journey ahead, but America is at its strongest when we stand together. Love Trump's hate now and forever." So it looks like, we're not the only ones calling this election. It seems like a lot of people are feeling the defeat on the Hillary side and the victory on the Trump side. As a Trump supporter, you obviously sound happy. But
although I'm gonna say I was nervous in the beginning because.
But that's what I was about to ask you.
I saw Clinton pulling ahead in New York, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, all those states, and then Trump started to flip it around, and that was
definitely an interesting race to watch.
Yeah, this is way more exciting than NASCAR, which most Trump supporters watch.
Yeah.
I watch it, but
I have not seen actually a single race in NASCAR, like a full entire race in my entire life.
Alright, you're probably from Bucks County. Make it a thing to go to Dover Speedway. The Monster Mile, baby. Let me tell you, it's something else. It is something else. But what they're looking at right now,
basically, is he gonna come out and just?
Well, one of the main things that people don't realize, I expect fireworks. Pennsylvania right now, 91% in, and it looks pretty much like a dead heat there. Caller, just one moment. We're gonna go ahead and listen in on these results quick.
is a biggie. Catherine Cortez
New York Times
Masto,
is
this
Pennsylvania
is
+1,
a hold, actually, for the Democrats. This was Harry Reid's seat. She's the first Latina ever elected to the U.S.
Dow
Senate,
Jones down
and she defeats
800
Joe
points.
Heck, one of these Republicans who
From
really tried
1,700
himself in
total.
knots.
We heard from McCall before, actually, that the Dow Jones is reacting to.
Yeah, she had a 600. Now it's down to 800. I mean, it's down 800.
In the end, Catherine Cortez
That's
Masto
huge.
wins in
For people who don't understand how the
Nevada,
stock market
that
works,
we still are saying
it is a point system that goes down by.
It's an average of all the stocks that are included in that.
And a long story short, it wasn't as bad the day after 9/11. So,
You look at New Hampshire, yeah, it's leading Republican.
So,
Pennsylvania.
New
I think
Jersey.
that's an interesting case. I think the trading was just.
So it may be that the Democrats.
Okay, God almighty. Alrighty, Cole, we're gonna let you go, then we're gonna go ahead and get back into this news and try to call it live as we see it. Keep watching our feed, and if anything pops in or you want to call to celebrate or maybe admit defeat if Hillary pulls on through, feel free to give us a call back. Alrighty, caller.
At the end, we always lose.
Well, we gotta move at the end.
We gotta move on. So, yeah, so Michigan, we gotta focus on the coverage here. You know?
Yeah, we're getting close now, ladies and gentlemen, so we're gonna keep
we have
it
to lean
in.
in. We have to focus on the coverage.
Number two, there is a lot of vote left in Flint, in and around Flint. That should be vote for her. It is going to be a nail biter. She does have a path to victory here in Michigan still.
Alrighty, so it says
that is a
Michigan,
pure coin flip.
Trump is in the lead still, too close to call. Wisconsin, too close to call. Too close to call with 92,000.
Does not drop its absentee
Maybe
vote
over
until
Pennsylvania,
after all of the other election day voting is in, and we don't know how much absentee vote in Milwaukee there is.
Do they have early voting in Wisconsin?
Not really.
Yeah.
It's a you do have to fill out
Donald
a
Trump
form, so it's not going to be a
in,
big number,
Pennsylvania
but we don't know how big the number is, and until we
3,000,
see it, we're not going to be
3,000
comfortable
votes.
calling Trump. You just did this on election day, and what we have.
It seems
Trump,
like it's a
there
real
is no
nail
path
biter
forward. We don't know
for
what the absentee vote looks like, which is why we've held on.
Pennsylvania Electoral
Let's
College.
take a look at New Hampshire. This is taking an awful long time.
It's 5,000 votes, man.
sounds
It's 5,000 votes, right? We still got look. It
The
is.
states that
This
are
can
coming
come
in
from
now
anywhere. When you're at
seems
5,000 votes, there isn't. You can't
Very
say
tough.
this area is
Because it's taking a
available,
very long
this
time to
area's
count these. If they're getting one out of basically the average,
the
they'll get a
question
bunch of
is,
votes.
those
It's
Boston
1 out of 10.
suburbs and Durham,
Is
University of New
Hillary Clinton and the rest
Hampshire,
of Donald
essentially
Trump.
versus the
Pretty
rest of the
obvious
state
who's
that's
gonna
Trump.
All right, Maine also has 4 electoral votes, also
But,
too
you know,
close to
it
call.
depends on their
This
counting
looks
and
like we're going to
how
see a split
they
here.
take- how they process.
48-45. He was always going to be more dominant in the 2nd congressional district. It's more rural. That's Bangor.
It's made
She's
4
going to win
points. It's not
Portland.
enough.
And so
It's not gonna move the needle.
it is, unless she sneaks
We
into Maine
have
2, although
people
Maine 2 has
saying
been a
that
little
they
bit
would be
closer
on the
than we
phone,
thought
but
it
they're
would.
celebrating.
But
that's
depending on
always
how Michigan and
nice.
Wisconsin split, we'll see how
People
important
seem
Maine
to
becomes.
be
Katie
reacting
Turner's telling us
pretty
that the Trump
hardcore
folks
to
think
this.
Minnesota that they have a shot at a path to victory there. Now remember, he traveled there the other day. And
Well,
everyone looked
Minnesota,
at
he's
double
getting-
take.
he's getting-
We don't see it yet.
Trump.
That doesn't mean he is doing better than usual for a
Well,
Republican.
oh no, Utah was
There are more.
But yeah, that's
more
only 10
likely to be a
electoral
Clinton
votes.
state
That
at
in
this
Maine,
point
that's 14 there.
than a Trump state, but
You
this is
know,
more evidence.
we
The
see-
big
I can
overall
see maybe
has a
30
ton of
more
cracks.
for
Pennsylvania.
Look at
This is,
Pennsylvania.
we are going to have to wait till all the counts are in. You're going to get used to seeing all the voters. We got to see it all, and we will probably never be able to say anything other than apparent winner when this happens.
But think about it. Yesterday, she's there with the president and First Lady of the United States, her husband, a
Oh
former
my
president.
God,
of
the
Iran.
Dow-
Pennsylvania is the state deciding.
So we could have a recount of
The
Pennsylvania.
Dow
We
now
could have a
is
recount of
down
Omaha. We could have a recount of Maine too.
4.6%.
Michigan could be so close it could feel like a recount.
That is
at this
unreal,
point.
ladies
So
and
it is
gentlemen.
a.
The Dow Jones,
quite-
just so
by
you
the
know,
way,
The fact that Pennsylvania is so close
trillions
because this is
of
one where the
dollars.
conventional
Trillions.
wisdom is
So
Republicans
if you
want to
have
chase that
$3
rainbow
trillion,
every 4 years, but
it is down
ultimately
4%.
Pennsylvania
Or if
comes
you have
out and
$1
votes
trillion,
Democratic
it's down
with the fact that it's
4%.
this tight.
That is $4
He looked,
Says
he,
something.
billion dollars.
there's a bunch of
lot.
union voting
Four
Obama
billion
Democrats that are voting Trump.
As we take a quick look at Nevada and then Arizona as we head into a break, but we continue to watch with bated breath along with the rest of the country here as we wait for these states to call as we wait for some important calls. We'll be back with more coverage. Decision night in America, or this part of the country decision morning in America.
People are saying market favors stability 100%. That's what we're saying is this is such an unstable election that the market.
Well, what's interesting is the things he said. He said a number of populist things in the campaign in regards to taxation. Now he's making claims he's going to tax, but it really he's been really all over the board. Some of the things he has said have been rather progressive. We may see movement on tax policy with this because he understands, I believe, that wealthy people essentially pay taxes.
And not only that, do wealthy people, he understands the business of moving stuff outside the country because of tax breaks. And how much that this... Oh, we have a call coming in. Oh, we lost the call.
He seems to be more willing to accept more protectionist policy, which may in the short term show benefit.
There's a typo, part of the claim, pretty.
Yeah, it's just
yes, hello caller, you are on the line. Hello caller.
Break it up.
Caller, are you there?
Yeah.
Oh, here he is. Oh, it's Xavier, ladies and gentlemen, back on the line. How you feeling, Xavier?
Yeah, I thought that, you know, turn on some Netflix, watch some, but like, we're sitting here watching stuff that it's already been, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
at this point, I'm more interested in the response.
the response is going to appear to be a mandate, I believe, to some people because they're going to look at that map and they're going to see basically that whole map is essentially red. And you know, people are going to think that he won with a tremendous advantage when he probably actually lost if you look at popular vote.
Xavier, I'm sure you were tuning in and you heard the previous caller say that if Trump gets elected, you'd be ready for the wars. It was almost a direct attack on you. Not really personally,
about
but
2,000
more
away in Pennsylvania.
Philosophically. They said that there's no way that wars would break out. Trump is actually more of a peacekeeper.
Peacekeeper. I do think that he's not smart enough to facilitate a war. So that's where I'm going. I don't think he can be a peacekeeper when he's like inciting violence at his rallies. So, but I do think that like we do have a system of checks and balances where like we're not going to go headfirst into anything too stupid anymore. So like I do think there's worst case scenario we are not going to be at a DEF 1 position. So.
Well, what's interesting is what point you made there with the checks and balances is that we've had, you know, with the Iraq War was and not the Iraq War, but the war in Afghanistan was undeclared. We never actually declared war there. There's a number of times we did that in Vietnam, and we're supposed to go through Congress if you want to actually put the military somewhere and actually start a war. And I think we might see a return of some of those checks and balances.
We have people, sorry to interrupt again, we have people messaging us saying that Trump will be sending troops to Syria, hands down. Any comments, Xavier, Fred, feelings?
Well, as I was saying, if we can return those checks and balances, if people were actually, we may actually have a reason to now. You know, with Obama, we allow him to send drones anywhere in the world and just kill people, and we don't really have those checks and balances. And with Trump, we may actually see reforms because people were actually worried about what he's doing.
Twitter government has actually stopped its live streaming program. That's kind of indicative to me, saying that Twitter is calling their program. Marijuana legalization is
Well,
as big as
very interesting thing about Twitter. Twitter has been censoring pro Donald Trump hashtags. They had one where it trended like a day before the election, where they had to spell it wrong to get it past Twitter's filter.
Huh, very interesting.
Yeah.
Did not know that. Xavier, we have people messaging us saying, "Yo, Xavier, what's up?" Shout out to you.
Ladies, our girls, our ungenders, whoever.
They are a gender. I'm just hoping they call it, but it looks like Trump wins the key state of
So
Florida.
you're saying this is a cliffhanger. I think some people are kind of holding on to hope here.
Yeah, CNN is quoted as saying this is a cliffhanger. I think that's a little presumptuous on their part. I think the media might be a little reluctant to call this one.
But you see some of these Donald Trump posts. Look at that map. America loves Trump, but number-wise, he's not
for Trump to win. And I mentally prepared myself that it'll suck, but there's a shitload of people in this country. Either way, so it could have happened, and it possibly will happen. So mentally, you gotta prepare yourself and just be like, are you gonna go on with your life, or you just gonna complain for the next year?
Somebody just posted on Twitter that there's breaking news: a new third-party candidate, Barack Obama, has entered the race for presidency. But it's just a picture of Barack Obama.
I think he would actually probably lose. He's pretty unpopular now.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because everybody was saying thank you, Obama, and all that, but I think if... real quick, sorry to interrupt everything. Fox News says Hillary Clinton wins Nevada. So that's a nice step for Clinton there.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of getting a couple votes. How's Pennsylvania? Any updates on Pennsylvania? Or?
It's about 2,000. It's gonna be all night about that one probably.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Xavier. You're breaking up a little. What was that?
From what I just checked Google, and it looks like 10,000 votes apart.
10,000 votes apart.
I think when I last checked, Trump was up.
Yeah, Trump was up last.
It's literally like a 10,000. No difference.
Yeah, it was 10,000, and it went down to about 3,000 for a while, and now we're still at about 2,000 to 3,000 difference now.
BBC has breaking news that Hillary Clinton supporters stunned as Donald Trump leads the final stages, again showing more Hillary Clinton supporters kind of breaking down.
If she was going to win, it would be good for her to win like this, so to bring it as close as possible to lose. I would prefer her to win, but I would prefer her to win like this, where she gets very close to losing. So it's very clear that it's not an endorsement for her, but really an anti-endorsement of Donald Trump.
I think that'd be interesting. Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting if she does pull the comeback. It would be like a nice, good story that you can put in a life movie.
Like you better not fuck up. See how close it was. Like in 4 years, you're fucked if you slip up one iota. You know what I mean? If there's anything.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be like the Obama election.
I checked Pennsylvania. Trump is it's literally 48% for both, and he's only up by 2,000 votes.
Yeah, I got a feeling that Pennsylvania is going to be a pretty big bellwether state in this election. Pennsylvania at this hour, Trump now has 1,000 votes. Lead over Clinton, who is projected. It was mentioned to be a solid blue state, but now it seems to be a pretty big upset that Pennsylvania is coming through as what might be a red state here. I think this whole election is taking many people by surprise as far as just where these numbers are going and kind of how quickly it stirred up in Donald's favor.
What I've noticed from previous elections, and that's what appears to be happening now, is the numbers begin to slow down towards the end of it, because these are the votes that are harder to count. And essentially these are the ones that are disputed or have issues about. So we're probably not going to hear about Pennsylvania this evening.
NBC has not officially declared Hillary Clinton winning Nevada, although CNN has. So,
I mean, really, it's down to two or three states essentially. The little ones don't matter at this point. She has to win all the big ones essentially now. Like she has to win everything.
People are saying Bucks County represent because Bucks County is a big
NASDAQ is down at
county.
233.
Oh my
god.
god.
Where S&P 500 is. Let me see. That's the one. S&P 500 is like the corporations that are the. Actually, it's up 8. Yeah, if you want to invest in anything, invest in the S&P 500. Don't invest in just straight, NASDAQ futures or anything like that. Get in the S&P 500 because those are the corporations that have the most consistent value essentially. But that goes to show you corporations and companies that are set up properly don't have these types of drops in their market share because it's just the way it is. And it shows the economy's not collapsing. S&P 500 is fine. Those are the largest corporations. I mean, the banks, those kind of things, they're all fine. It's a lot of these smaller trading futures. And a lot of this is like algorithmic trading. It's things being done with AI essentially in microsecond levels. And they react on any negative news essentially. And that's what we're seeing a lot of here. So the economy's still fine. Is $1 down? Let's go with the value of $1.
Crazy times.
One person said that there's I'm sorry, Xavier. One person said that there's an ironic twist tonight that all Trump supporters who celebrate tonight by having sex won't be able to have abortions. Also, to interrupt, NBC finally caught up with CNN and says that Hillary won Nevada, so she is now officially at 215, and Trump still sits at 244 for the Electoral College.
Actually, dollar's down.
That's not a surprise. The dollar continues to fall every day.
No, but falls rather precipitously given the election. See, right there is when the election started, and that's the dollar. Look at the 12-hour chart. It's going down pretty steeply. It's definitely the election doing it.
Everybody should have taken their money out and put it in something else because right now we are dicked. Yep.
Actually, a cheap dollar is not actually a bad thing. Cheap dollar means you can sell your stuff. If your dollar's real expensive, then it's hard to sell your stuff. So, like for globalization purposes, a cheap dollar is something.
Oh wait, we're looking at Pennsylvania. Okay, 1 second, Xavier. We're going to turn this up.
But boy, does Clinton need to turn this around. She needs to find. There's a handful of precincts left in Philadelphia. She better hope there's a bunch of vote there. So let me look at this
Bucks
county, which we got here. It's Lebanon County.
That's
I'll just show you what
sharp,
it was in 2012, just so you have an idea. A red county that went big for Romney. So it's likely, she might do a little bit better here. This is a county right next to a state capital county, which she has been doing slightly better in. But I can tell you, with those two counties, maybe that leans Trump. But Pennsylvania, total coin flip. But obviously, if Pennsylvania goes,
with those two counties, it leads Trump.
All right, we want to get over to the
counties.
Pennsylvania goes
We've seen a lot of long faces, even tears there. They just go.
I think it's like Pennsylvania Dutch.
Wait, hold on. We're about to hit the sadness at the Clinton.
Oh, there you go.
They did, Lester. There was cheering here at the Javits Center when this crowd learned that Secretary Clinton won Nevada. But I have to tell you that overall, the mood is quite somber. You can sense it. It's fairly quiet here. This is anything but a victory party. As you point out, people starting to leave early. They are in tears. A lot of red faces here, Lester, as they watch these results come in. One supporter describing it as stunned disbelief. Another person telling me grief is starting to set in. Of course, this race is not over yet, but perhaps
my life is
more telling
over.
signs is that the Clinton campaign has
has gone dark. The last time I heard from them,
Really, this is how you
45
experience
minutes
something.
ago,
You have to
when officials
broadcast
were
it.
insisting
Yeah.
there is still a path, and of course that path went through Michigan. It went through Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is her firewall. We've been saying this for days.
Pennsylvania's her
That is
firewall,
why you've seen Secretary Clinton make so many
But these
stops
guys
in
aren't from Pennsylvania. They don't
added
know,
events in
like,
Michigan, really
the middle
trying
of
to
Pennsylvania
energize
is
the
Republican.
Obama coalition, African
these are
American
these
voters,
guys are- maybe
women,
there's a couple
minority
in,
voters, and of course she held that big rally in Philadelphia, that unity rally last night with the Obamas to try to
You heard it here
energize
first.
that
About
part of her
half an hour ago, we
base. So
said
there's a
Pennsylvania
lot of
was gonna be
surprise
the
here.
most-
They thought she was on the path to making history, the path to becoming the first female president. So all of that sinking in as they realize right now Donald Trump does have the lead. As you're talking about right now, she still has a narrow path, but as that path
I would like to see a
continues
female
to get
president.
increasingly
I would like to see Hillary
this
Clinton.
crowd here.
Top news
very
on
solid.
Twitter right now is
This is a
U.S.
remarkably
dollar
close
and
race,
stock
at least some of
fall.
these
So just
races.
as
You
we were
wanna take a
looking
look at
into it,
New
it starts
Hampshire,
trending
Trump's
on
doing that right now. A
Twitter.
minute ago, I looked, there was a
Obviously, we
there was a
are leading the
15
trends
yeah.
on Twitter. They're saying New
went up to
Hampshire
all of
has
it's
a
a
difference right
landslide
now
now,
of
672 votes.
672 votes.
But it was actually at 15
God damn.
about a minute ago. Look, there's still a lot to come in.
Doesn't matter.
This is
It's
another
not
one.
for
We're just going to wait till all the votes come in. Literally, I
It's
never.
fourth.
New Hampshire is very
electoral
evenly
votes.
distributed.
Dixville Notch might actually swing at the end of the day. But
Dix
you want to go
might
there?
swing.
Let's go to the what if map here.
The
and
Dix
just,
might swing.
just to
Is
sort
Dick
of
Notch,
everybody
when
can
he has
see
like a
why
he
all this
carved it into
matters
his
here.
wall,
Give it
like,
a minute
it's
here.
this wall.
I've got this business here. So we've locked in Nevada, so that gets her.
Uh-oh.
So let's move this down here. And if you assume these four
gonna be
going
contested,
that
dude.
way, and that's a big assumption. As you can see, she can't lose anything. That gets her to 268, and she needs that district. She needs the district in here, which is not counted on
Contested
this board,
might
and she
actually
needs
be
that
decent.
main district. That's her only viable path to 270, unless some-
Xavier, how would you
bunch of
feel about a
absentee votes in
contested vote?
Wisconsin are a lot more of them in Milwaukee than we expected.
Clinton 268, Donald Trump 269. You know, he wins by one electoral point, but he doesn't actually win the majority.
Like, no game that's so close. Like, this is like literally. It's kind of like watching your two least favorite teams play for the Super Bowl, and just like fourth quarter, and it's just like holy shit. It's like I can't look away, but you know what? I'm out of the plate.
Yeah, it's a.
It's quite a shitty Super Bowl.
Honestly, I think we all know the real reason this is happening. It's because those motherfuckers killed Harambe.
Yeah.
Dude, fucking Harambe, why do you think they call it Gorilla Glue? Because he was the glue that kept this country together.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If my homie H was here right now, this shit would be happening. We'd be happy, and right now we would all be in the club listening to DMX, getting turned.
Yeah, it would just be, you know, we'd have
But no,
President JFK as president. It's a. It is rather unfortunate. I mean, he's not a good person. I would say, but I just don't know who's worse. I mean, I can imagine scenarios on both sides. That would be terrible.
I have a question for you guys. I received a message from one of your viewers. You have a question on some possible cabinet positions. What do you think about Mike Hunt for Secretary of State?
Mike Clinton?
Mike Hunt.
Oh, Mike Hunt? Yeah, I mean, it's a tight choice. You know what I mean? If you had to make that kind of choice, you know, it can get hairy. But at the end of the day, you know, Mike Hunt bleeds with us. You know, he's it's a real American.
True American.
Yeah. You know, it's I don't know. Dale's in the can. He's coming back, but really close. Kentucky's pretty much in. Louisiana, he won. I mean, and pretty much. You look at that map, and numerically, Clinton has more Americans voting for it, but it really looks like, you know, like Donald Trump should win, and that's the fucked up thing about the Electoral College, is that it really skews what American people actually want. You know, it's we actually see reform on this because it is the second time in a row that like the Electoral College has fucked us in our lifetimes.
At least in our lifetimes, I mean. And
do you know the electors don't actually have to vote for who you assign them to in most states? What you do is when you vote, you don't vote for the president. You vote for an elector who then goes to a meeting and votes for your person you told them to vote him for. But in most states, they don't actually have to do that. They can vote for whoever you want. In like 2008, someone voted for John Kerry for president. He was supposed to vote for I forget who. He was supposed to vote for Gore and vote for John Kerry. He's running mate.
Wait, the guy was running?
No, the elector. The elector he got like drunk or something, and he wrote the vice president, not the president's name, and he got one vote for the one electoral vote for the vice presidential candidate because he wrote the wrong fucking name.
And that just goes to show you right there that a drunk guy like that can write down a name, and that's how you can get.
But literally, that is his right. Like he can write whatever name he wants. Like he's allowed just to write whatever he wants. He just usually
the only reason they usually do is because they themselves want to be reelected, so they try.
So
to
even
go
this,
popular
like all those electors could just say we're not voting for Donald Trump and put Clinton's name or somebody else's, and elect anyone they want the president.
They're trying to show a Donald Trump cloud on the screen.
Don't they have?
But
they have the ability to superimpose images on the screen, as I can tell by all the images. Why would they hold up a piece of paper? Like, look at this piece of paper. Here's all the words that Hillary Clinton said.
Liar, not trustworthy. Hillary.
Yeah.
Time for a woman president.
Hillary Clinton Foundation is corrupt. Is one of the
I can't hear it. Why are they holding up a paper?
Yeah, seriously, like, why wouldn't they? They have access to graphics.
Why didn't they put this all in like? This is just lazy.
It's like word art and shit. Like, what are you doing?
That takes like a second.
They have like $1.5 million desk, but they can't. But seriously, what's this Trump headquarters shit with this lucite hat? Seriously, that's I didn't see the Hitler connection and like the Stalin connection before, but like this laid in state hat, I kind of started to see it. Like, to be honest with you, like that's like Mao Zedong, like laying in state. You know, this is Mao Zedong's robe. You know, from like that's what that looks like. Did anyone ever sell "Make America Gay Again" hats?
That's right.
Because they really would have missed an opportunity.
We have one person online asking, do we foresee a civil war within our lifetime?
I can see a class war. You know, if Trump gets elected, okay. I mean, if Trump, we'll see how far it gets. But if maybe we'll play a little thing at the end. There's a song by a guy named Trevor Moore called "Time for Guillotines," and I think it might be time to bust out the guillotines after a while. Just every couple. Thomas Jefferson said every couple 100 years.
Right now, Pennsylvania was just updated. Donald Trump at 49%, Hillary at 48%.
Who called that?
93% in. We're calling it right now because we are the best election thing, best election live coverage. Yeah, it looks like Donald Trump has officially pulled ahead.
And it's like 98%. Like it's pretty tight now at this point.
It's actually 93.
93?
Yep, 93% in is what that said.
Interesting.
That's 20 electoral votes right there, ladies and gentlemen. That is a huge win if he pulls that one.
That's the election right there.
Every
county we were waiting for has turned blue in this, and yet he is winning the vote. Interestingly, because they're I think they're counting votes within like the mail-in votes and stuff.
This is unbelievable.
He's ahead by a good margin. Yeah. He's ahead by about 40,000. I mean, that. I don't think she's going to pull that off.
It looks like we are the best election coverage of 2016.
And Google was reporting 97% reporting.
Yeah, I have.
And he's 40,000 ahead. I mean, at that point, I don't think it's even mathematically possible for him to win.
I think we might have to call that one.
She would have to get almost every vote in that remaining 3%.
Yep. Did you see that thing with the Clinton video? Where it was the exact video from the Clintons, because like the lady dropped the sign at the same time, the same person was holding the sign, and it was like the escalator scene.
The escalator thing, my God, yeah. I forgot about the escalator thing. What a way to begin his race, escalator thing.
Yeah, right. I think he saw that and was like, we need to plan this out just like The Simpsons did it. And like get this video out there. Chase, you got something to say? It looks like Chase is weighing in. He says that he's calling. If Chase is calling Pennsylvania, I say Pennsylvania's going to Trump. Xavier, any emotions on how your own state has apparently let you down?
Did New York vote for Trump?
No, Pennsylvania.
Trump went, New York went for Hillary.
You know, I wasn't born in Pennsylvania, so you know, you reap what you sow.
Yeah, I mean,
your current state of affairs.
I'm not surprised, dude. I'm like, they call the middle of Pennsylvania Pennsylvania. Like, you saw the map. You know, it's not like, I wasn't prepared. You know, I was prepared, and I knew just from being from Philly to Pittsburgh, I've seen the diverse people of Pennsylvania, so it does not surprise me that he pulled out. It was close, but he did pull out. It doesn't surprise me. You know, there's still like a lot of middle, and the majority of like Hillary supporters were in the cities, like it's always been. So really doesn't. It's not a surprise. You know, I don't think that. You know, honestly, I'm not worried. I don't think anyone is gonna like step to me and like make my life harder. But I'm not looking over my shoulder, you know.
This is America. We're not Germany. We're not
I don't think anyone's gonna like come up and like do anything. So.
Well, people are saying now on Twitter. We have one person wrote in saying 50% of the country is okay with admitted sexual assault, calling Mexicans murderers, banning all Muslims, and 6 bankruptcies. You guys want to weigh in on that?
Were you surprised? Are you surprised?
I mean,
surprised. This is like, you know, we're flawed. It's like, I'm not saying it's right, and like
Hillary Clinton doesn't really have anything in that regard.
And it's not great, but I just think some people weren't aware of what our current political climate is, or how some people have beliefs. You know, some people truly do not care because they don't think it's an issue at all, and they're like okay to keep their head in the sand and just think, oh, you're just over exaggerating things. He's not that bad. It's just locker room talk, etc. You know, and we just have to wait and see at this point.
He's not a good person, but I wish we just had a decent person. I don't care what their beliefs are, just a decent human being, and I could easily vote for them.
One person just wrote in saying that they saw this coming and that they blame the media. I think the media personally played a big role in the misconception that Hillary was so far ahead, because I think it might be, now this sound like one of those crazy people, but it's apparent that with them like giving her like questions before debates and all that she obviously was friendly with some media more than others. I mean, just how basic media was reporting.
Look, they're absolutely on her side,
but I think it backfired because so many people thought she was gonna win that they were just became.
Not even that. People see that and they become suspicious when all the news, everything about her is, don't worry about that, don't worry about it. Everything about him is just blown out, you know, and any single person makes a single accusation. It's a huge news story, and then like the FBI says things, and it's real quiet about Hillary Clinton. It makes people suspicious, you know, and that's what you're seeing in these ultra web. The distrust. It's not a vote for Donald Trump. I think it's a distrust of Hillary Clinton. You're saying, and you know, it's unfortunate that they ran a candidate like this. If the Republicans ran a reasonable candidate this term, you know, even I think if they ran George Bush, he could beat Hillary Clinton.
One person just wrote in saying that Trump is the culmination of the Dick Gerbs movement. I would have to say that I don't know about a culmination of they took our jobs. a movement so much as we want our jobs back movement, which I think is it's kind of a nice sugarcoating to what the real problems are. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of problems of like companies moving out and shit, but like you can't just go about gloating that like I'm bringing jobs back. I mean, you have to lay in place more than
I think that's a really interesting mindset, because like when you think about it, a lot of the jobs that have been phased out, some of those are jobs went to machines. Like a lot of factory jobs are now, because we push technology so far, we could have those automated. And all the jobs that the immigrants are taking they're not getting paid shit. So when they're getting deported, and you wants to come in there and work minimum wage, you're gonna have like another thing coming. Like they're not working jobs that are really places you can advance in life. Like they're might as well be working at McDonald's type job.
Working at McDonald's but making $25 an hour.
Because you're not gonna get a manager of when you're working at a farm.
Working at McDonald's, but $20, $25 like it's not McDonald's wages, and that's they perceive these people from Mexico taking their jobs. But let's be clear here: if this guy from Mexico who grew up with dirt floors and no indoor plumbing comes and takes your job, when you had advantages of you had 12 years of free education, and indoor plumbing, and access to the internet, I can't really feel bad for you. Like that guy earned it, and that's why he has your job. That guy worked harder, and I know he came from Mexico, but he worked a lot harder than you did, and that's why he got the job, and that's why he should have the job. It's
I think that's why the media had such a big influence in this election, because they used buzzwords instead of looking at the problems and why they're happening. Like you can say they took our jobs, but you're not saying what jobs they took, and like even realistically, you're not really.
Well, the main thing to that aspect, to kind of piggyback on that point, is all these people are saying about the problems, but my main argument is unless you bring a solution to the table, if you only bring problems, you're just another problem. Like, you can't just go spewing problems without bringing a single solution to the table. I think mainly these politics have just been calling upon the problems of the opposing candidate. And not a lot of solutions as to, like, the opposing candidate says this, but I disagree with them this. I think we can make things better by doing such. That latter part is never included. It's just, this candidate is not good because this. And then it goes back to this candidate is not good because of this. It's not, there's no improvement suggested, there's no differences suggested.
It's also a matter of, like, if you look at these people who are going to they actually
texting.
They believe this sort of paranoia, this idea that the president has this power that he doesn't have. I mean, America was designed that the people have the power, and it's not through votes and that sort of thing. It's through the fact of our Constitution, our military. It is against the rules to obey an unconstitutional order. If you're given an unconstitutional order and you're private, and you're given that by a general, you can be court-martialed for obeying his unconstitutional order. And that is something that really sends to the citizenry. You don't have to obey with a police order. They can beat the crap out of you, but eventually you'll win in court if you have the money to go after the court. I mean, that's how it's rigged now. But I think if he proposes this thing, we're going to ban all Muslims, we're going to do any of these racist things. People won't do it. They'll just people are more decent than that. And I don't think we can't have. The Nazis and that kind of thing came from a more obedient society than what we have. We're the descendants of people who flipped the finger of the King of England and told him to go fuck himself. And we're starting our own country. That spirit doesn't die, and that's why I have faith in the American people more than I do the president, whoever that is.
Yeah, like we called it before, because we are the best live coverage of the election. Clinton won Nevada. We'd said that long ago. Pennsylvania, we'd given to Trump as well. And just like our predictions, it said 49 to 48%. Wisconsin, we have officially called for Trump as well. Because we said so, because we're the best live coverage of the 2016 election.
Now, we may have some interesting things here. Hillary Clinton, for the fault of Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton has a history of sort of being connected in the political process and manipulating things. We may see those things with the faithless electors where someone votes differently. That may be a possibility. So we may not know the outcome of this truly for about a week's time. I'm not sure how long that process takes. But
people are saying Trump didn't win, but racism won, sexism won, hate won, and lack of education won.
I don't believe. First off, lack of education is not a criticism you can level against someone, like in the same way that you can level against them being a misogynist. Lack of education is usually lack of access to education. So that is an unfortunate thing to label someone with. But then if you're looking at, well, why are they racist? Because they lack education. That's why they're racist. That's why racist people aren't inherently bad. I've met racist people. I've known racist people. They're not inherently bad. They have had no experiences with people of other races, and that's why they feel. It's not because of some thing that happened to them generally. It's because they've never had an experience, and they're raised in an environment where they were told that was right, and they've never heard anything else. And they live in some rural crap hole area, and that's what all they've been told. That's why they feel that way. It's not because they're bad people, and they can change, and they can be reformed. It wasn't racism that won, and I don't think that's what the message is here. People were pissed off at their government. And that was the same thing with Brexit. They want to say it was a racist thing, but people were pissed off. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. They're mad at the establishment, and Hillary Clinton represents that establishment. Now certainly there are some people who voted for racist reasons, but I'm saying, I don't think that's all of them. That would be a ridiculous way of characterizing them.
People are calling on to the arts to try and make this election better. Unfortunately, I don't think art can do that much power, but actually, yeah, I do think art has that much power.
Well, yeah, when you think about it, like, look at the Bush years. That was in the 2000s. There was a pretty big boom of some really good politically charged stuff. Like, even the Saw movies came about because they were based on how we were handling torture. So I think that's the job of the artist. Like when we're so fine and don't know what to do, we express ourselves. So I think that's the positive that's going to come out of this. Regardless, people are people are going to just explode creatively, and I think it's going to be really cool.
Yeah.
Whatever happens, we're going to see some people who are going to. No one's gonna take this laying down, and you might not pick up arms, but you could pick up a brake press, pick up a camera. Honestly, even though this year has been a pretty down year for the music world, with Bowie dying, with Prince dying, with Fight dying, oh my God, man, this year is hard, but still, a lot of good albums are released. There's still people coming, so we just gotta stop looking to the government for answers.
The Tribe Called Quest is coming back.
Power in the people, I do agree that when you think even the topic of racism, when you think about it, it's because of the environment. How can you know someone if you never experienced it? People get.
Say again.
If you're getting all your media from online and our Fox News, and the only thing you see about Muslims are videos of ISIS and all that horrible shit, of course you're going to be desensitized and be yeah, I don't think about all Muslims are bad, but yeah, we should ban them. So just because you don't interact with those people,
yeah, I mean it's
it's a shitty thing to see, because some people are well, I'm not racist, everyone should not be. It's not that simple. There are still schools that are heavily segregated.
Yeah,
that's still an issue.
But you can't blame that 8-year-old little girl for being a racist, because that's what her father is, and that's how she was raised. And to blame her is ridiculous. It's blame the system that allowed that information to percolate to her in that way. Perhaps.
I remember a few years ago, I think it was on 60 Minutes. There was these two little girls who used to sing songs about Hitler because their parents
sort of pushed them into that lifestyle.
Yeah.
And then they went back a few years later, and they were like, yeah, that was really messed up. We didn't really know any black people, so of course we did that. You know, that's the problem. Like, and I do, like, we have whole areas where they don't, where they maybe have like one black person there or one Hispanic person.
Xavier, sorry to interrupt. They're giving us latest updates. New Hampshire separated by 96. Again, we called Pennsylvania. They're now separated by 48,000. Trump in the lead. Michigan, it looks like Trump again in the lead with 58,000. That's 16. With Michigan and Pennsylvania and Minnesota looking like it's going to Clinton as well as Maine, but with Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. I mean, Trump's got
Arizona's winning, and he's winning the bigger states.
Trump's got 4 or 5 major states now.
Yeah, I mean,
this is looking like it's going to be called. Xavier, again, just want to keep asking, the closer and closer we get to this kind of final hour, how do you feel for your future? Xavier, are you thinking?
Huh?
I said, now that we're closing, now that the gap to the final hour is closing, how do you feel about your future?
I got over the hump of anger, sadness, and fear, and now I'm just like...
Isn't that the phases of, what is it? Not death.
Acceptance?
Well, it's denial, anger, bartering, sadness,
the full spectrum.
depression.
Bartering is mercantile.
It's like
you're like, I'll do anything, just please help.
Now, where they're just like, oh my god, everyone's so great. Like, that's gonna be the night, and it's gonna be this week, you know, but eventually people's anger is gonna fade, and we're just gonna have to, like, we're gonna have to live in this, and what are you gonna do, just lay over and die?
Yeah.
Just sleep for 40 years and be like, well, it's over. I'm like, honestly, if you want to see the change in your community, go out and fucking do it. You just gotta...
Well, that's what this whole election was, is people were trying to be the change. And, I mean, granted, there was a huge turnout.
Change things for politics. They didn't go volunteer at soup kitchens. They weren't going volunteering at hospitals trying to help clean people up. You know, they...
My one argument that I was wanted to bring into play was...
Not gonna do anything. You know, you gotta be... I'm talking about boots on the ground, go out and, like, perform a random act of kindness for someone, you know? If you want the world to be a better place, you have to... You can't just sit around and hope that the government's gonna do it for you.
And the best way you can do that, honestly, is money.
And that's exactly where I was going with it.
You gotta be like, yo.
Well, where I was going with it, and where Fred just kind of tapped the well is money. Is look at how much money goes into these campaigns for them to become president. Can't we donate half that and do like good to this country? Like we could have free fucking health care for everybody in this country if both the presidential campaigns, just the top two, not even all the other people who ran.
Think about this: with that campaign money comes from corporations to them, and that's what they sell. You know, they buy tanks we don't need, we buy planes we don't need, we buy equipment we don't need, we sell ourselves out to insurance companies. Imagine if we just paid for that out of the taxpayer's pocket, what the savings would be. The savings would be gigantic. I mean,
astronomical.
If we just eliminated corruption by that way. But if you want to do good in your community, one way to do that is to make money so then you can then do good in your community with that money. That's one unfortunate thing about capitalist society is that you need to... The best thing...
in order to spend
better than working for a soup kitchen is giving money to them. If you can give money to them, you can more efficiently help them than you can if you just go work there. Now, go work there if you don't have the funds is one thing, but if you can go work a job that pays you decently and then give that money to a soup kitchen, that's better than just working in a soup kitchen. Because it's for $1 they get, boxes of food. Because they have to deal with the farmers and that sort of thing. So find something you're good at, find something you can monetize and make money with, and then use that money to do good. Is sort of what I want to do in the world. Even more than boots on the ground. And I think we need to think globally. We're looking at You know,
a lot of people say, sorry to interrupt, but a lot of people say that America is the best country. And I think one thing that America really needs to do is learn from other countries and where they are excelling and where we need to improve. Because to say that we're the best country all around is especially a falsehood. And I think like we can look to other places for educational systems. Like we said, a main problem before was people who are just uneducated or not cultured, and that's part of our education system. Is kind of, yeah, we can learn from other places. There are countries right now where people speak their language and English perfectly. And like people make fun of a lot of immigrants for coming into this country and having a little trouble speaking English, but the fact of the matter is they speak their language fluently and our language not too bad. How many languages do you speak, being such an arrogant asshole?
Well, you have these people here that get on this arrogant asshole point. You have these millennials who are talking about income inequality. No, I agree, but the thing is they don't take that policy far enough. Why do we care about income inequality for people in America, just only people in America? Why not people in South America? Why not people in Canada? Why not people globally? Why are we looking at income inequality as a problem? Why are children starving? Why are little girls not being allowed to go to school in some of these Muslim countries and that sort of thing? We need to look at sort of the global culture and shaping that. We look at, if you want to eradicate things like racism and hate in the world, you need to have a global approach. We need to go to the Middle East, build schools, and tell them your little girl is going to school. If we want to invade a country and we want to have reforms in Iraq, that's what we need to do for 15 years, is take every little girl to school every single day and ensure that they get educated, so when they grow up, they tell the men, we're not going to wear those burqas. People say that people want to wear a burqa all the time. In America, they can make a choice, but in some of those countries, fighters will come in, liberate them, and that's the first thing they're doing is they're burning their burqa. It is by having a sort of cultural, by instead of having a military domination of the world, we need to have a cultural domination of the world. We need to push food, education, sanitation, science all over the world, and distribute our wealth all over the world. Again, to have a healthy society. When people talk about income inequality, it's very weird that they just decide, well, Americans only. We're going to distribute all this wealth that we have in America, all the world's wealth essentially, just in America. And it probably means our standard of living needs to decline, and so some garment worker in a factory doesn't have a horrible existence. But it's a sacrifice worth making, but we're not there yet. But it'll be seen as backwards the way we're living now, and it'll be seen as extremely detrimental to humankind.
But just to update on the polls, everybody, the numbers are still stagnant. Pennsylvania is at 97%, Michigan 79%. Trump's still in the lead in all the major states.
I think it's this is pretty much going to be it for the year because they just basically stop after a certain point if you start watching.
Yeah, now it looks like they're just kind of fishing for answers and numbers.
Like now they're like opening individual envelopes and counting the votes inside of them, kind of stuff.
We got Skeletor back, not Tom Brokaw, but his friend here. I know he's a prominent figure in politics, but ladies and gentlemen, I say
Dan Carville there?
We're the best election coverage for 2016, and we're calling Donald Trump as the winner.
Gap's getting wider too. It's in Pennsylvania.
Donald J. Trump is the winner.
About 2000.
He is the next president. Xavier, your next president is Donald J. Trump.
Darrell Castle of the Constitution Party. They found 20,000 votes for him in Pennsylvania. 0.4%.
Oh well, I at least I have a picture with Barack, so I can just put my head in the sand for the next few years.
Just get it framed and put it on your
so that's your decision, is to go ahead and bury your head.
If no one voted third party and they all voted for Hillary Clinton, she would have easily won by about 3.5%.
I don't think we should blame this on third parties. If you couldn't get your campaign good enough to
convince third-party voters, that's on you and your campaign.
Honestly, I think it's more Republicans voting third party because it's Gary Johnson at 2% and Jill Stein at about 0.9%, 1% or so. So Gary Johnson tends to be more Republican, tend to be more libertarian leaning, and Democrats tend to be more Green Party leaning. So it probably helped her, if anything.
With 83% of the vote in, Donald Trump is winning by more than 1 million in the popular vote. So that's pretty substantial. This is quite the shock of the race here. Nobody really predicted this outcome.
People are going to be pissed at the third-party voters anyway.
People are asking, do we think Barack or Bernie would have beaten Trump?
Barack Obama, I think, would have had a hard time.
I don't know if Bernie, at this point, I feel people are too tied up to like buzzwords like socialism, where like a lot of people turned out to vote, so a lot of people have been like, nah, you're too out there for us right now. As for Barack, yeah, I think he would win in the landslide. Because when he was first up, he beat Hillary 8 years ago when she was probably a lot stronger than she was right now.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, she was stronger.
He was like when he was first coming in, and
the problem with Barack, I think, was he promised so much in his campaign and really delivered on almost none of it, and I think that will hurt him against Donald. I mean, in the debates and that kind of thing, Donald can really hit him with those sort of comments. You know, I think it would be tighter than you would imagine. I think it would be similar to this sort of race. He doesn't have the corruption scale, so he might actually pull out a win. I think it would be the difference of a win and a loss. But I think that it would be a tight race, in my opinion. Just because he promised a lot in his campaign and really failed to deliver. Now, whether that's Congress's fault or whatever, but he did fail to deliver on a lot of other things he said. I mean, Guantanamo Bay is still open, isn't it?
What's that?
Isn't Guantanamo Bay still open?
Yeah.
That was his first campaign. Was his promise to close it like the first year.
And the war on drugs was going to be over and everything. I mean, the universal health care was a flop.
Yeah, that was a give to insurance companies. I mean, that was a massive give to insurance companies. They're doing very well because of the ACA.
Well, I think, ladies and gentlemen, it's time we call it.
Yeah,
since we had the best election. We'd like to say thank you. Caller, we'll let you go. Xavier, thanks for calling and being such a prominent guest.
Yeah, thanks for calling.
Thanks for being in my election coverage. You guys killed it.
Thanks, man. Have a good night. And, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you all enjoyed the election coverage.
Yeah.
We are the best election coverage, so we're going to go ahead and call it now and say that Donald Trump is the next president of the United States of America.
You go to bed, you don't have to stay up and just keep watching it. He's going to win.
Yep, he's won it.
I mean, we'll do one last check of Pennsylvania.
We'll all wake up in the morning with a different president, nevertheless.
Just one more refresh Pennsylvania, just to get
Yep.
They buried Pennsylvania down.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy. Well, stick
Pennsylvania, 49%. He's up by about 60,000 votes. So
yep, he's officially won Pennsylvania, and people are asking now, closing questions, what will be the first thing Donald Trump does?
Well,
probably have sex with one of his mistresses.
He'll probably do something petty, I would imagine. He might reopen, he doesn't have the authority to. He might try to reopen that email case or something. I mean, I think it's still open. You don't really close cases open. It's still open.
I would like to see if he goes after Hillary. Actually, that'd be quite an interesting.
It might be something like that.
People are saying never underestimate the power of stupid people in large groups.
Yeah,
this is.
It applies to every election, really.
This is quite. Hoaxing media won't call for Trump. They're frauds until the very end. So People are saying that Trump has won it, and they're just saying that the polls are staying stagnant because the media doesn't want to call
I mean,
it.
I'm pretty certain they're giving us the polling data that they have, but they could call it for it. I mean, at this point, it's pretty clear.
Yeah, they could have just let us have it by now. Anonymous says we can now confirm the President of the United States 2 minutes ago after securing Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Anonymous said he secured Pennsylvania.
It's the latest Anon news. I don't know who that necessarily
that was 3 minutes ago. We called this about 7 or 8 minutes ago, so still officially the first to call it.
Yeah.
Nobody's disputed that fact so far, so we're going to call that officially as well as we are officially the first to call it.
Yeah.
History: Donald Trump will be the 45th President of the United States.
House Speaker Paul Ryan has spoken with Trump by telephone and formally congratulated him, which that would pretty much be the end of it.
Yeah, Minnesota, Hillary Clinton is the one. But that's drops in the bucket right now. People say Trump 244, Clinton 215, will to live 0.
You know, I think a lot of people are angry because they wanted a woman to win. And
Michigan, Donald Trump, 81%. Or 81% of the results are in.
There's a lot of a great deal. What if Hillary Clinton had won? What Hillary Clinton supporters would tell us is that we need to sort of end the rhetoric and the vitriol and unite as a people.
Some things here are calling it too. Other things are calling it 7 minutes ago, even though we called it 9 minutes ago now.
Called it basically an hour ago.
Trump has won the presidential election. That's P polling news.
I called it.
But I mean, we both kind of.
It's
a podcast that we officially.
I mean, but when it got to the point where she could get to 269, and that was the most she could get. That wasn't really.
We're still getting some messages.
I didn't suspect this. I didn't suspect this.
Were the emails the downfall of Clinton? I think her lack of honesty about the emails was her downfall, not so much just the emails.
I think if the emails in and of themselves, that was the only thing the only scandal that she had, it would have been fine. I think it was her history of scandals. She's had 8 or 9 really, pretty prominent scandals, and I think that's what killed her. The fact that a politician just had that many scandals, involving manipulations of the political process, and then manipulated the political process during the primaries.
I'm sorry to interrupt again. Nevada officially legalized weed as well, so huge night for marijuana advocates all over the country.
And they voted Democratic, I believe.
Yep. So this might be the push for nationwide reform.
Actually, every state that legalized it appeared to vote Democratic, didn't they?
Yeah, this might definitely be the nationwide reform that people have been looking for, which could be another huge step. Both candidates, no matter who's elected, although we've officially elected Donald Trump now, he is for medical marijuana, so it'd be interesting to see because he is openly said he's not for the recreational use.
But then he changes his opinion every 20 minutes.
I mean, if he looks at the marketing aspect of it, I'm sure he'll see.
I think now that Nevada has done it, I think that makes being a casino guy. I think the casinos might do something with it, and then I think that would open his mind. But I think that's it. Do you want to?
People say Mary Jane 2016, and I think that's probably the catalyst for this. Yeah. Other than that, we say Donald Trump.
It should be weird in the history books because it'd be like president was Donald Trump, but legalized weed. Like what a weird time, both sides of the page. But I think it'll wrap up our election coverage here.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for everybody who tuned in, all the viewers.
Watch as we clumsily disable the stream without the experience in order to do so. I think we're overworking the MacBook Air with our. I think I think your other laptop has more processing power, doesn't it?
No, this thing's gotta be top. But good night, everybody.
Yeah, good night.